Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, and welcome back everybody to Seeker of Mana. Last time we got a lot of stuff done. The one chest challenge is complete, and there's some extra objectives that we might go for. First of all, I'm actually immediately going to go save over a different save file, because I will be upgrading my sword up to the next level. Well, the next 2 levels actually, because I'm pretty sure I should be able to upgrade the sword 2 more times before it becomes a problem, because this is level 3 sword, now it is level 4, which means it gets 5 weapon experience every time you defeat an enemy. Now it is level 5. I cannot upgrade this weapon any further right now. If I do, we're in trouble, because I would not be able to elevate the other weapons beyond that. So, we did get 1 extra axe orb. We do not want to upgrade the javelin yet until we get the remaining axe orbs. And we're gonna do a bit of grinding. So, let me just say hello to everybody in chat that is already here. Welcome to QC Jester. What a good start. Welcome to you, Ryok. Welcome to you, John Ozer. Welcome to you, Merthus. Who else is here? Welcome to you, Phoenix. Welcome to you, Donny Kolubinski. Welcome to you, Anne-Marie. Welcome to you, Jesse Hirt. Welcome to you, Almalexievi Praiser. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you as well, Gar. And you don't know if the first jag of the year is considered lucky, but you feel lucky. Oh, that's nice. Welcome to you as well, Merthus. Hope you're doing well. And welcome to you, Metalware. Welcome to you, Alternative Stop. And welcome to anybody else who has joined us. So, we're gonna start this entire thing, as I have promised previously, with a bit of a laid-back grind that we have to do at some point anyways. And now that we have maxed out our MP to 99 on our characters, we're going to go and do the following. We're going to go ahead and level up what I personally consider to be the most tedious of the spells. And that spell is Dryad for the Lady. So the reason why I consider this to be rather tedious is because Dryad does cost a lot of MP to cast. Each spell cast of Dryad's wall costs 6 MP, and it's rather difficult, although not impossible, to do leveling this Dryad spell while leveling up the Sprite spell at the same time. So I'm just gonna take the easy way out in this case. Lean back, relax, drink some coffee, and just spam out Dryad. Once again, from level 0 to level 1, 12 spellcasts. Then we need 13 spellcasts. Then we need 15, 17, 20, 25, 49, like no, 50, excuse me, and then 99 in order to max it all out entirely. Now, the reason why we can't easily do this Dryad thing... Actually, you know what? I have a... no, it doesn't matter. I was thinking maybe I go to Neko where we can buy pheromone nuts, and that might speed this up. But the only advantage this would have is because I would not have to re-pygmy the lady every time. But I would have to use 2 pheromone nuts, which, well, eliminated that advantage. Welcome everybody. Congrats on 10,000 years or something. Thank you, it's been mind-blowing. You still remember accidentally activating the permanent wall glitch where you cast wall on summon, then save and quit while the wall is still active. I think just wall, like, continues to... Like, I think it sticks across, like, save files. I don't think it's permanent, though. I could be wrong. But it does actually remember that you casted wall, although it does not cast remember if you casted a bunch of other buffs. For some reason it does remember the wall. Anyways, welcome everybody. This is gonna be a bit of a grind, but I kind of feel like I just want to go all the way with Dryad. Because unlike other spell schools in the game, I'm not really going to use Dryad much for combat at all. Well, is that right? Where would Dryad be useful? The main downside of using Dryad is largely that if I were to try and buff my own characters after we already have Wall, well, we would bounce the spells back over to the enemies. So while it would be convenient in some instances where, let's say, the flame wall of the Heckhounds is annoying at times, it would also mean I would have to specifically avoid buffing myself while other enemies are around anywhere in the area, which would complicate things a lot. It was annoying because you couldn't use Cure Water them until they died. Yes, that... You could also not heal with Cure Water, that's very true. Happy New Year, Moonchaos. Classic Seeker of Mana run just like Dinner for One. I heard the phrase Dinner for One. Unfortunately, I do not know what the implications of that are, but welcome. I hope you have a good start into the new year. Alrighty. So once again, we pick me the lady in order to cast the spells more quickly. Also, technically it would still be faster if I were to use the partner menu in order to recast a spell slightly faster than the lady can currently do that. But then I would need to actually time my button presses to precise timing. This way I can just spam the menu button while I'm controlling her directly instead, which is just more convenient to me. Alrighty. Happy New Year, totally worth it. Thank you for bringing the Seeker of Mana nostalgia every year. You're welcome. I'm glad you enjoy it. But yeah, this is basically just me starting into the new year. I'll have to do the magic grind somewhere, somehow anyways. And I figured, might as well just do this right now. Other spells we have significantly less trouble just repeatedly using like our buff spells onto our own allies, while the sprite is also casting spells. Basically, there's an element of when you level up a spell to level 8.0, and then beyond that, the higher or the closer you get to level 8.99, the closer you get to, I think, and I'm not actually sure about that, I think a 50% chance to activate the fancy spellcasting animations, as I call them. And those fancy spellcasting animations, they look awesome. The downside is that they very much don't allow you to do anything else in the game. If you know Trials of Mana on how it just blocks you from doing anything while the spellcasting animations are going on, it's the exact same for the fancy spellcasting animations in Seeker of Mana, which has the big downside that, well, we can't chain cast those spells and we can't do anything during them. However, a small way to mitigate those screen freezes that we found is we can initiate spellcasting with both the sprite and the lady at the same time. And, well, they will just continue casting anyways. So both of them can always get the spell off, and if both of them just kind of get the fancy spellcasting animation, we functionally save a little bit of time each time, and they basically just do that each time. It does also mean that we're pretty much guaranteed, well, not guaranteed, but there's a much higher likelihood that we get a screen freeze every time we initiate to cast with both characters. But I think the overlap will still save us more time. Well, it guaranteed saves us more time, because the alternative is that we just get the individual freezes instead of the double freezes. Alrighty, level 6. 2 more levels to go to max out the spell's basic capacity. And then 99 spellcasts to go from there. But yeah, I mentioned this before in my run when I started yesterday. I figured just beginning with the slow and grind until, well, people may have time to trickle in, because I didn't exactly properly announce when I'm going to continue this run, because I didn't know when I would be awake. It just makes the most sense to just begin here. Oh, you know what? At the very beginning of the game, somebody mentioned, hey, couldn't we just change to some nicer borders? And I never ended up doing that because I forgot. So maybe I should do that. Which borders do you guys like the most? I used to really like this one. But I kind of like the simplicity of this one sometimes. It's gonna... I'm not... Oh, that's a very white border. Hold up. That covers more of the screen than my brain would like to have right now. Let's try this one. I think that still covers a little bit more of the screen, but that's okay. Happy New Year to you as well, Hoppy. Welcome to you. Alright, I'm gonna mute myself for a bit and just drink a bit of coffee and lean back and don't worry too much. Oh, pizza. Hello, Hoppy. Welcome to you. Hope you're doing well. Did I play the Secret of Mana Plus hack? Plus hack? Actually, don't think I know about that one. What is that one about, if I might ask? Hello, welcome to Valakar. How's it going? Just leaning back, relaxing, drinking some coffee, eating some cookies. Which is why I'm muted, by the way. The muting is intentional. And just getting one of the more, well, to me personally, annoying grinds out of the way. Of getting Dryad up to just the maximum level straight up. Up to 8.99, that way the lady is done with Dryad. And we don't have to worry about that one anymore. And we can even revive allies with much more HP with Dryad. By the way, did you know that you can multi-target Revivify in order to revive both allies at the same time? It's not something that necessarily comes to mind, but considering you can multi-target every spell pretty much, I guess there's no reason why you couldn't multi-target that one. How many spells are left to master? This is actually the first one we're going to master here. Alrighty, we have reached level 8, which means it is 99 more spellcasts to master this one. The problem with multi-target Revivify is that you need 2 dead allies in order for it to be useful. Yes, that is indeed accurate. Can you post a link? Oh, you can post a link. Sorry, I'm still in the waking up mode. You can post a link if you'd like to. The extended added chapters are Wind Palace, explore this new dungeon and stop the Empire's invasion. The Empire Overworld, travel between Southern and Northern on the dangerous new road. The Gold Tower faced extra adversities. Oh, our first fancy spellcasting animation. Alrighty. The Gold Tower face extra adversities to obtain the key and climb the added levels. The Moon Palace, a mysterious presence awaits you in the new depths of the eerie place. Weapon Orb side quests. 8 new weapon orbs have been hidden throughout the world for more powerful weapons and new zones. And more. Oh, that does sound actually kind of intriguing. Thank you, Blaska. I don't know if this is the first time I'm hearing of it. Oh, it's released 18th of December 2024. There's a decent chance somebody else might have mentioned it at some point, but I probably forgot about it. I'm just gonna open this new tab and just keep the tab open. Let's see if we can maybe play through that sometime. Thank you for letting me know. So, in order to, well, let me back this off real quick. 99 MP allows us to cast Wall 16 times each. In order to cast 99 spells, we need to have, how many? 5 is 86. So we need like 6 full MP refills at minimum in order to reach 99. Well, plus potential leftover from previous levels. So I guess after 6 refills, I should be checking my spellcasting thing. Also, need to make sure to save over different files just in case I goofed with the sword orb, but I'm pretty sure this should be fine. As you can see, the fancy spellcasting animations are just, well, that, very fancy. But also they just freeze the screen, so I can't continue casting or doing anything for that matter while it happens. And the closer we get to 8.99, the higher the probability is going to be to get those fancy animations. For anyone who does not know, to my knowledge, level 7 spells and level 8 spells do the exact same thing. Unless the level 8 spell gets the fancy spellcasting animation, then they are stronger in some capacity. Which sounds a bit counterintuitive, so the fancy spellcasting animations are stronger than the regular ones. It's just what feels not quite for the right reasons. It's because level 8 is the same power as level 7. I think. Again, I'm not entirely sure that's accurate. I might be wrong. I would need to ask, like, the tech-savvy people to confirm or deny that theory. Yeah, the Secret of Mana Plus ROM hack actually looks pretty neat at a first glance. Alright, let's actually really take a look. How close are we to maxing on Dryad? 71. It's gonna be 72. And 73. Wait, that actually works out perfectly. Wait, no it doesn't. I'm 10 shy of what I need. I was thinking 16 plus 73 is 99. No, I'm kinda missing 10 there. Number 2, number 3, number 4. Bloop 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 bloop. Oh, I see you're doing the music thing. Bloop, 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 bloop. Or maybe you're imitating the wall sounds. At least it's not the remedy sound. That one is even more annoying. Alrighty, let me double check real quick. Alright, one more and then we have a full MP refill, and then once we have used up all of our MP, Dryad will be done. Let me fix you, save your game, no. Which platform are you currently playing on? Emulator, SNES, Mini Collection or for Switch? This is SNES, like the original. I am technically using SD2 SNES cartridge, but it functionally uses like my regular SNES cartridge as a base. But I didn't have save files on the other cartridges, so... This is basically on original hardware, effectively. I'm using a... It's not called a retro drink. An OSSC, open source scanline converter, I believe it's called, in order to do the upscaling, so it actually looks really nice. I don't know how old the OSSC is by now, but in case you're wondering why this looks like the pixels, you can just count them, and it's relatively crisp. It is an upscaling thingy that I'm playing on a regular old SNES. Yeah, basically there are like other upscaling thingies that you can use. However, the OSSC, its main advantage when I originally purchased it was that it would like have really low latency. Like I'm literally playing this through OBS right now. And thanks to the OSSC having really low latency. Also, by the way, we are done with Dryad. Hooray! Let me actually mark this on the spreadsheet. Because it has really low latency, it just allows me to play this through OBS, like just straight up through the capture device, and there is very little latency. Alrighty, level max, Dryad on the lady. Boom. Right, just gonna go straight into Lumina here. Because at least Lucid Barrier is going to be useful in the Mana Fortress. I'm actually not going to max out Lumina, I'm just gonna go to level 8. And then I'm just gonna continuously use it in the Mana Fortress to stay alive. Is your SNES one chip? I have to admit I don't know what that means. Like it's an unmodified Super Nintendo. Well, technically it has the little plastic chips removed that prevent it from playing Japanese cartridges normally. That's like literal one modification this thing has. Hey Kickjohn, thank you. Happy New Year to you as well. Alright, Lucid Barrier costs us 4 MP to cast each time. 80 plus 16 is 4 is 24. So literally 24 spell casts each time we go through this. So that means once... I actually don't need to count because I'm not going to 8.99 here, I guess. But I have to reset my MP significantly less frequently now. So Lucid Barrier will be a level because it's going to be useful. I'm mostly curious whether I should be trying to use the Sprite spell in the Mana Fortress to actually deal damage, or whether we want to specifically go and grind out the levels with the sprites separately. I guess Shade we're gonna use in the Mana Fortress until we reach max level, because it's going to be useful against the Terminators if nothing else. Good luck with the 100 circles. Thank you. The SNES-1 chip is a specific late model revision of Super Nintendo released around 1995 that is highly coveted by retro gamers for its exceptionally sharp video output. Unlike original models that used the 3 separate chips for processing, CPU, PPU1 and PPU2, the one chip consolidates these into a single CSC PUN chip. Genuinely, I don't know. I just purchased a random like Super Famicom off of eBay at the time, and it just does what I have, I guess. Like, the closest I got to actually inspecting my Super Nintendo was when I was doing some investigation for Tales of Fantasia, because Tales of Fantasia has a really bizarre way of initiating randomness, where it uses like some RAM space or something like that that is normally unused, or like pre-initiated, depending on what kind of Super Nintendo you have. And it just so happens that mine ended up working out really well for the speedrun. Too long didn't read better video quality output. Right. I just don't know. Basically, I'm using one of those cables that connects, like that turns the SNES output into SCART, and then plugged it into the OSSC. Happy New Year, Dire Sticks. Welcome to you. Do you see that correctly? Did you actually manage to reach 10,000 in time? And does that mean you're going to be able to focus on streaming for 2026 with schedule and everything? Yes. I'm still kind of shocked by that. It's like... Yes. Thanks to an insanely generous donation towards the end by Hair Clan to just get us the remaining way there towards the end of the stream yesterday. But there's been like a huge donation people there, so it's really crazy to me. I like the boards, they're fun. Lucid Barrier level 5. I'm trying to think whether there's like other spells I want. Is there any downside to leveling up the latest spells to level? I guess really the main time save tends to be casting multiple spells at the same time. So probably, if I want to continue leveling spells, I should do so in conjunction with the sprite spells too. Now that we're not going to use spells for the Fiend Head anymore, The sprite is not going to get nearly as many spell levels, I suppose. Well, thank you, I appreciate that. But yeah, our schedule is just going to begin, actually, this time, or into 2026. Once this run is over and I had like 2-ish days of rest, probably more like 3 to be honest, I'm gonna set up the schedule, and we're gonna be playing the rest of the Throwback Marathon games. Well, not all of the rest. Some of them we have excluded from the list at this point. But most of them. And then I'm just gonna continue trying to make a schedule in the future. I need to actually figure out how to best do that, to be honest. Trying to, like, advertise what I'm gonna be playing. There's actually one game I really wanna play as soon as the entire, like, Throwback Marathon thing is over. Because I really enjoyed the demo of that game. And it happened to release, like, December of, I want to say last year, which is, I guess, technically correct. But it basically released in mid-December, and I just didn't have the time to play it. And that game is Wild Growth. Looking forward to that one, but it's gonna take a bit until I get back around to it. Feel like it's gonna be neat. Not sure if this question is too personal. Do you own an apartment, house, or do you rent? Well, I'm technically renting. Technically because I'm not directly paying the rent. Like, the entire reason why this donation bar in the bottom left is so absurdly large, and I didn't expect to fill it, to be honest, is because I haven't paid rent the last 2 years because I was still recovering from my brain going haywire and just panic attack city. And I didn't know what those was, which was just like negative feedback loop, just keep going, I guess. And basically, in short, for anybody who does not know or hasn't read the details right up, in short, I had severe panic attacks about 2-ish years ago, actually slightly more at this point, and I'm much better now. Frankly, it's not good, but it is significantly better, and I mostly was able to just continue what I'm doing. However, the stream, of course, was severely reduced in frequency, and there were frequent, like, just long times of not streaming at all. Consequently, my income has dropped even more, and my parents just said, you know what, you don't have to pay rent for now. Like, they literally waived my rent that we kind of agreed upon. And this gigantic donation bar in the bottom left is basically my attempt at, alright, I would like to just straight up pay them back. Like, for the last 2 years. Which I can only technically do if the donation bar, like, fills up fully, because otherwise I will not be able to pay future bills, especially the New Year stuff coming up. But at least, if nothing else, I will absolutely be able to just pay them back most of it, and that was kind of my main objective here. Because again, they have been, like, you couldn't wish for better parents. Like, I'm never going to stop mentioning on how lucky I am. But yeah, that's kind of the short version of what's been going on, and I'm, like, incredibly lucky to be in the position I am, that I have, like, really good support, and evidently, as we can clearly see in all sorts of cases, a crazy community to try and help me out on top of that. Which is basically, I'm just so humbled. It's so much more than I could ever ask for. So much more than genuinely my what's the word? My consistently, like, self-doubting brain thinks I'm worth. Which is a different thing that, well... And now we're going to get good at it. I'm gonna get better at that, too. Alrighty. Happy New Year, welcome you Ractactylus, hope you're doing well. You didn't ask about donation goals? You're simply curious, that's all. That's very fair. I just felt like just sharing that because I like to be open about the stuff I do and don't do. Like, I have a very simple lifestyle, let's put it this way. I hardly ever, like, buy anything for myself. Like, the most I have afforded myself in the past is literally an old school RuneScape account subscription. That's it. Pretty much. Everything else has been basically just more or less necessities, let's put it that way. But yeah, Kyo just recently cut out the part from the end of the Terranigma stream because I really felt bad leaving that one in. He actually put it up onto YouTube and left that in initially, and I was kind of thinking, well, maybe I should or shouldn't let that one in. But at the same time I felt like I shouldn't, because it genuinely just feels relatively... how to put it? I don't want to manipulate people. I don't like doing that. And it felt like it was just such an emotional response to trying to lay out the situation from me in that very first, like, starting stream of the Throwback December. And I want to have more like a clear description of what was going on. If that makes sense. Anyways. I'm lucky. Oh my goodness, hold up. Alrighty. First of all, Califax47, thank you so much for the $20.26 donation. I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. I need to manually add this to the bar. Let me... just shout at me if I accidentally forget about that. And Califax, just tip that. Thank you. No comment attached to it. I really appreciate that. And I only just now realized, because I didn't look at this before. Some guy, literally called some guy in the donation thingy, donated $100 5 hours ago. That's crazy. Thank you. Appreciate that. And yes, basically, I know it's going to be alright for me, one way or another. Like, I have that security. So, what I would love to do is just kind of offer a comfy place for people to be around that, to be in, one way or another. Just kind of to maybe share that comfy corner of the internet. And make it nice, because I feel like that's the best way I can give back to the community, one way or another. Wish you a happy new year as well, Equinox. Thank you. The more you hear about my personal life, the more it makes sense why your streams feel so cozy and welcoming. Yeah. The streams, generally speaking, tend to be like a reflection of the... well, the streaming community and chat tend to be a reflection of the streamer's personality in general. So, I like to think it's very comfy here, usually. Does anybody know that scene in Forrest Gump? Fun fact, Forrest Gump is my favorite movie. Does anybody know that scene in Forrest Gump, where pretty early on, Forrest just like, he has trouble walking, or even running for that matter. But then he was told to run, and then he just starts running. Throws off his, like, shin braces, or leg braces, or whatever those things are, and just keeps running. Like, I feel genuinely kind of like I'm in that situation right now. If I work on this channel right now properly, and actually do all the things, the administrative stuff for schedules and keeping things rolling, I feel like we could just keep running. Because honestly, right now I just feel like I have the confidence to try. Which in the last, well, frankly, in most of my previous streaming years, I never felt like I had the confidence to try and do anything there. It wasn't just the same old rut. Like, I kind of, for a long time in my streaming, it was nice and comfy, but I never really managed to, like, grow or progress forwards in any capacity. I feel like now I have the confidence to try, so I think that's nice. Good morning, quote-unquote. Welcome back to you as well, the Veil Fury, and welcome. Alrighty. This is basically the perfect thing for me to just gather my thoughts and still make progress in the goal towards 99 everything. Well, I guess. Oh yeah, right. Maxing out the character levels is going to be a goal as well. So I will have to defeat a bunch of enemies, so the sprite will get a bunch of spellcasting regardless at the end. Alrighty. I ended up grinding here for a bit longer than I intended to, but I also felt like this just gives me more time to reposition and figure out what we do next. I think what we're gonna do next is go back to the Mana Fortress and finally grind out the remaining orbs that we need at this point. We are still looking for most of the weapon orbs. We actually got one axe orb already, which is fantastic. And we got one bow orb from the crabs. So the crabs are done. We need one more orb from a fiend's head, and basically one more orb from most enemies in the Mana Fortress. I think once we reach level 8 Remedy, we're going to just... Actually no, once we empty the MP pool here on the lady, we're just gonna go out, back in the Mana Fortress, back to the enemy grind. See how lucky or unlucky we get. Which again, since we need to get to max level anyways, even getting unlucky is not even going to slow us down that much in terms of our progression. It will be the less efficient grind, because we have to, let's say for example, keep knocking out the wolf lords potentially, but that can still be quite alright. I think the first thing I want to go for is go back to the Darkstalker Master Ninja room and see if I can maybe figure out a clever setup for those. Like we could have the sprite just cast a spell onto the Master Ninja, I guess. Maybe the boy can knock out one of the ninjas along the way, or the Darkstalkers. Alrighty. Let me fix you up. Save your game, yes please. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, and welcome back to Secret Mana 100%. We just reached a bunch of levels, and let's get back down to business, or up into business. Kinda depends on how you look at it, I guess. Lucid Barrier. We need to cast 99 more spells to max out Lumina, but Lucid Barrier will prevent so much physical damage from all enemies around us. It's gonna make it just a little bit safer in the Mana Fortress, which is gonna be nicer that way. And now that we have a decently high level of Lumina, well, basically almost max level, it's actually going to be worthwhile to cast it all the time, especially even though it does cost a lot of MP to work with. Alright. Now, we're gonna just continue with our usual shenanigans. We give the boy guaranteed critical hit buffs. We don't need the Captain Duck, so we're just gonna ignore these friends. And my first goal is going to be, let's try to figure out maybe the Darkstalker Master Ninja grind spot. I might be repeating myself. Because, you know, I could be repeating myself. Because I'm just gonna stop that right now. Anyways. I don't entirely know why I'm just repeating it like that, but it's okay. And this is the reason why we still have the Javelin at level 5. It allows us to balloon enemies. Specifically the Fiend Heads. This is the main purpose of the Javelins. You know what? It actually would make sense to grind out the Fiend Heads before most other things. Purely because this would allow us to... what's the words? Purely because the grinding out the Fiend Heads would allow me to actually upgrade the Javelin to its next level, so we can start getting levels in that further. I'm not sure if I should do that first. There's like so many little meta aspects of how we could optimize the grind. And it's like the traveling salesman problem. I don't think there's like an easy way to tell which one is the optimal way. Aside from maybe running 100 simulations. Although I'm not entirely sure I would categorize that as easy. Right, I heard a thing. I probably should check it. Thing. Oh my goodness. Was what? My brain. My goodness, anonymous. Anyways, welcome Was-What. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. I am still waking up. Hi. Anyways, anonymous donated $100. Thank you. That's crazy. That is still crazy to me. Like, thank you. Anonymous also said, thanks for your consistent awesome Secret of Mana playthroughs over the years. It has become a New Year's tradition to watch you play through this beloved game. Thanks so much. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate your support and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Chocolate one fit. Also, I need to... where's my chest counter? There we go. Chest number 64. Wasn't something we needed, but it could have been. The Whimpers I tend to prefer... well, we can... I was thinking about another thing that I might be able to optimize in the future. And that is, potentially I would want to like specifically grind out certain weapon orbs, so we can max out the weapons, start leveling up all of the weapons to the max. Because it would potentially allow me to actually gain like proper experience from enemies down here still. Potentially. Because we are actually not... wait, what level are we now? That's the wrong kind of level. So that is 78. We're actually still like 3 levels shy of the Terminators, so we technically still get full weapon or magic. No, yeah, it is weapon experience from them. I thought we might be able to spawn the wolf, but we're just gonna move. Then again, we could do the like full loop of Master Ninja Terminator grind, rather than going for Master Ninja Darkstalker. But then again, going Darkstalkers right now feels like one of the more useful things, since we don't have to necessarily worry about the guys as much. Also, repelled magic, technically useful sometime. Hey look, there's the one basilisk that can spawn in here. Hope you don't need to grind for a cockatrice cap in the Mana Fortress, because that takes forever. Alrighty. Hit this guy, and I think I'm just gonna have to sprite nuke the Master Ninja. Let's see if one rock is sufficient. I would guess no. Well, maybe it is. So, this is the room that I would like to try out to see whether it is worth grinding for. Have you played Visions of Mana, by the way? I have, yes, actually. Can I hit this guy up there? I can. So we can actually just sit in the middle here. Have the lady and the boy hit these guys. I didn't pay attention. That guy didn't drop anything. Yeah, I played Visions of Mana. The one thing I will say about the game is overall, well actually, a few things. Overall, I really liked it. And two, I wish I took the game more serious from the get-go. Like in terms of taking the story serious. If that makes sense. I think this looks pretty good. Have the lady and the boy take out the Darkstalkers on the side while the sprite just demolishes the Master Ninja. You can also run, run straight up. And I think this works pretty well overall. Oh, that guy's still alive. I guess you don't guaranteed one-shot them. Chest? No chest. Holds up a sign. Did I miss one? You haven't finished yet? You thought it was okay so far. Yeah. I genuinely think it has really awesome moments overall. Oh, another chest, number 65. Like, I'm not a particularly good game critique when it comes to properly analyzing what could or could not be done better. I can just kind of tell you the overall sentiment, and I can usually point you towards things that I enjoyed about games. Because I don't tend to dwell much on the parts that I don't like, to be honest. I think... oh, another chest. Nice. Number 66. Very cloak, one fit. That's okay. Yeah, make sure you don't accidentally spoil stuff. You don't think the gameplay loop was amazing, you're just spamming lots of abilities. Yeah, I have to admit I'm mostly just remembering the story rather than anything else. So I'm not entirely sure on how the rest holds up all that well. What I will say is, basically, I think, I don't know if this was just my impression or not, but initially I had a certain idea of, is this like a Final Fantasy X scenario here, where some of the characters are not quite aware of certain implications of how stuff is supposed to play out if they do follow through with things? Or they just don't know about it. And I feel like the story might have, or should have, done a slightly better job of telling the player that, yeah, they actually are aware of it. Like, that's the one thing that I feel like was missing for me. You really enjoy finding the painting vista so far? I think that was really neat. Yeah, basically, I just don't want to say too much. It is a relatively fresh game. There's a high chance a lot of people haven't given it a try. Like, it's not amazing best game of the year kind of thing, but I think it's really solid overall. And again, my one regret is, on my side, I don't feel like I don't feel like I gave the game... I didn't take it serious enough, if that makes sense. Because I should be switching the sprites button over to, let's say, the boomerang. You love Trials of Mana as well? Trials of Mana, in my opinion, is a fantastic remake. Or is it called remaster? I never remember, sorry. Not trying to be goofball about that, I just genuinely don't remember which word I'm supposed to use for that. Okay, if I could hit the Darkstalkers before they dive down once, I think that would be ideal. You think it's a remake, as remasters would imply small changes, whereas a remake would imply bigger changes. Right, that's kind of where my mind goes too, but I think I've been wrong in the past. I love the background music in this area here. By the way, if you have never played the randomizer, there is a very neat little option in the randomizer where it prioritizes the background music over like footsteps and stuff. Which means you can actually hear the background music much less interrupted and subdued at times, because, you know, your footsteps don't interrupt the background music. Oh, chest number 67 from a Darkstalker. Chocolate, one fit. Remake as in rework, or make it again with fresh new ideas? Yes. I didn't mention that in the past, but Trials of Mana is the game that I felt like could benefit the most from like a complete rework type of thing. Which it did get. Because I thought the setting and the story overall was awesome. Hey, just number 68. Let's see what we get. Chocolate, one fit. But I also distinctly felt like Trials of Mana on the Super Famicom, like they were so crazy ambitious with what they were trying to do, but it also, like, it was way too laggy and everything for me to like think it is an amazing game. It's a good game. It is extremely ambitious. Just number 69. Chocolate, one fit. Giggity giggity. It's just chocolate that won't fit. It's fine. Is there a decently working Secret Mana randomizer at this point? Ah, yes, there is very much. There's like an there's a like complete package for randomizer that you can get. I think exclamation mark some SOM rando is the link for it. It's pretty good overall. It's been in the works since a while. I think people tend to enjoy it. There was one of the Mana games you just didn't like much. It was Legend of Mana. Interesting. Yeah, Legend of Mana is one of those games that there's so many things I don't necessarily care about in that game, but some other aspects just make up for it for me to still like the game overall, if that makes sense. Like, oh, Sprite is entirely out of MP because I didn't pay attention. I needed to drain MP from the enemies. I didn't. Like, the music of Legend of Mana is absolutely incredible. The visuals, although I'm not entirely sure about the remastered pixel thingy, the visuals are quite mesmerizing to me for some reason. Still my absolute favorite, like, boss fight in the franchise, thematically at least. Like, it just looks amazing in my opinion. Couldn't exactly tell you why, but I do think so. Yeah, Legend of Mana Saga Frontier, I think I would kind of generally put into a package of, they tried to make something new, something very creative, and in a lot of ways that's kind of what you get when people try to not stick to the old formula, to actually create something new that wasn't there before, it didn't exist before. There's many such games that tried something and didn't quite make things land. But simultaneously, they might actually pave the way for other games to take such ideas and run with it. I don't think Legend of Mana's or Saga Frontier's ideas are like necessarily intrinsically bad, but I haven't really seen them executed in such a way. Well, actually, I guess Octopath Traveler kind of comes close to the Saga Frontier idea, I suppose. But it's kind of the price we pay for letting people be creative. Like, it's not the most riveting kind of game to a lot of people, but there's still a lot of charm to it, and a lot of stuff to like about it. I appreciate it conceptually, if that makes sense. Like, I appreciate that the game exists, even if I don't necessarily like to play as much of Legend of Mana, as much as I just like to just look at it and listen to it. My favorite is the remake of Trials of Mana. It's a really good choice. Like, there's various aspects that I tend to enjoy, even in games that are, in a lot of ways, critically not as well received. Oh, chest number 70 from a Darkstalker. What do we get? Chocolate that won't fit. That's okay. Gnome reaches level 8. We can start seeing funny boulders. I'm really looking forward to those. And I'm going to be sad once we reach gnome level 8.99 because then I don't have a good reason to throw fancy boulders anymore. You know, I probably should control the lady now, think about it. Just have the boy attack the enemies. Maybe not, he's not good at that. Romancing Saga 2, Revenge of the Seven was the best Saga game you've ever played. I played Saga Frontier. I don't know what I said earlier, but Saga Frontier is the game I was thinking of when mentioning like very experimental games that tried something new that didn't necessarily land as well. Like even Dawn of Mana, from all I know about the game, they really tried something different, and a lot of people didn't like it, unfortunately. Probably, I would even guess most, I suppose. I'm actually not sure. I should still play Dawn of Mana. It's like I still have a CD of Dawn of Mana sitting in the cupboard right behind me. I have a PlayStation 2 to play it on, but the reason why I haven't played it so far is because when I try to use my capture on it, it just looks terrible. Like, it looks worse than what it could be is what I'm trying to say. I just don't have a good way to capture PS2 graphics, I suppose. But it's been one of those games that I've kind of been interested in to just see what the fuss is all about. Also, K-Bash, one of those YouTube essays that I occasionally like to watch, made a recent video about it that kind of renewed my interest of, hey, maybe I should really give this a try. When Legend of Mana and Saga games came out, there was an actual manual attached to the game. I have the Legend of Mana manual. I have to admit I didn't really look into it. Dawn of Mana had some roguelike elements before those were popular. You remember a lot of people were being upset that you reverted to level 1 each stage. Yes, I think that's the biggest criticism I tend to hear about the game. Like, I was actually even thinking, maybe not necessarily roguelike, but I was thinking like MOBA. You know, Dota or League of Legends kind of styles, where you do every time start your character back at low level. I think we got the fancy boulder without being able to see the fancy boulder, because it was both off screen and the enemy was casting another spell over it. Oh, alrighty, we need to absorb some MP. And the sprite is back to full MP. Is that fast? Happy New Year to you as well, Northrex. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Evil Gate is not it. There we go. Oh, a Whimper chest. Chest number 71. And we get a power suit. Would like to get a javelin bolt from that one. Oh, there it is. I was about to say, there is a chance for there to be a wolf lord in this room, and there it is. I think there's another potential wolf lord in the room just over here. It is. There it is. Then there is a potential fiend head right here. Come on, balloon it. I'll actually give the sprite fire enchantment. There we go. Oh. Well, we give the enemy fire enchantments because we still have wall going on. The wall never wears off over time, by the way. It just wears off once enough spells have been repelled. Which may or may not have happened in the meantime. Dawn of Mana has a strong setting, but it's more... Oh, chest number 72 from a Wolf Lord. This is the one I would like to get lucky on at this point. Fairy's Ring. We have those already. We actually have to delete it because we're still looking for the Darkstalker item. So I need to not forget to actually, you know, equip that. Well, have space for it that way run. Not equip it. Now, let's see, Dawn of Mana has a strong setting, but it's more of an action game in an RPG universe than an action RPG, if that makes any sense. Maybe? I think I get what you're getting at. Maybe. This guy is very dead. It's always weird to me that these Wolf Lords just heal themselves as soon as they enter the screen most of the time. And I have a guess as to why that happens, but, well, I don't really know, so to speak. But my best guess as to why the Wolf Lords always heal themselves is because they originally had more maximum HP, and they were programmed to heal once they dropped below a certain threshold of HP. But because they might have reduced their maximum HP, they might be always now below the threshold of HP. At least that's my guess. I don't know if that idea has any merit, but that is what I would frankly guess as to what has happened there. Level 80. I just needed to hit these guys physically. But if I do that, then Lucid Berry is gonna override everything. Alrighty. Welcome to our next grinding spot, I guess. We are looking for chests from a Tsunami. We are looking for a chest for the Whimper. We are looking for a chest from the Terminators down below. Basically, we need every single chest in this area right here. Which is why it's kinda neat to just get it. And we're gonna simultaneously start leveling up Shade some more. Because these guys are weak to Shade, and it's kinda tricky to knock them out with physical attacks. Although definitely not impossible, it's just kinda difficult to reliably do. Also, I should follow this up with the lady casting Fire Bouquet, thinking about it. And then there's 3 Master Ninjas right here. We could actually loosen beam these guys. Because I think they're weak to light. Maybe not. Oh, there is a Master Ninja chest. These could be the boomerang. Let's see what we get. Chest number 73. Fairy Cloak won't fit. That's okay. There should also be like one more enemy right up here that we want, the Fiend's Head. This one. And now that I can balloon this guy, it is so much easier to just knock them out effectively. Alrighty. I need to give those two a different weapon set so they can knock out the tsunamis more effectively. Which melee weapon can you use, lady? Oh, we could give her the javelin actually. Or the sword. The whip is actually maxed out currently, so she definitely should not have the whip anymore. Let's give her the axe. We can try to work or max out the axe. Let's also check the sprite's weapons at this point. Sprite, you have currently equipped the boomerang and you're still working on the boomerang, that's actually fine. Right. We can get up to level 8 on the axe currently, so I guess we're gonna start working on that. Ow. Look at it. It's so much faster when we cancel the attack with Fire Bouquet. Thanks to the chatter yesterday, I realized that. I don't know if that was their intention, but that's the result. We now have Fire Bouquet as a shortener. As devs don't get super fast dividing and tend to prefer power of 2 division or set thresholds in your experience. Yes, bit shift. Basically, if you bit shift left or right, you multiply or divide by 2. Good morning, November. Happy New Year to you as well. And welcome. I hope you're doing well. Don't mind me just pushing the big head dude over here. I missed twice. Devs like their zeros more than their ones. I'm not sure about that for Secret Mana, because the game actually initiates your inventory with Fs instead of zeros. That makes sense. Like everything is a 1. I missed everything. Oh. This is the part where we just cast spells on them and hope they go away. No. Let's throw some funny rocks at these guys. Oh no. No! Nobody saw that. Alright, the implication of this is right now, did we just level up? We probably leveled up. It probably doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. But the implication of this is now that technically this is no longer a valid glitchless type of run. Oh, we got the funny rock and they threw at the boy's head instead. Ooh, chest! Chest number 74 from the Fiend Head. That was unfortunate. I couldn't cancel the damage because it was a fancy spellcasting animation which doesn't allow you to cancel damage. Oh my goodness. Alright, just to briefly explain why I say this is no longer technically a valid glitchless run. If you kill your own allies by bouncing a spell off of the wall of an enemy, you actually gain experience based on the character you killed in your own team on what their current amount of experience is, modulo some power up to like 32,000 or some change, or 64,000 or some change. I actually don't know what the exact number is. But basically, in short, you can get way more like experience points than you're supposed to be able to. And that is not allowed under the glitchless rule sets. Like sometimes that's just like, if you don't take advantage of it and it just accidentally happens, it's fine. Like just don't worry about it. But that's one of those criterias where that is just strictly not allowed to do. And I just accidentally did that. But let's put it this way: if we reach level 99 before we max out everything else, it actually won't really matter. It's only going to matter in the case of if we need to specifically go and grind out experience. I guess, arguably, the late needs more MP. Sorry, keep interrupting myself. I guess, arguably, it likely won't matter much anyways, but I could theoretically just do like an additional amount of set kills to guarantee pushing my threshold beyond the point where it would have mattered. If I really wanted to be like clean about it, if they will. But frankly, I don't think anyone is really worried about that. Those details. Like, I just know it's a technicality. Maybe somebody's gonna be upset about it, I'm sorry about that. But I think I'm not gonna worry about it. This is where we would like to have Lucid Barrier. Oh, look, the Lucid Barrier is gone immediately. The lady just straight up died. What the hell? These guys are terrifying. Wow. Hello, welcome to Evil Knievel. Hope you're doing well. Look at me actually using Flame Saber. I was hoping the enemy would spawn and walk down in the meantime, but it didn't. There we are. On the bright side, we probably gave it enough time to spawn, just naturally, if nothing else. The first time you played this game, you played it in German. We have a German version of the cartridge. Yes. Same here. I played this game in German as well, originally. And I think Pokepushel is one of the best descriptions of a creature in a video game ever. Like, I'm not being facetious about it, I genuinely think that. It's so good. Oh no. Okay, we hit him before they do the thing. Defeating Fiend's heads has never been easier. I can't get over on how good that is. Your first video game version was in French, but you own a German version as well. I have to admit, I've actually not really heard much about the French version and its quirks and translations. Do you think it was a good translation? Oh, chest number 75 from a Terminator. And we get... Oh, a Whip Orb! Whip Orb number 3 has been acquired. Which is a mild shame, not a big one, just a mild shame, because now farming the Master Ninja separately is gonna be a little bit more of a nuisance. But not a big deal, I would say. Alrighty, Whip Orb has been greened. Where is my... Alright, green in the spreadsheet. Now I need to make sure I green this in the overlay. Would be neat if all of these were connected and I could just press one button to do that, but I don't have that. Alrighty. Now we would love to get immediately a Boomerang Orb, because then we would be done with the Master Ninjas too. That would be reasonably ideal. But that would be too easy right now. Anyway, the Whip Orb is nice. It actually significantly reduces the chance... Like, getting the Whip Orb early significantly reduces the chance of us getting... max level before getting the remaining weapon orbs. Because these Terminators were the highest experience yield in the game. Now, let's see, can I somehow figure out a way to maneuver my way to the Master Ninjas? And they just spawn like this? Oh, there we go, that's nice. I did not remember if I could do that. I think it's been a while. I think I've gotten pretty lucky with getting the Boomerang Orbs first in previous runs instead. Arguably should still knock out Terminators just to get experience from it. There's always 3 of them. But if I... Basically, I don't want to farm experience prematurely, because it's still possible that we just go really long on certain other drops instead. Anyways, Game 0. We got the orb. No more annoying chocolate. Oh, there's actually still gonna be chocolate from the Darkstalker crystal. Anyways, Game 0, thank you so much for 2 months of support. Welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Hope you're doing well. If you don't want your allies to attack, you just run either into a wall or somewhere else, then they just try to follow you as a priority instead of doing anything else. Let's see. There were a couple of interesting differences you found we thought were cool. That the guy in the desk greeted you by saying Salam Alaikum in German version, whereas that was censored in the US version. Censored or... What does the original say actually? So where did the guy go? Did I already defeat him? I was reading chat, I did not pay attention. Sorry. I should pay more attention. Still waking up, actually. Good morning, I have coffee. To be fair, it's very, like, mild coffee. I don't like... I almost want to say spicy coffee, but I don't think that's the correct description. I don't like strong coffee, there we go, that's the correct description. I know the German translation is both famous and a little bit notorious for taking quite a few liberties on how they translated various aspects of the game. But at least in my memory, it sticks out as being overall really good, honestly. Shade level 8. You know, we could actually just farm the Whimpers here for a bit, but then again, I think trying to go for Master Ninjas first makes sense. I think that's just a normal English greeting, rather than the Arabic one. Right. But yeah, the German version has a lot of little quirks for it. Some people really don't like the liberties it took, but overall, translating, well, localizing a game is much more than just translating the text. So I absolutely respect the various, like, things the German translator implemented into the game. Some of them, maybe I could agree, are a bit out there, but for the most part I thought it was pretty well done. But again, also I haven't played it in many years, so... my opinion might not be entirely up to date. Ow. Yeah, the lady needs... again. By the way, that is, I believe, 9 critical hits for the lady when we get the fancy spellcast animation there. Oh, just number 76 from the Whimper. We'd like to get the javelin note from this guy. And a power suit that won't fit. Okay, the lady's also mostly out of MP. They tried a bit too hard to be funny with, at times, with the Dutch translation. That's Germany, Austria and Switzerland. For anybody who's not familiar with that. Because Austria is A, Germany is D because it's Deutschland, and CH is Switzerland. Goblins watching Lindenstrasse. Yeah, that's kind of the most the people tend to point towards. Alright, chest number 77 from the Tsunamis. A spear orb would be appreciated. Amulet ring. Make sure to delete that. But yeah, like, Lindenstrasse is quite out there. Especially since me as a kid, like, I was mildly familiar that it existed, but I just never cared to watch anything like it. So it was kind of weird to just see the goblins refer to that. So I figured maybe it has some like other implications potentially that I'm just not necessarily aware of or something. But no, they just tried to be goofy about it. And I feel like a lot of other places, like the translation really sticks the landing. But it is, generally speaking, the most like specific example people always will bring up about the German translation that they just don't like, and I respect not liking it. But I also respect the translator going for it. So I'm very neutral towards that. Chest number 78. Another ring. Why do I know it's a ring? Because it didn't even pop up at the top yet. Well, because I could walk. Specifically, if I just hold the direction after picking up a chest, if it is a weapon orb, I can no longer walk anywhere. The game just doesn't let me. So because I could walk, well, I knew it wasn't a weapon orb, so we just kept going. Hit that one. I still can't get over on how good Balloon is on the Fiend heads. I'm so sorry, I just keep repeating it. I guess what we could do is we could just knock them out from over here. Enemies can't cast spells while they're off screen, and I believe this still counts as being off screen. I love the silly boulder with a face, it's so good. Also, Sprite, you get some MP sometime. I'm too slow. Your mama was obsessed with it when you were like 5 to 6 years old. Lindenstrasse? It's one of those things that I think is quite amusing to me personally, because none of my family, except for my older sister, enjoys these kinds of shows at all. It's just like, I guess we just don't have those, I don't know what you want to call that, brain links wired that way to kind of think it is fun or enjoyable to watch. Except for my older sister, she just likes those anyways. It's so weird. Like, there's just exactly 1 out of 5 people in the family that likes them. And it's just amusing to me. Also, I'm a dingus. I need to not have the boy's weapon be fire, because otherwise you cannot balloon enemies. Which is not what we need. chest number 79. One parakeet, one foot. Other than that, you never heard of the main character being called Randy until you played the emulated version. Yes, actually, I didn't actually realize or learn about that until actually well after I started speedrunning the game. Chest number 80, Power Suit 1 Fit. Like, I didn't actually know that these guys had canonical names, but I think the canonical names are technically made up by the US translators, if I'm not mistaken. But it's still official because they altered that, right? Randy was a weird choice. I think all three names are a weird choice, to be honest. I have to admit, I don't really like the name Prim or Pop-Boy. I don't know why, couldn't tell you. It's just, I don't particularly resonate with these two names all that well. So I should give the javelin to the lady now. So, let's see. Boy, do you want the sword or do you want the axe? Yeah, you can have the axe until level 6. Let's switch weapons. Like, nothing against people who do enjoy the names. I often don't really have like a particularly good reason, aside from just don't feel like those names are the ones I would like to call them. Reminds you of Mr. Popo. I don't remember if Mr. Popo was called Mr. Popo in German, actually. That's an interesting point. Energy absorb. That's okay. Yeah, it's so weird. Now we don't have to train Dark Force against these guys anymore. I guess we never had to, but it just made sense. Also, cutting the Dark Force animation short with Fire Bouquet is a great choice. It turns out. From Dragon Ball Z, Mr. Popo. I think Mr. Popo is actually from Dragon Ball, the original part, wasn't it? He does make an appearance in Z, though. Oh, another Terminator chest. We could have a chance for a rare candy right here, but I don't know if the sprite can still get traps. Let's see, we could also get a rare trap if we are lucky or unlucky, depending on how you look at it. Let's see, opening up the chest. Doom trap. We can get traps with the sprite still. We got the regular one. That's okay. Reminds me to probably just use this barrier. But yeah, I'm intentionally trying to get traps here. See if we can get the rare Shadow Zero, since we already got the other item from those guys at this point. guy's just running away. To be fair, he's spawning Darkstalkers, so I'm not exactly complaining. Just a bit confused. He was called like that? Let's see. It's been so long since I've watched, like, any show in German. Last time I decided to just turn on the TV and watch some random anime was well after I started watching, like, Naruto and other, like, beginner-friendly, I guess, anime in English, in Japanese with English subtitles. And they brought Naruto on TV in German. But then they spoke out the name of one of the main characters as, you know, he normally is called Sasuke. That's just how you pronounce his name. And they straight up pronounce it the way you write it in German, whereas they say Sasuke. It made me laugh so hard, but I couldn't watch it. It's just that didn't work with my brain at all. Like, that's just... I guess it's one of those cases where you're just so used to it sounding and being pronounced in one version that everything just sounds so wrong if it's not that version. I'm not even saying that pronouncing it in German as Sasuke is wrong, by the way. I'm just saying my brain just could not handle it. Partially because I thought it was funny, since that's literally how you write it, but that's not how you pronounce the name. But the voice actors clearly didn't have the directions as to how you pronounce the name normally. Because they were either fine with how they pronounced it, or they might not have had, like, the directions. Whichever was the case, it was quite amusing. At least I think it's amusing. Like, if you never hear the other version, of course, Sasuke is just normal. Right? If you don't know the other pronunciations, there's nothing wrong with that one. Probably. Can the orbs drop from any chest in this fort? Specific boss enemies have specific orb chests. For example, this one, I'm no longer counting these chests here against the total of useful chests, because it is not a useful chest anymore. We already got the whip orb. However, we could get a rare drop from this still. And we get a dude trap. I'm just trying to get to the funny chests from these, like the funny, like, Shadow Zeros from these guys. Trying to trigger the trap. It's a rare trap, so to speak. So I'm kind of trying to get the rare trap there. I found the intro for Naruto really bad back in the day. I have no idea how it sounded. What I do remember is being really surprised that apparently the German version of Digimon has a much different intro than the English version, and apparently that is much closer to the Japanese version and how their intro ends up working out. Which, basically, at some point I was talking about, like, anime intros sounding awesome with Keishura, and Keishura was just like, wait, you think Digimon sounds great? That's just nonsense there. And I was so confused until we figured out that it is very different in German compared to the English version. Then again, I think one of the most iconic and genuinely really most amazing songs of all time for anime intros is like just the classic Pokemon song. It just has so much, I want to call it soul to it, but I don't know if that is like a valid description in music terms. It probably isn't. But it just feels like the correct description for that. That makes sense. Oh, yeah, you can't get sword orbs from any of the chests and enemies in the Mana Fortress. The only way you get is a sword orb up to level 9 instead of level 8, which is the normal cap, is by using a glitch to get the Mana Sword early. Which is entirely possible, but it's not part of this run. Because getting the Mana Sword early and trying to do a 100% run at the same time carries some very specific implications as to how you have to do the entire run. Because trying to level up all your weapons up to level 8.99 while trying to also get the Mana Sword early makes things a lot more complicated, let's put it that way. Mostly because of how limiting the weapon leveling aspect of it is, and my personal 100% goal of trying to get all weapons up to their maximum level, even if there's functionally no reason to ever level up a weapon beyond level 8.00. Like, there's technically a minor implication where you gain theoretical damage, but practically you're just capped out anyways. Anyways, chase number 81 from Master Ninjas. We'd like to get a boomerang out from these, and we don't get it. That's okay. Once again, it is a 7 in 64 chance for us to get the rare drop whenever we do get a chest. I guess kind of the other way around. That also means it's almost an 11% chance to get a rare drop from any of the chests. Alrighty, from the Whimper, we would like to get a Javelin or a chest number 82. And we don't get it. We get a power suit that won't fit. Because we ate too much chocolate. Probably. Is Secret of Evermore 100% next? What would a 100% run of Secret of Evermore actually look like? I have to admit I never actually... Like, if I've done like one proper playthrough of Secret of Evermore ever. I don't actually know what there even is in the end game. Like, I know you can get basically every weapon up to level 3, was it? But I don't really know what the implication of that is. I do know it takes a long time to level up each individual weapon, if you're trying to just do it normally. Like, that's the extent of my knowledge. Yaga, if you were somehow defeated in battle, what would your drops be? Common / rare? In Secret of Mana terms? I think the common drop would probably be chocolate. A rare drop? What would a rare drop be? My rare drop would be a Shadow Zero. Because I like secrets that don't do anything. If that makes sense. You tried to do this run 100%. Oh, this 100% run early this year. Missed the orb in Montego in the throne room by the chest, so it disappeared before you realized it. Oh. So you had to farm an additional javelin orb. Yeah. I think the very first time I did a 100% run, I had to farm an extra claw orb because I missed. I think in Palace of Darkness where you pick up the last claw orb, was it? I missed one of the claw orbs that I was supposed to pick up and, well, didn't. Especially, like, missing a claw orb specifically is probably one of the biggest pain points, since that is probably, at this point, since we now have the balloon tech on the fiend heads, the claw orb is probably the most tricky to acquire orb in the game remaining. Can you absorb MP from these guys? Yes. Okay, I was wondering whether the spell would backfire. I think you can't absorb HP from them. I believe that backfires. Rump. Goodbye, Rump. We don't need those guys anymore. You don't even remember if Secret of Emor has rare drops or how far the alchemy levels go. I don't really know either, to be honest. Like, I know you can, like, stack cast alchemy to a much more extreme degree than stack casting spells in Secret of Mana, to the point where you can, like, crash the game with it. Jago would drop their favorite weapon orb. Oh. So a blue blob in Goop. Because my favorite weapon is the spear. I've gotten an appreciation for basically every weapon in some capacity. In large part due to, or thanks to my, like, Secret of Mana solo character run. A lot of the weapons end up being very useful in specific scenarios and circumstances, one way or another. Some of them more than others, but almost all of them tend to be useful in one way or another. No, come on, buddy. Come over here. Still need... These guys drop us the last accessory that we need, that we don't have yet. The ninja's glove. Oh, chest number 83. This could be a spear orb if we get lucky. Then again, farming tsunamis. Okay, we didn't get it. Farming tsunamis is never a particularly big deal, so even if I don't get that one anytime soon, they are pretty easy to farm because of the multiplication situation. Also checking for a chest? No chest. Amulet ring. The message is so delayed, I already deleted it. Alright, I take suggestions. Which weapon orb should we try to farm next? what's your opinion? Even if you don't know which monster drops it or where we should get it, I take suggestions. Just because I'm curious what people think. I was going mainly to the back of the fortress because I figured the combination of Master Ninjas plus Terminators plus gaining extra experience along the way might be a good one. Which, to be fair, it is. Valk is a spear. You could do that. I asked a question. We could go for the axe, that is the fiend head. This guy is the javelins. Yeah, javelin. Hello, welcome to S-Grunt. Because the S-Grunt stands for spear grunt. So I should get a spear. I mean, I guess it could also stand for sword grunt. We already got the crab, which is the bow orb. There we go. Get ballooned, and he's dead. And we get another Fiend Head's chest. This is chest number 84. And we get Vampire Capes, probably. Yep, Vampire Cape. So again, I would not be able to walk if it was a weapon orb that we need. Oh, the Huntington category in Secret of Amados, learning all spells and collecting all weapons, aren't trinkets, charms. It's pretty low on the RNC/grinding. I see. Yeah. By the way, if anybody ever plans on doing like a Secret of Mana 100% run, I do think the leveling portion of leveling up everything to max is optional. Because doing like a 100% run without level grinding in any capacity is so much more reasonable to do than with the level grinding. But I do also like being rather complete with my kind of runs, so I do it anyways. Chest, please. Chest, please. No chest. Tsunami. Don't you get most of the levels by just grinding the orbs anyway? Well, you get character levels, yes. Depending on your luck, you might actually get all the way to level 99. But you might be rather far away from weapon leveling and spell leveling it all the way. That's kind of what I mostly refer to. Weapon and spell leveling is such a big portion of the run, because it's just gonna take a while. And because I like to kind of change things up, I'm gonna immediately go and do a bit of spell leveling. Let's get 2 of the sprite spells and the lady spells over to max. Ones that we don't normally would use otherwise, mostly. Because we're definitely gonna get Luna, or already have Luna at level 8.99. We're gonna get Lucid Barrier decently high by just remembering to use it sometime. How long do you think a Tyrannic Mob 100% run would take? That's hard to judge. I believe there is like an all magic crystals run, which is mostly 100%, I guess. I suppose you wouldn't... You would categorize... Also, whip, maxed out. I suppose you would kind of categorize the evolution of all towns probably as part of the 100% stuff as well, then. You don't 100% run for the remake. Started yesterday while you were watching. Nice. I wish you good luck with that. I don't know really, because I have to admit I don't remember what the old Magic Crystal run looks like in the running one. I've actually never... I don't think I've done one of those myself. Maybe we could do that for the extra potions. Anyways, welcome to grinding in the desert. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna just take the easy way out. We're gonna sit over here in the corner. Oh yeah, right, the sprite needs to equip a different armor, I believe. They are currently immune to being pigment because of one of the items. I don't remember which one. I think it's the armor, I could be wrong. We actually don't really have... no, I guess the best guard is fine. Let's see. No, it's not the armor. Okay. So if it's not the armor, it must be the ring then. Surely. So, Imp's ring. Okay, it's the ring. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna just cast spells with the lady, cast spells with the sprite, actually not in that order. And then we just level up our spells towards a max at this point. Oh, there's no enemy here in this hole. Thought there would else be, I guess not. There we go. We actually need to spam lava waves, because you cannot chain cast other spells. Alrighty. We could easily level some of these. Actually a bunch that we technically use, but let's just level Sylph. Basically because Fireball is cheaper, but you cannot chain cast Fireball due to the projectiles having to reach the enemies when you cast it. We have to use Lava Wave instead. And basically doubling up on, like, spellcast leveling tends to be beneficial. Because once we reach level 8.00, we have those spellcast animations where we're just stuck not being able to do anything. But if you initiate a spellcast, that one will still resolve while you're, like, frozen from the level 8 fancy spellcast. And so, effectively, at least we are still, like, training with the other character, while we're just sitting around waiting for the spell animation to resolve. You're currently at the Sunken Continent. Nice, good luck. Happy to hear this music again, you barely hear it in the story. Yep. By the way, if anybody would like to hear specific music of various areas, we can take like a few seconds to just go training out there if we want to. I think that's alright. So a little bit of an unfortunate part where the music does get cut off a little bit here, I guess. But this is just a convenient place to grind, because we can run back into the city, buy a bunch of fairy walnuts, recover both of the characters' MP, and are just straight back out here. I think the original person that came up with grinding a quick few levels for spells here was Crow, who I saw doing this for one of his, I think, glitched one controller runs, somewhere along the way. I believe he was leveling up Dryad for the lady actually in here, and had the boy positioned far enough away that his spell would not bounce over to at the enemies. Because reflecting spells, by the way, in this game has like a maximum distance based on the character, where they are standing relative to other enemies. So you actually don't have infinite like reflect distance in this game. Alright, we have now reached the end of the sprite's MP. We give them 2 fairy walnuts. Oh, there goes the spider legs. We have 1 more. You always train the lady in the Sylph Temple as you can heal up on the sprite grandpa and it comes us out of town. Yes, that is probably the most comfy place overall. It's what I've done for a large portion as well. It's also what I started the stream with today. We just trained Dryad all the way up to max over there. But I'm pretty sure it is basically more efficient for us to double up on spellcasting to like expedite the learning process for our characters quite a bit. AKA the spell animations being like shared is beneficial for cutting down on the grind by, I would guess, like an hour. I don't know how much it actually says, but it feels like it's quite a significant amount of time in the grand scheme of things. But the Grandpa's Temple in Sylph, well, in the Wind Temple is really good. You almost remember in the area by Matango. The nice thing about that place is that basically the dungeon is more or less almost directly connected to the inn, so that makes a lot of sense too. That was a perfect opportunity to start a new rumor. You could have said, every time a spell tries to be reflected but doesn't have the new target, it's absorbed by the mana beast and raises its final HP by 50. Oh. That would be kind of fun. You just send the magical energies into the ether, and the mana beast ends up absorbing it. Analyzer level 7, that is 50 more spell casts until it reaches level 8. How did I mess up the menu? We also have Lava Wave level 8. Now we start having the chance for the funky spellcasting animations. Right, and the sprite is completely out of MP. So we give them 2 fairy walnuts here. Because they'll need literally 3 times as much MP compared to the lady with Lava Wave. We're gonna analyze the spider legs until we absolutely are certain that it fears Sylphid. Alright, there we go. Now we start getting a fancy spellcasting animations, which means the sprite will unfortunately occasionally just straight up murder these poor guys. There's not really much we can do about that. However, we can shorten the spellcast animation by overwriting it with Analyzer still, which is kind of funny. There's another one. Boy is kind of moving there. Dashing in and out of the sand pits. Very elegantly. And there's another one going. Goodbye. And another one. Goodbye. Alright, I guess that can also happen. The boy can just knock it out. Alright, I'm probably need to tell him to, you know, try to not attack. That's probably a good idea. I didn't actually consider the part where he might actually be able to hit an enemy. It's a bit unusual. Oops, wrong one. And honestly, this spider legs is just convenient because they're always in the same place. Although they might not always spawn. There goes another one. I don't know if we have any more. I don't think we have any more. I guess we could do training up in the Mana Fortress against tsunamis. Somebody did actually mention that we should get the Spear Orb next, and that actually... Because we can always just knock out a tsunami with a spellcast. Actually, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, in fact, I would say. I still have my fairy walnuts, I didn't use them this time. That way, every time we get a fancy spellcasting animation, we kill one tsunami, have a chance for the chest, and we're still progressing towards our overall objective. That's a good idea. Wing. Save the game. Yes, please. Sometimes the music almost sounds like some of the instruments accidentally miss a note and then just have to restart in order to catch the melody again. Rainy. No chest. No, we want to just keep running here, and this should spawn... Oh, it doesn't spawn the tsunami. We want the tsunami in this room. This is our current grinding objective. Oh, the whimper spawn. That's unusual. Well, I say unusual, but I don't usually get to see that one because it never spawns when you just enter the Mana Fortress. I'm gonna go straight up. There it is. Now we're going to tell the sprite to attack the turtlans. We're gonna pick me the sprite and the lady. And then we're gonna just spam our spells until the sprite gets a fancy spellcasting animation. We can no longer... There we go. Defeat the turtlans properly. Then, now, all of these enemies are gonna continuously just duplicate themselves, which is convenient for our purposes. Since we're not gonna run out of enemies, and once again we are working towards getting the Spear Orb as well. Oh, yes, right. And RPG Chick, thank you. Thank you so much for a long time of 19 months of support. Welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. Bonk. That guy's gone. So in case you did not know, tsunamis have 388 HP. And apparently the metal crab decided to pay us a visit too. Right. Hope that the other tsunami despawned. How inconvenient. Surely it comes back now. No, it doesn't. Okay. Let's see, can a lady actually hit this guy? And flick the balloon. She can. Alright, why not? By the way, you can set the characters to being entirely passive, but when they're minions, they're always, for some reason, aggressive anyways. Like, that's just how they work at that point. Anyways, moving on. Third lens. Continue the grind. Still level 7 analyzer, which means we are probably nowhere near lava wave completion. Well, we are getting more and more of those fancy spellcasting animations. Okay, that guy duplicated, so we just continue casting spells. It fears Salamander. More of a coincidence that I'm actually using Salamander on them. Sylphid level 8. Let's actually double check how far is the sprite into leveling up to 8.99 Salamander. They need 1 plus 40, 41 spellcasts at this point. Right. We get 33 spellcasts, so we need 33 plus 11. Which is down to 6 MP remaining. Once the sprite has 6 MP remaining, it is literally a 1 full set of spellcasts until maxing out Salamander. And one more down. One more down. Gonna wait until this guy multiplies a little. There we go. One more down. And we have a red screen. And one more down. Both of them done. There's a chest! Well, maybe we can get a second chest. Do you not want to multiply it anymore, sir? I would like to no longer multiply him. I wonder if the boy can actually catch the chest across the corner there. Alright. Goodbye, Tsunami. Alright, chest number 85 from a Tsunami. Let's see. Yeah. There's 2 chests! There already are 2 chests. Alright, 85 and 86 are here. Alright, 2 chances for the spear orb. Slightly less than 11% each. Let's see. And we get an amulet ring, and the second one is another amulet ring that won't fit. Classic. Make sure we delete those. But yeah, we're leveling up the spells, we are grinding out the potential items we need. All in the same move, more or less. Oh, and another chest. Chest number 67 total. Yeah, we didn't get it, because we would once again just freeze my character, and it didn't. Pick me the friends again, so they can cast spells more quickly. Then... oh! The sprite is entirely out of MP. Oops. I was supposed to use Luna at some point, I just forgot about it. Gain the rest of the MP from the tsunami. Then we once again begin. Next up. Oh, the tsunami is already dead. This way, whoopsie. I did not do that right. A turtle lance is also very dead. It's getting more and more rare for us to not get a fancy spellcasting animation on either of the spells, because we're getting closer and closer to 8.99, which maximizes the chances of getting the fancy animations. Again, I don't really know what the chances are, but that's just how it works. Alright, more casts. Alrighty, let's see. How far do you need to go still, Sprite? We need a grand total of 21 more spellcasts. That is 63 more spell points used up. So once the Sprite reaches 15 spell points remaining, they're done with casting Salamander. Goodbye, Mr. Crab. Make sure to not hit the tsunami first. Goodbye, Mr. Turtlelands. Multiply the tsunami, and there we go. Goodbye, Mr. Tsunami number 1. Goodbye, Mr. Tsunami number 2. Bye, Mr. Tsunami number 3. Goodbye, Mr. Tsunami number 4. No, wait slightly. Goodbye, Mr. Tsunami number 5. Number 6 as well. We're getting more and more fancy animations. I might have cast this too early. I think this is the last one. Yep. Alright. We're just leaving. Crab is gone. Long live the crab. Is it true that if you analyze a chest, it lowers the value of the item? No, it has nothing to do with that. The chest contents are always whatever you get just randomly. Which is either the rare drop or the common drop. Analyzer literally just disables the trap if you have a high enough analyzer level. If you cast analyzer on a chest and it starts blinking red, that means the trap is disabled and you're safe to open it, guaranteed not getting a trap. If anything, analyzer increases the value of the chest on average, because if there is, like, if your agility is not high enough, so you're guaranteed to dodge the traps, if your agility is not high enough, then 50% of the time you get a trap in there. So Analyzer functionally removes that trap entirely, like the potential, as long as it is high enough level. Right, last spell cast for Sprite Salamander, and they should be done with Salamander right here. Alright, Salamander, we can cross that off the list. None for the Sprite. Next up, we're gonna work on probably just Gnome while we're here. Much as I like throwing rocks at it. Actually, you know what? Gnome is like very convenient to just throw rocks at enemies. I suggest we just level up Dark Force instead. But before that, let's get MP back. Six? Really? Do they have that much magic defense? I guess we need the single target magic absorb. Alrighty. Let's just level up Salamander all the way now. Actually, I probably should also level a spell from the lady that does not have a chance to trigger the thing yet. The fancy spellcasting animation, so we go with... Oh, that's the Sprite, hold up. We go with... Undini. Did I finish the enemy chest checklist? Yes, that one is complete. Every single enemy that can drop us a chest has dropped us a chest at this point. Oh, Dark Force is level 8 now already. Okay, we start getting the possibilities of fancy spellcast animations. Although it is relatively low right now. I'm just gonna continue single targets. Getting Remedy up to the point where we can grind it up alongside next spell school. I keep accidentally like multi-targeting shade spells. That's not intentional. Thank you. Yeah, getting like a single drop, well, a single chest from every enemy was kind of neat, because it basically made me just stick around in the various areas for a little bit longer than normal, since I tend to just straight up run through, because why would I stick around there? Because it's not like the enemies have any interesting drops or useful for that matter. But it was kinda neat. Also, there we go. That is the super lengthy Dark Force special animation. And we're gonna go ahead and start using Dispel Magic instead, because it is significantly shorter. Actually, I should probably continue using Analyzer in the meantime. So, Analyzer... Wait, that's the wrong character. How close are we to Analyzer maxed out? We need 56 more spellcasts for the lady. And she has... Well, if we give her a fairy one, she's gonna be 2 spellcasts shy of getting to 56 here. Just need to make sure we recover MP on the sprite in time before they run out. Actually, they're not gonna run out entirely, because 29 is not divisible by 4. So we're always gonna have enough to cast at least 1 MP absorb. Wave Nelson. It's gonna be... Actually no, on this one is perfectly fine. I only need 1 hand for this. So waving just works. Happy New Year! Happy New Year to you as well. Welcome back, and I hope you have an excellent start into it. I'm just waving now. The way spells are split over multiple enemies when everyone is targeted is weird. Well, I mean, it's just the same animation for all the enemies. Except for, like, Fireball or the Wind Blades that are just getting each one targeted instead of their own cast, I guess. Alright, I don't know which one of these guys still has MP remaining. Hope it's this one. It was this one. Okay, we're good. Now, we actually kind of want to see if we can get enough MP. Oh, there we go. That's all the MP we need. Let's ignore the technicality of I'm not supposed to absorb more MP than the enemies have thing, because I think just not worrying about it is simpler. Okay, I'm gonna stop waving now. Thank you, Nelson. Hello. Roll a d20. Alrighty, the first d20 of the day by Northrex. We're gonna get 1 buttons. 12. Not bad. You could reroll it if you'd like to. Give the damage calculation. You never quite understood it. It's simply splitting the damage between all the enemies. If you deal 100 damage to 1 target, you deal 50 damage to 3 targets. However, because the enemies have flat defense, let's say they have 25 defense. If you single target an enemy with 100 damage, they take 75 damage. However, if you target 2 enemies that both have 25 magic defense, then you split the damage, so both take 50 minus 25, so both of them take 25 damage. So effectively, you're dealing 50 damage total instead of 75 if you were to single target, effectively losing your damage because you multi-target. It's, on a conceptual level, very simple as to why it works the way it works, but it doesn't make it, you know, I guess it is what it is. 12, you can live with that. Excellent. That means you have a high enough modifier for it to probably succeed. And yes, exactly, LG. That you understood it exactly. That's exactly what happened there. Is Analyze the special animation just the same animation? It is slightly fancier. Very slightly. Like this one is... Well, I guess it's slightly larger. I don't actually know it isn't. It is the same animation. It's just slightly larger. I think. Like this is the fancy animation here. No, it is basically the same. You're right. I need more MP. A high chance one of these doesn't have MP, or two of these don't have MP anymore. Two of them actually still have MP. Right, this one had. Can I get more MP from him? $16 more. Good enough for now. Okay, that guy has no more MP remaining because we can tell by the analyzer, funnily enough. Or maybe I want to analyze the one to the right. But with all the overlapping text boxes, I think I'm not really going to find out anytime soon anyway. Zero MP on the second one as well. Go to the one to the left. That is the fancy Dispel Magic animation right there, by the way. You can multi-target Dispel Magic? I guess it makes sense, I just never thought about it. Huh. Oh, that's right, already cast a spell. I'm getting my fingers confused. I actually have to both try to knock out like one of the enemies or two, so we can get more MP back from these guys. Kinda like this. This way the sprite should be able to get MP back from them very easily. Yep, there we go. That actually worked like a charm. As you can see, we get, well, I don't know if you actually even can see it, but we frequently get overlapping, like, special animations, which means almost after every single time we cast at this point, because we are so close to 8.99, we have to wait a considerable amount of time before we can cast another spell. I'm just spamming the menu button and it opens as soon as it opens. And that's just how it is. But effectively, if I were to just specifically level one spell school of one character at a time, we would just have to wait on these special animations each time. But at least this time, I'm basically combining like two different spell schools that both can trigger fancy animations at the same time, and they will effectively, like, just technically increase the amount of times we get locked out, but also both of them play at the same time. So also half the amount of time we have to wait until we cast another spell. That's not exactly... I'm not good at expressing it. Anyways, I think it's more efficient by a good margin. Oh, and the lady is out of MP, which means I believe it is 3 more spell casts for Sylph. Actually 2, for her to reach next level. So, you get MP back. And Sylph number 1. And Sylph number 2. Let's just use a balloon for fun. We got the Moogle balloon. And with this, the lady's done with casting Sylph. She no longer has to ever use that again, if she doesn't want to. And next up, we're gonna go for... I guess Lumina? Because I'm not gonna cast it that much, probably. Actually, Undine makes more sense. She's relatively close to level 8 and then getting the fancy animations, while the sprite is still working through their shade animations here. Oh, the sprite actually only needs 2 more shade animations, so actually let's just do that real quick separately. And we can mark that off of the spreadsheet as well. Exclamation mark 100% in order to get the tracker spreadsheet, by the way, if you'd like to see the full thing. Alrighty, with this, shade is done for the sprite. They will no longer have to cast any shade spells unless they feel like it. And then we go for... Let's get both of the characters Undine up to max as well. As you just. The way I'm gonna do this initially is I will just cast the sprites and the lady's magic until they both reach max level. I think it's just literally 3 more spells for the lady. There it is. Alrighty. Now, once the sprite has leveled up as well, we're going to begin. I no longer have to throw shade. You think the characters just functionally like toss their elemental spirit at the enemy and that's how they cast spells? It's more like summoning in Tales of Fantasia rather than traditional casting spells, I guess, if you think about it. Because they're not technically casting the spells themselves. They're just calling upon their elemental spirit friend to cast the spells for them. Also, this guy is technically resilient or resistant to Undine magic. Practically. Oh, there it is. Level 8 Undine. Practically, though. That is still so many spellcasts on them that they're not gonna survive because of it. Alrighty. Now, both the lady and the sprite will have to cast 99 more Undine spells. So let's get to it. Initially, our probability of getting the fancy spellcast animations is going to be relatively low. But the further we get, the higher the probability will be for us to get the fancy stuff. And there was already a fancy remedy animation right there. This guy's not duplicating, is he? Let's just wait until he might be duplicating. I think he survives this. No, he does not. Shame. It seems to be collaborative. The spirit must be there for it to be possible, and yet the different characters accomplish different spells along with those spirits. Right. And there's the fancy freeze animation. We can only half see it because it's mostly off screen. Oops, I accidentally just unminute the lady. Also, chess number next. let's give the sprite a chance. Let's see if we get a trap. I think we might be too high level to get traps anymore. What do we get? Candy! Haha! Nice. Alrighty. The reason why I'm so happy about this is because this is... Oh, shoot. Hold up. There's my thing. There it is, sorry. The reason why I'm so happy about this is because this is the elusive rare candy. We got the rare candy, so we can mark this off of our checklist. It's just a side objective. It doesn't do anything. It's basically literally just replacing the weapon orb the crabs would have normally given us with a candy. It does not do anything special. It's just they can no longer drop any weapon orbs, so they drop candy instead. This is why I adopted the rare candy, because, you know, it's rare that you get it, because it's a rare candy. Anyways, we have acquired the rare candy. Whoopsie. I didn't mean to multi-target this. We keep getting the big freeze animations there. Somebody also asked whether these big animations actually deal more damage. And I answered that before, but just in case somebody might not have witnessed that. Yes, these fancy animations do deal more damage, or more weapon power, or whatever you are casting. Except that the unfortunate thing is, I believe, and I could be wrong, I believe level 7 and level 8 spells by default deal the same amount of damage. It's just when you get the fancy level 8 spellcast animation, that is when it deals more damage. Again, I could be wrong about that, but I think that's how it works. I have to press left in order to cast Remedy, so I don't... well, so I target the boy, so it doesn't interfere with the other spell casting. But I have to specifically cast... well, I don't want a multi-target cast freeze, which is when you press left when selecting it. So I specifically need to not switch targeting with the sprite, but I do want to switch targeting with the lady. And it's so weirdly difficult to, exactly like there, to just keep it consistent, to not accidentally switch it up. Alright, I think the lady is entirely out of MP at this point. The sprite seems to be mostly out of MP. Let's see. How far we got. It's probably about halfway if I were to guess. both of them should be about the same. 45, yeah, it's about half, slightly less. So, once we have 55 MP on the lady, can we have that much? We have one fairy bonus, so we don't actually quite get there. But we're gonna get to 50. So we need 5 more spell casts after this to be done. Hey, Metal Babble Killing, welcome. I wish you a great 2026 as well. Thank you kindly. Happy New Year. Cheers. Probably need to stop casting for now. Need to duplicate these guys. Come on, buddy. You can do it. Or maybe you can't. I think you can't. These guys stopped duplicating after a while. And I didn't defeat the guy, well, the third guy in the row, because we always target the first and second one as a baseline. So we never actually ended up defeating the third guy there. Come on, hit him. Nice. Might as well just take out some of these along the way. I think these turtle lances actually survive at least 1, 3, yeah, actually maybe 2 or 3 even, because they are resistant to water too. So I guess there's value in trying to fight enemies that can survive one spellcast from the sprite with the corresponding spell element. Never actually considered that for some reason. Then again, tsunamis, just with their multiplication nature, probably just perfectly fine for this too. I just need to make sure I once in a while target the other tsunami. The third one in the stack, so we knock that guy out occasionally. Otherwise they won't duplicate anymore if we don't knock out one of them multiple times. That guy still survives, it's impressive. Bonk. We haven't knocked out the tsunamis yet, let's try to spawn them. There they are. Duplicate please. Thank you. "33 spellcasts to go until we're maxed out on both Undinis. I guess actually there is purpose in multi-targeting these, since they do resist ice. We deal functionally no damage to them, so we don't actually have to worry about them multiplying either. It's probably technically going to slow me down slightly, because we're generating slightly more lag. Well, I don't even know whether that's true or not. But I'm definitely not killing the tsunamis anymore, which is counterproductive to us trying to get chests, I guess. So maybe I shouldn't single target. I guess I keep going back and forth as it goes. By the way, if you're ever doing a grind like this, make sure you occasionally switch your fingers around in terms of which one is pressing the buttons. That way you keep your hands just a little bit more comfy, I would think. The downside is that you might lose a little bit of muscle memory, like I just did just now. But yeah, I know a fair few people that just play video games for a living tend to have problems with their hands later down the road because, you know, you keep using them for video games. That is not the most, like, exercise-worthy thing for your hands necessarily. So I just naturally tend to change, like, positions of my hand around all the time anyways. But I would guess it is also reasonably healthy for my hands to begin with for me to do that. So I guess I would recommend doing that. Again, the downside is I'm losing the muscle memory for the individual pieces. But such is the game we play. I was able to... Oh! I accidentally unpigmented the sprite. I was wondering why the sprite was suddenly so much slower compared to the lady. I couldn't recast a spell. That makes sense. Yeah. You can press left here. Nope, I accidentally used Nandini on myself. Oopsie. Alrighty, last spell cast for the lady. We're out of MP for her. Which means I think we're 5 spell casts away from maxing out Undine on both the sprite and the lady. So let's get out of here for now, rest at an inn, recover MP. So why not just punch this guy once like this? No chests. Alrighty, let's go to the ice country once in a while, shall we? It is nice music in here. What will it be? Very well, let's please. I think I actually used a couple of wishes too that I didn't replenish yet. My browser just refreshed everything on the right side for some reason. It's okay. Hey, MacFruit. The 10k goal was reached? Holy Jagamoth community. Yes, I absolutely agree with that assessment. It's pretty crazy. Very humbling. Okay, I think my next objective is going to be... Since I want to switch it up a little bit here, I'm going to go ahead and grind out some werewolves. It's gonna be my next idea. But before that, let's finish what we started. One extra spell cast. 2 extra spell casts. Three. And one more after this, and we should have Undeadly maxed out on both the sprite and the lady. Let's take a look. Level for the sprite. Oh, it's actually one shy. And on the lady, this is why we double check. Oh, the lady's gone, or done. So must have cast one less time with the sprite. Right, there we go. Undeadly done on the sprite, and Undeadly is done on the lady. Sweet. No longer have to worry about those. Guys, you should not walk into the void. It's not allowed in glitchless. Just saying. Rainy. Moo energy. Moo says the cow. Come on, balloon already. That's the wrong guy to balloon, but I guess I'm not complaining that you still summoned the Darkstalker. That's not the spell I meant to cast. To give it to the sprite, because the lady has to switch weapons to get across places. I would prefer if you didn't do that, because it's got... Oh, you already lost the weapon thingy anyways. How inconvenient. Get whacked a few times. No tsunami here. Alrighty. Well, let's try to knock out this guy. And then critical hits, guaranteed. We're also gonna use petrification weapons here. Actually, let's take a quick look as to which weapons we should equip on who for a little bit of leveling purpose. The boy does not share any experience from the flail anymore, so we might want to switch over his weapon to something else. Like the sword is probably a fine choice for him right now. Then the sprite. You also don't get any experience or share any experience with the boomerang anymore. Which I guess is fine because we're gonna share experience to you from the boy. So you can keep using that one. And the lady is currently having the javelin. That's actually fine. Right. Wait, no, she doesn't have the javelin right now. Here you go, you want the javelin. Okay, and with this we are ready to go. Magic skill up, Gnome level 7. Alright, so here, we wanna run in a way where we spawn specifically this wolf here, which we didn't, and then walk back over to spawn this wolf here, which we did this time around. We also want to have the boy equip stuff that makes him immune to getting engulfed in flames, because we will occasionally have these wolves come over. So, which one of these accessories gives us immunity to engulfed in flames? I think it is the Watcher's Ring. Let me just double check real quick. Where are my equip pieces? There we go, Watchers. No, that's Moogle. Imp's Ring is the one I want. You have the Imp's Ring. Let's change. That way the boy is immune against getting burned. Which means I don't have to recast his weapon element all the time, because getting burned effectively equips the getting burned weapon on the character, and switching weapons removes your element on it. Okay, that guy still spawned, that's very nice. Ooh, and a chest. Nice. These are the ones we're looking for. This is the main grind right now. Chest number 88. And we get another Ferris ring. Not what we're looking for. We're probably gonna get a bunch. Now, let's hope I remember to remove the fairy ring before I pick up the Darkstalker chest. Please do yell at me if I get a Darkstalker chest. Maybe I'll see it in time. Alright. That guy on the right side just takes a little bit longer until he realizes he's dead, but that's okay sometimes. I'm a bit slow as well. Oh. And this is kind of the complication. The AI control characters need to somehow get to the side there, and I'm not sure how I'm best supposed to, like, move them. Maybe like this? No, the lady still gets stuck. I had... Well, at some points during these grinds, I tend to, like, figure out how to do that, but this is not how. Basically, diagonal running is really awkward with AI control characters. It's the short version. Okay, if I just wait until the sprite attacks once, I guess it kinda works. Oh, that guy didn't go down. Alright, so hold right. Run as soon as the sprite attacks. We get eggplants. We don't need eggplants anymore. Maybe like this. That guy gets whacked, he's probably dead. That guy is very dead. Oh, he's not dead. He did get petrified though. Blaze Wall. This is the reason why we have the boy equipped with the Imp's Ring now. No, lady, come on. You keep doing that. I guess it might depend on which weapon the lady has equipped at the time. It probably does, doesn't it? Definitely does. Sometimes you still manage to spawn the both lords, other times they just refuse because other enemies are looted off screen. He's dead. Oh wow, we actually missed that attack. Never mind, he wasn't dead. Try to run straight up. This does align my AI controlled companions to come after me, I guess. Maybe that's good enough. Okay, that guy still spawns. I would prefer if the shapeshifter didn't spawn, because that is a bit of an annoyance. Let's run up in the middle-ish. Oh, that guy spawned immediately. That's unusual. Mimics! Wrong kind of chest, unfortunately. Stop. This is the kind of run you want to get out of this, I guess. It would be nice if I could get one of the two claws out of the way right now. That way we don't have to worry about this anymore. It's always funny to me when the wolf on the right takes significantly longer to die than the one on the left because of his immediately self-heal shenanigans. I might have. Flipped left and right, doesn't matter. Not using a strat from a couple of years ago to hack the top wall and despawn the slimes. How did I do that? Because that's the problem, I don't remember. Do you have like a description? There's definitely a better way to do this, but I don't remember. I'm still in half sleep mode, to be fair. Like, hug the top wall like this. Just hold upright. Oh, that kind of works. I'll have to run then. Is this what I did? But yeah, basically, like half the tech that I discovered during runs tends to be forgotten. The other half I tend to remember. Walk straight up when you come in the room, tap the corner, then walk up. Let's see. Walk straight up. Walk straight up when you come into the room. Tap the corner, then walk up. So like this one? Tap the corner and then walk up? No, I didn't do that right. Sorry, I'm not. I probably should just look it up now. I was doing it properly, like this. Hold up right. Basically, I'm just holding upright right now, not doing anything else. Which seems to just consistently not get the shapeshifter in there. That's good, thank you. Appreciate the heads up. Dinosaurs, appreciate it. Just number 89. Let's see what we get from this run. The fairy ring, which to be fair, is very friendly. Just not what we're looking for. No, I'm slow. No. Oh. Well, like, didn't actually get to heal himself because I was so slow. That guy on the other hand got to heal himself because I didn't do that right. Wait, does that mean I just want to wait slightly off screen from them so they don't heal? Probably, right? We can probably just improve our strategy here. We wait here a little bit. The wolf should have spawned. Ah, I still cure water. He did walk a little bit. I don't know if we can maybe manipulate them to not cast cure water for some reason. Actually, I think I was just using a ranged weapon, wasn't I? Last time. What's your whip level, boy? Ah, too high. Could use the shuriken or... Well, actually, that's it. The shuriken. Alternatively, we could... They can't be ballooned, right? Let's try. If we can just balloon them with the lady, that might be just fine. But again, we could just use petrification weapon on the javelin. The thing is, I didn't level up the javelin this time around because we wanted to use it on the fiend heads. But this might be a good incentive to go out and complete the fiend head grind at this stage. Also, I think we don't want to use a ranged weapon on the sprite. What else do you want, sprite, at this stage? You can have the axe. It was also with the girl, because the guy was dead the whole run. Ah, yes. yeah. That makes sense. Funnily enough, having one character dead might actually be beneficial in this one. But due to the nature of needing to level every character to 99 for our objectives, I think... it makes sense to not knock them over. Alrighty, Chest number 90 from the wolf lore. Let's see what we get today. Fairy's ring. Don't forget to remove that as soon as we get the Darkstalker. Oh nice, another chest immediately. Chest number 91. We get another fairy's ring. You'll be in out over next Castle Flowers. Thank you. I appreciate you dropping by and I hope you have a good time with it. That's too early. So I need to be a bit further ahead in order to throw that one. I'm gonna wait until it goes down. So hopefully this guy spawns. He did spawn. Oh right, the boy is no longer aggressive, is he? Because I set him to be passive. You can attack again, buddy. The annoyance continues. No, the lady. I guess we should also switch our equipment back around in that case. I say back around, but the lady doesn't have this thing to begin with. Anyways, our lady's not immune to being put on fire. Nice. And another chest. That's pretty fast. And with chest number 92 from the Wolf Lord we get another fairy ring. The lady might have enough agility at this point to also dodge all the traps out, I would guess. I goofed. It's okay, didn't matter. See, what is your agility? 75. I don't remember what the minimum threshold to dodge all the traps is, to be honest. It's been a bit since I looked it up. Oopsie. Oh, it's so rude. Now the sprite is on fire. I didn't start the fire. The sprite was always burning. Now the boys load. How inconvenient. The sprite's been burning since the world's been turning. I forget the the cadence of the song for some reason. Oh, don't. That was too early to run. The sprite's been burning since the world's been turning. Oh, he didn't show up this time. How old is the sprite? I don't think they remember. Because they have lost their memory, probably. But again, they did regain it too. So, don't know. I will guess the sprite is about... yeah... 1.20 meters? I don't think that answers your question, though. This does not what you asked. Oh, just number 93 total. And today we get another fairy's ring. What are we hoping for? The girl looks as tall as the boy, to be assumed near 165. I do not have answers. I guess. I think functionally they are more like teenagers rather than adults anyway, so they probably have room to grow still, I would assume. Only because they know how to murder a wolf lord with a single attack doesn't make them adults, I guess. Oh, what did that? Spawn that guy. Her hair that gives her height. Let's see. You compare the two. Her face is quite a bit lower, so I guess she is smaller. Or she might be more like crouching internally, you know, to be ready to jump enemies at any moment. I don't know. She's a proper lady, she would have good posture. Maybe. Oh, chess number next. We get chess number 94. Fairy ring, 1 foot. Good posture in combat might not be standing perfectly upright though. I suppose. Well, you do not want to like have straight knees when you are doing like various martial arts, I suppose. Because you need to have the leeway to bend your knee at any given moment. So having them rigid is a bad idea most of the time. How did I hit that guy? She's a lady of the castle, not a traditional fighter. Well, she does come with her own fisticuffs weapon. So there is some martial arts prowess in there somewhere. So presumably at least she has experience with self-defense in some reasonable capacity. Oh, take care of Ember. Thank you for dropping by and have a nice day. Yeah, I mostly learned a little bit of Taekwondo, but that's about it. So I don't really know much, realistically. I could be entirely wrong about whatever I say, theoretically. Like, I have reasonable confidence in what I see about Secret of Mana. Wrong chest! We're not picking that one. But there's not a whole lot of confidence I have in a lot of other things I say. Mostly because it's one of those cases where, from experience, the more you know about something, the more you realize how much you don't know about it. That just kind of tends to be a rather significantly running theme throughout the entire whatever stuff you do. We are mostly upright from the hip up in karate, but some lean forward a bit, some of the mostly scored point sport ones lean back. She uses a javelin, no sword, so you imagine it requires a straight back, but probably bent knees. Okay. Sounds reasonable. Of course, you don't know how much the sprite artists were actually thinking about all of this. My brain immediately went to, wait, why would the sprite artists worry about the latest sprite? Until I realized that you were referring to like sprite as in pixel art, not the sprite, the character. Funny number, 80.08%. Oh, I see. It's a bit high school, but kids would type words in calculators. 58008. Or on the calculator you get boobs and turn it around. Yes. I'm aware of that one, to be fair. It wasn't exactly as prevalent around here because, you know, it's in English. But I think there were some similar things that people around here did. Alrighty, chest number 95 from the Wolf Lords we got. Oh, we get it! We get a glove orb. This is glove orb number 1 of 2 that we need in order to complete the weapon sets, and now we just need one more orb from most enemies at this point. Nice. Hey, Kishura, welcome! You guys came in just at the right time. We just got the weapon orb. Thank you for bringing in the luck. And welcome, I hope you all have a lovely day. Happy New Year to you, and a good start into the next one, I wish you. Wait, no, this year, not the next year. I guess, actually, you know what? I hope you also have a happy New Year start and good luck in 2027 too, because why not? Anyways, welcome everybody, hope you're doing well. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. I guess we're gonna switch the latest weapons around. Greetings, Nordigrim, welcome, hope you're doing well. Boy's gonna get stuck in this. We need the lady to hit this guy. There we go. The reason why the lady needs to hit him, because she is the one that distributes balloons with the spear, well, a javelin weapon. And fiend heads we can easily defeat with the javelin. This is a new tech for this year. Book. It's not a funny book though, unfortunately. Guaranteed critical hits for the sprite as well. Boy, you need to actually attack the dude, you know, instead of whipping your attack. That would probably help you deal damage. Alright, and with this we have secured ourselves one more orb. Oh, actually I forgot to split for the orb. Orb number 4. Just 5 to go. Hey, welcome to you, Blazin'. Hope you're doing well. Alright, I suggest we're gonna do the Fiend Head grind next. But also try to get Darkstalkers. Maybe we do Darkstalkers first. Where do we do Darkstalkers? Actually, probably the entrance, isn't it? Maybe Master Ninja's Darkstalker makes more sense. I keep going back and forth because it's like there are like various different groups of enemies with different like ideals on how to defeat them. 20 hours. It's not one sitting. I did get 6.5 hours of sleep. So it's just kind of a comfy start into 2026. I've been basically, like the last few years, I've just been splitting it into 2 parts. At the beginning I did this entire thing in just one sitting because I could. But nowadays I'm just like, yeah, it's probably smarter to not wreck my sleep schedule for the next 2 weeks. It's a bit excessive for one sitting, maybe a little bit. The very first run took 32 hours and 50 minutes. So that was the longest stream I've ever done in one go. How much longer does the one chest rule make it? That's a good question. It did definitely add quite a bit of time, because we were just defeating a bunch of enemies that we would not otherwise have to. I would guess like 2 to 3 hours in the grand scheme of things. Give or take a bit. I guess we also get Darkstalker over here anyways. Alright, so how do we want to do this? I would like to farm this Fiend Head right now, I think. We specifically need the lady to hit this guy first. And then we could have like the sprite or the boy try to knock out the Darkstalker in the meantime. You know what, I'm just gonna charge up the weapon with the sprite and go towards the Darkstalker. While these two are taking care of the other ones. Maybe charging is not the play. What is our updated estimate time of arrival? 25 hours? I honestly have no idea. I don't know. I'm always just switching up the run a little bit here and there. Where I'm grinding, how much more weapon grinding we need to do, how much more experience grinding we need to do. It's always just kind of changing, honestly. Also, I don't think we need to give all of the characters critical hit guarantees, because as long as the lady petrifies the Fiend Head, we're fine. My current estimate is it's gonna be like 30-ish hours, because a huge portion of the grind is going to be leveling up all of the weapons. Like, that is a gigantic part. You thought we were down to around 24 last year? Yeah. But we did the one chest challenge on top of it, so this adds a few hours. Plus, you're not always going to get as lucky as previous years. One of my, like my original splits read something like 20 hours, and I have no idea where that came from. Actually, the 20 hours might have been one of the runs I did without level grinding. For all I know. But even there, we would be, well, still slower than that, I guess. Cheer the sprite of salamander weapon. Well, there goes the salamander weapon. Immediately. Sometimes we just need to throw a rock at the problem. Because this guy is in hit stun for as long as he takes damage effectively. Like, the higher your damage roll, the longer this guy is in hit stun, and you can't deal any extra physical damage to him. This is why the balloon is so good, because it makes him be still vulnerable even after getting hit. And we can just keep stacking damage on him until he goes down. That's why the Fiend Mask in previous years was so annoying, because we always had to, like, initially deal a lot of damage to it and then just follow up with casting a huge spell on it. Since it does have over 999 HP, you can never one-shot the Fiend hit. So you always had to at least two-shot. So the easiest way to follow up on your attack was just to use a spell as a second attack. But now, with the balloon tech, we don't have to worry about that anymore. Listen, buddy, this spell magic does not work against lunar energy. I'm still gonna get the crits. Oh, chest number... Where are we in the chest number? Chest number 96 from a Darkstalker. We still are looking for our last... Oh, no. Okay, thank you. We don't have space for the accessory. That would have been a bummer. Let me actually make space. Because we had one additional fairy ring from earlier. That would have been a huge bummer there. I actually got that. Also, I probably should knock out the Darkstalker with the boy's sword, because that way the other characters get weapon experience along the way. In fact, what's your weapon right now, Sprite? It's actually quite alright. There was a weapon level up, I don't know which one it was. Might be the Lady Spear for all I know, or Javelin. Wrong character. Yeah, she just leveled up the Javelin to 5, she can go all the way to 6. Which weapons are my favorite ones? My favorite weapon is the spear. Because I just really like its fancy charge attacks. My second favorite, probably the whip for combat use. It's really good. For basically being a long-range melee weapon kind of thing. Javelin is really good too. Bow has its moments if you're doing a challenge run playthrough where it has like basically is the strongest ranged weapon. Boomerang is... Oh no! This is the first chest we're missed. That stinks. I need to be more careful. We missed one chest that got away. For use the sword, spear, and chakram. Nice. You know, if you basically are doing challenge runs of this game, every single weapon has its moments where if it doesn't shine in the early game, it might in the mid game, it might in the late game. Like each one does have like really strong points where you want to use one or the other potentially. Missed the chest counter when? Yeah, because I didn't get it. Because I'm a dingus. I guess I could update the chest counter for it. But I also didn't update the chest counter when we got a chest from some enemies that drew drop weapon orbs after we already got it. So I feel like it feels more in line with not updating it. But yeah, the boomerang is really strong because it can double hit at numerous charge levels. So it has a lot of like just straight up powerful combat utility for that. Alongside its increased critical hit rate, it can be one of your best, if not the only reasonable weapon to defeat the Mana Beast with on some solo challenge runs. I mean, the fisticuffs, the claw weapon, just looks really awesome whenever you use a charge attack. And I actually really like punching enemies conceptually as a weapon in like games in general. Oh, chest number 97. Vampire key, 1 fit. You meant the scepter counter for the ones we didn't get? Well, I would be at 1. I guess we could do that, but I already don't really like my positioning of the chest counter on this layout, to be honest. I prefer when stuff is not overlapping the gameplay. Fist is fun with different throws at different charges. And yes, the balloon is working amazing, actually. It's really good. Thank you so much for the suggestion, Mikachu. I might be the clown that knows a lot about the game and actually decides to do a 100% run like this. But I'm always happy when people come up with ideas and suggestions on how to improve things. Kind of like speedrunning. One of my favorite aspects about speedrunning is that it's largely collaborative effort between various people that just really like the game, want to have a reason to play it more, and maybe sometimes just push it to its limits. What else? The axe has like one shining moment in a solo character run where you want to use it against the doom wall as opposed to using a sword, because it is just slightly more efficient. But I guess besides that, the axe doesn't really have much of a place to shine. I mean, it's useful in order to progress, I guess. The bow has like a peculiar few points, like Spring Beak for example, where it is more or less your best weapon if you're doing like a no offensive spells thing. It is stronger than Javelin at that point. And it is significantly more accurate. Alrighty, chest number 98 from a Darkstalker. And we get chocolate that won't fit. Sadness. I have eaten too much chocolate. This guy decided to not even die before he casted the spell. Lava wave. Come on, hit lady. Just like a, what, 90% chance to hit enemies at this point? Probably. The whip is overall just really good for like long distance reliable combat, I think is how I would describe the whip. It often has like a decent power level, at least it does not fall far behind the other weapons in terms of attack power. And specifically boss like the Great Viper, it is just amazing. We really don't want to be near the enemy if you can help it. I guess that works too. I think one of my favorite parts about challenge runs is where one of the weapons that I personally didn't really like much for the most part when playing the game is the boomerang. Because I always thought it was a bit awkward. You only start recharging your stamina as soon as the boomerang returns, not after you throw it, so it just takes a little bit longer to be able to use it again each time. And this guy just ran away. But when I started to understand the potential for like double hits on the boomerang, that's when it just kind of started to really shine in some situations. I even tried to do like one player two controller speedruns with the boomerang for a while, because of the potential for double hits. However, the problem for one player two controller runs is that if you overcharge the boomerang to a much higher level than it's supposed to be able to, the projectile of the boomerang just basically plops down right next to you. So unless you're sitting right on top of the bosses or enemies hitbox, you're still going to only get like that one attack in instead of the desirable potential two. How much HP does a Darkstalker have? $510. A bit far away from one-shotting it potentially. I was thinking maybe if I give like Lunar Boost to the boy and the weapon enchantment, he might be able to get to the numbers required for it, but I don't think he can. I think it's just a bit too far out of reach. Oh, chest number 99 from the Fiend Head. Let's see what we get. Vampire Keep. Won't fit. We ate too much chocolate. I'm curious if just number 100 will contain anything particularly useful. But we need to get chest number 100 first. On average it is 8 resets, defeating 2 enemies at a time to get a chest. And there is chest number 100 and 101 from the Darkstalker and the Fiend Head. Let's pick up the Darkstalker one first. Ninja gloves! We got them! Nice! That is amazing, because now we don't need to worry about having an empty item slot anymore. This is completing our accessory list. We now have every single equipment piece in the entire game ranked from highest defense to lowest for all of our 11 inventory slots for equipment. And the Ninja Gloves has +5 agility. That's it. Which can theoretically be quite nice, because you can theoretically get them relatively early on, because they have also slightly higher defense than the Gauntlet. Like, they're possible. And the chance to hit increase, you know what, I guess we don't really need the damage, so might as well take it. So we could equip those. Anyways, chest number 100 was a great success. Now for the Fiend Head number 101, and just more Vampire Keeps. Alrighty, now we don't have to go after the Darkstalkers anymore, which means we probably want to go and hunt the 3 Master Ninjas at a time. So we're no longer doing like the beginning of the 3rd area. However, I think it would be pragmatic of me to take a short break. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around for a bit. It's been about 4-ish hours since we started the stream, and then we're going to continue with our grind afterwards. Probably go to the back of the Mana Fortress. Just how many vampires did that one Fiend Head eat? Or do you think he makes the capes out of vampires? And then he just spits them out once he's done eating them? I guess other versions of these enemies kind of spit out the little bats, so it's only natural, huh? Alright everybody. Quick break. We're going to sit in the snowfields for the nice and relaxing music. Well, I'll say quick break, it's like 10 minutes is the plan. Break time. Enjoy the music. Alrighty, I'm back. Sort of. So I realized I could actually be trading some spells while I'm just eating my food as well, because I probably only need one hand in order to do that. So I'm gonna head over to the Wind Palace and just start casting some spells with the lady. Because for some reason I can't just, you know, eat my food and then continue. My brain's like, but you could do something while you're eating. Would be more efficient. So I guess we do that. Single-handedly trading some spells. Accurate. Right, which one should we go for next, I wonder? I guess I'm not really using Lumina that much. Maybe we could just train Lumina. Or Salamando. We actually do have use for Salamando in combat. Let's max out Lumina. That is 92 more spellcasts. Divide that by 24? What does that make? 82 plus 10. 3 inventories plus 10, huh? Anyways, I'm gonna still mute myself, but we're just gonna start practicing the spells with the lady here. Let's go. Lady, I'm shutting up now. Alrighty, I am now properly back. Let's see how close we got to level 8.99 Lumina. Because I think I might as well just max it out at this point. And we are sure that it's done. 29 more spell casts. 29? We get 24. Magic leveling indeed. Alright, I think now if we fill up the lady's MP one more time and use up all of our MP, we will be at 8.99 with Lumina. Alrighty. Did it end up taking 100 on chests from the Basilisk to get the drop you need? From the Basilisk? No. These are all of the, like, relevant chests. So to speak, all of the chests that we need a rare drop from are counted in the 101 chests in the bottom right there. So that includes all of the potential weapon orbs in the Mana Fortress, all of the other rare equipment drops we needed. From the Basilisk, from the Doom Sword, from the book, whatever its name is again, from the other enemies like Darkstalker, we just got the last item, the Ninja Gloves from it. And also the common, like, late game items from Wolf Lords with Fairy Cloak, Fairy Ring, Fairy Crown, Power Suit from the Whimpers, stuff like that. You were using that for a chest drop counter to get that rare drop. Yeah, no, it's all the rare drops combined. That's what the chest counter is for. All of the relevant chests where we want to get a rare drop for the 100% completion, for my definition. Those are all the ones that are for that. Alright, and Lucid Barrier is gonna be done soon. Damn. Two more spellcasts. One more spellcast. And we are done. Lucid Barrier. Leveling up Lumina all the way up to level 8.99. So the lady has just Salamander and Gnome left over at this point. So I want to be relatively... Oh, we already have Dryados. Oh wait, that was Luna on the sprite. Whoops. Luna on the lady. Accidentally marked the wrong thing in my spreadsheet. Alright, Luna the lady is done. So it is just Gnome and Salamander. That we need at this stage. For the sprite, we want... Well... most of the spell schools still. Dryden and Luna are easy to level because it doesn't kill the enemy once we get the special fancy spellcast animations. Sylph also actually does not kill enemies. Gnome also does not kill enemies. Actually, none of the spell schools we have are difficult to level at this stage. So we can just easily level them as we go. Well, or just specifically grind them out if we want to. Spreadsheet is right here for the 100% thingy. Let me link it to you. The 100% spreadsheet right there. You really like a lot of the 8.99 spell effects? Yeah, basically, the closer you get to 8.99, the higher your probability is of getting a fancy spellcast animation, as I call them. They are a bit stronger than the standard ones. Although not a crazy high jump, but they are a bit stronger. Also, we don't need Dark Stalkers anymore. Let's actually just still... I kind of want to just finish these guys at this point. I just want to finish the Fiend Head. Trying to get the last item we want from this. So we always need the lady to hit her javelin first. And if the lady doesn't hit the javelin, we're gonna have the sprite cast a gnome ball. If somebody would make a ROM hack of Secret Mana like it intended to be a version, as far as it... Oh, chest number 102. Give me a second. Let's see what it is gonna be. Vampire Keep, won't fit. Shame, but expected. And yeah, we have absolutely no idea what was cut from Secret of Mana. And if you think about it, on pretty much every single game in the entire gaming industry has cut content because of time commitments, because of constraints in terms of how much you can dedicate your time towards, as well as just ideas that didn't work out that kind of were left on the cutting room floor. Secret of Mana just has a bunch of traces of various things here and there that you can see that may have had more behind it, but as Ryok mentioned, for all we know, a bunch of the ideas that were not necessarily used in Secret of Mana were put into other games like Final Fantasy, Chrono Trigger, and maybe a few more, who knows. So even if they were to put the entire scope of what they initially wanted to do for Secret of Mana into the game, or back into the game, there's a decent chance it would just sort of replicate what we already have in a weird way. Still, it would be fascinating to read some, I don't know, design documents or something, to learn what those things might have been. Because I'm gonna control the sprite instead. Did the boy just hit the guy? No, he would whack him. The lady just didn't hit the guy. No, also I just realized I can actually very easily grind out this part without having to move anything. So I could do this during food breaks too. Just number 103. Did not get it, that was a vampire cape again. If those documents even still exist. Yeah, there's a high probability those are just not there anymore. It would be fun to know. But I'm not holding my breath that there's ever an opportunity for us to know, if that makes sense. Also, I guess we do know for Secret of Mana specifically a bit more that it was supposed to be larger, because it was supposed to be for the Super Nintendo CD add-on. Hello! I love the rock face. No special spell animations for max level in Secret of Evermore makes no sense. Does it? I don't know enough about Secret of Evermore to have an opinion on that. chest number 104. And we get another vampire cape. Boy is now gonna get 25% extra increased attack power. So does the lady. The higher spell levels for like the stat buffs don't actually increase your amount of stats you gain. They only increase the duration of how long the buffs last. Oops, I did not mean to fly away. That's a bit awkward. Go back. You can't dodge the bird like in Link to the Past when you accidentally flute. Yes, that is very accurate. Let's actually increase our damage output by giving us elemental weapons. I love this goofy face on the rock, it's so good. Oh, right, I remember now. You're not getting your thing anymore, lady. You need to not have a weapon element. That is a bad idea for you, specifically. My bad. I guess sometimes you just don't get the thing to begin with. We leveled up something. What was it? A lot of whacking. Alright, Javelin level 6, which does max it out for her too. Does the sprite still have room to grow for the Javelin? No. I think all 3 characters now have the Javelin maxed out for its current level. Like, that's part of the reason why I want to complete this grind, so we can start leveling up the Javelin beyond level 6 specifically. Everybody's blue-faced right now. That's okay. Oh. Anonymous, thank you. Thank you kindly for the 5 gifts up to people. That's really nice of you. Really appreciate that. And 5 more people can now throw around stuff in Twitch chat all they want by just, you know, using the Yaga H with the Yaga 2 emote combo. You can just throw around stuff. Or, if you have something else that can throw around stuff, why not? Sounds like fun. Maybe I should have a rocky mod, so the Grimer can start tossing around the rocks. Yes, that way around. Oh, chest number 105. And it's another vampire cape. Oh, chest number 106 right afterwards. Let's see. Nope, vampire cape won't fit. Too much chocolate. On the bright side, we're making steady progress towards max level, so that's pretty good, at least in my book. Probably want to check on how far the sprite is at this point with leveling up Gnome. Alright, we still have 56 rocks to toss. Well, 55 now. Before we run to a limit. Stinky cheese. Very tasty. That looks mean, Chazzie. Wow. Can tell an entire story like that. Oh, sorry, I kind of forgot until just now. But earlier, who mentioned this? I kind of got lost. Blasco actually mentioned that. How would you deal the most damage? Because actually something that I was thinking about, but then kind of forgot about to think about again. The boy's stats is capped out at 99 strength right now. It does not go any higher, and to my knowledge, it doesn't go any like higher attack either. So consequently, what this means is that his equipment that increases his like extra strength probably does nothing. Like you see, remove the Griffin helmet, which gives him +5 strength. Okay, actually that does make a difference, so it's 97 now, so he does lose a little bit of attack power, but not all that much. Presumably at level 99, we could have him not equip the Griffin helmet anymore, theoretically, if we wanted to have something else. But I actually didn't even think about that, but I guess... Let's see, does this cap out the boy's dexterity if we don't have the Ninja Glove? It doesn't, actually, so the Ninja Glove is, in fact, the more useful item compared to the Gauntlet. I usually just gave him the Gauntlet because, you know, more strength is more better. But I never considered the part where it actually caps out your stats. So, effectively, there's not really any reason to give him the Gauntlet at this stage anymore. In fact, there is much more benefit to giving, let's say, the lady the Gauntlets right now. So she has the extra strength with the Javelin or something. So that just makes more sense, I guess. Hindsight. But yeah, it's something I've considered before and then forgot again. And now Blasco has mentioned it again. It's like, oh yeah, that's actually a smart concept to consider. Thank you! I must have muted and then forgot to unmute. Appreciate it, Theo. Lady, I need you to actually hit these javelins, please. And if anybody's curious, speed up unfortunately does not actually increase our chance to hit. What the heck? Lady, come on. Please. I need you to hit those javelins. That feels very unlucky. Admittedly, I don't technically know how likely it is for her to repeatedly miss, but she just keeps missing. Wait, is the boy attacking before she gets to hit? Is the boy somehow suddenly faster for no reason? Is that what's happening? Let me control the boy instead. Maybe. I did change his equipment. I did, yes. Well, no, actually I didn't. He still has the ninja gloves. I was just checking his equipment and stats. Okay, I was hoping that charge attack would just do the trick, but apparently not. Just barely not enough damage, so we have to get them crits too. Let's see. No, the lady is the one hitting first. That is so weird. It seems like if it doesn't balloon, it's probably faster to go back inside. It's probably faster, but I'm also training magic. Well, as long as I'm paying enough attention to actually cast the magic. Basically, this is my way of, like, accumulating magic experience. It is technically slower for the individual kill, but because I have to cast the spells at some point anyways, it just makes sense to use it when it actually lands a useful kill, and otherwise cuts down on the waiting time otherwise. But yeah, since there's previously I was just nuking these guys with spells almost exclusively. But that is no longer necessary thanks to your strategy. So we are much more liberal as to, or, well, much more free as to where we are going to actually use and learn spells, I suppose. There's something oddly satisfying to me about the concept of we're not level 99 yet. Oh, Sprite is literally entirely out of MP. I forgot to check. That's okay. Just gonna give you 2 of them. But yeah, there's something oddly satisfying to me personally, that I am not level 99 yet, so consequently, even though I'm just grinding here for a specific... No! I need an icon with a chest with legs, please, if anybody has the time. Because that's the second chest I got away. I'm such a dingus. That's kind of what happens when you try to explain things. You're not quite paying as much attention as you usually do. You let muscle memory take over, and boom. That's kind of what happens sometimes. Anyways, I also interrupted myself because I don't know what I was saying. 42 more spellcasts from the sprite. Once we are down to 33, aka 9 spellcasts from the sprite, if I were to pay that much attention. We could fill up the sprite's MP pool entirely, we'll just empty it, and then we would be boom. Max out gnome. Oh yeah, right, I remember now. Because we are not level 99 yet, even though we are not specifically grinding for levels here, I still kind of take solace in the fact that we're still getting a decent amount of experience from these enemies, and progress towards the max level that we need at some point anyways. We have gotten unlucky enough in previous runs where we went to level 99 and well beyond until we finally got all of the weapon orb drops. But we also had the other side of the coin where we were so fast to get all of the items that we still needed a bunch of levels at the very end, and that just had to specifically grind out the levels. And just specifically grinding out the levels is, to me, a lot less interesting or fun than it is to just hope for a rare drop from an enemy. I'm doing that correctly. Hello. Also 7 more spellcasts, if anybody wants to keep track. Just waiting an extra second for the next 5 minutes, and then I'll probably forget about it and try to cut down the time as quickly as I can to leave again. Six, 5, Wrong person. Excuse me. Oh, we are maxed out on the axe. We should probably equip the boomerang on the sprite now to start leveling that one up further. Thank you. Alright, boomerang for the sprite. And the boy is capped out on the sword guaranteed. She could share some more experience with the shuriken or the griffin claws until he levels up. So let's give him the griffin claws and then we give him the shurikens afterwards for him to effectively gain some extra like combat experience. Unfortunately, the lady is just gonna be stuck with the javelin. Maybe we don't want to give him the griffin claws. What the heck, dude? Just stop pushing the dude around like that. That's just silly. But look at him. He's just moving the guy. What is he doing? Why is he doing that? Like, he's just dancing with the face. I don't know what he's doing, but it's super effective, I guess. Like, what the heck? Like, the enemy is not attacking. Normally that is the animation where if you take 0 damage from an enemy attack one way or another, that's what you do when you have the claws equipped. But I guess AI control characters can just backflip for fun, apparently. Trying to get out of the enemy's range, but he didn't just keep dancing into the enemy. That is weird. Hello. You like how sometimes the stone face has the D on it? Yes, I absolutely love the silly rock. It is so good. You just cast a big rock. Hello! And it just bonks the enemy for extra damage. It's fantastic. Like, maybe I'm weird, but even in RuneScape, I actually don't necessarily like maxing out a skill, unless there's like a tangible benefit attached to it. Because once you max it out, any activity you do in that skill feels significantly less rewarding, because, you know, now you're not really getting any more experience towards the next level, you're just doing for whatever the thing is you're doing, I guess. At least to meet... Oh, chest! That is a lot less interesting. Chest number 108. We got it! We got the axe. Let's get out of here. The most annoying part about this grind is really that the music just keeps resetting. Because I really like the music on the inside of the mana focus, but we just heard the first few notes. But now, no more. We are done with this part. No more have to go for the fiend sets. Alrighty. Let me update everything here. We update... Where is it? We update the axe on the graphic. It gets a green little background. Maybe I should try to like ornament the background of these things sometimes, so it's like visually distinct. Just in case colorblind people can't... Well, it's red-green, isn't it? So that's not a great showing. Anyways, thoughts for the future aside, I probably will forget again. We now have both axe orbs from the fiend heads. Blessed by the dancing boy. Yes, indeed. You're thinking, if the headgear accessory items were on the grid, would the chest counter fit next to them? Can I move them? And we're back. Alrighty, nice. Now we can start leveling up our axe towards next level, and we don't need the javelin anymore. Like, it would still be kind of nice to have it occasionally, but now I feel like it is going to be more important to level it up. So, Griffin claws, level up towards the Dragon claws. There's one more claw we need from the Wolf Lords. Do not level up the Excalibur, that is a bad idea. Gyga's axe we can level. That is now maxed out at the Doomax. Fun fact, Gyga's axe gives +5 strength, so it can actually be functioning better than the Doomax, but I guess not if your strength is maxed out anyways. Alrighty, we keep the spear at level 1 for weapon leveling purposes. We don't level up the sword also for the same weapon leveling purposes, and we kept the Imp's Fork at level 5 until now for the express purpose of ballooning these fiend heads. But now that we don't need to battle them anymore, we're just gonna upgrade this all the way into... well, I say all the way, we still need the Whimper chest. Okay, now we just need the Spear Orb from the Tsunami, we need the Boomerang Orb from the Master Ninjas, and we need the Javelin Orb from the Whimpers, Glove Orb from the Wolf Lords. And everybody needs to get to level 99. And then we will need to start leveling up all of our weapons up to max. I'm actually intentionally going to not, like, max out our spells quite yet, because we can theoretically do that while running through Pandora Fields, leveling up the weapons later down the road. Alrighty. I think my next objective is gonna be Master Ninjas. Those are gonna be kind of the most annoying ones to farm at this stage. They're not terrible, but they do require a little bit of setup for what it's worth. So we did get the Whip Orb, so theoretically we could have characters start training towards level 8 Whip. Where are you currently, boy? He's like level 6 or something. He is in fact level 6 and 16. Alright, we're looking for tsunamis around here. The lady can actually just continue with her spear, I suppose. Excuse me, it's javelin in English. And we need somebody to whack away these things, so we can have, I don't know, an axe for you. Well, the sword might make more sense. Then again, we might want to give the sword over to the boy instead. That way, whenever he knocks out something, he always going to share experience to the other characters. Yeah, I think that makes more sense. So the lady gets, in this case, the whip. Right, we don't need to fight these guys anymore, so we just ignore them. Nice. No Whimper here. Tsunami! Hi guys. Do I think this will be sub 30? We haven't even really started weapon leveling yet. I suspect that will still take quite a while. So... honestly, probably not. Also, one YouTube comment mentioned that, oh, you have 20 hours on your timer. I bet there's gonna be some new tech. Well, the 20 hours was more of a leftover from the previous run. So if you end up seeing this entire run, sorry, I did not mean to mislead you. It's kind of been in the back of my mind since a while now. Figured I'd mention it as well, just in the off case. Oh, chest from a tsunami. I bet the lady has enough agility now to just dodge the traps as well. Chest number 109 from the tsunami. And we get another amulet ring. That's okay. Alright, if we go run straight up here, we should have the Master Ninja spawn, surely. It is spawn. Excellent. Because these are our next target. We want Master Ninjas for the Boomerang Orb. We still need the Whimper too for the Javelin Orbs. So if we can catch those along the way, that would be good. Still want the Wolf Lords too for the Claw Orb. Wow, that guy hit me. That's kinda rude. I'm gonna throw some rocks at these guys now. Hello. Still off the face. It's fine, we don't need Terminators either. So we can just ignore them. Kind of like how the German strategy guide tells you to ignore the Whimpers. Which, fun fact, I did not know what the word ignore meant when I was a kid. And that's how I learned what the word means. Ignoring an enemy means you don't pay attention to them and just move on. Don't worry about them. Ignore them. AKA, just don't get engaged with them, I guess. Did I just get the boy that thing twice in a row? I think I did. Oh well. Why did they make orbs so rare? I think so they feel rewarding when you actually get them. And realistically, if you just run through the Mana Fortress, there is a decent chance you're just gonna get a random chest that happens to have an orb in it. You kill everything along the way. Like, almost 11% chance for a red drop if you get a chest isn't terrible in my book. Much better than 1 in 16, which is the chance for a chest to begin with, I guess, so I guess we still deal with a 1 in 16. Uh-oh. Fiend head chest number next. We don't care. We need a vampire cape anyways. Uh-oh. Loosen beam, really? Wow, he did 64 damage. That's actually kind of impressive. If chests were a bit more common, the rare chance is pretty reasonable. Maybe. Maybe my idea of grinding for rare items is skewed. I personally don't mind it, but I've also played this game for way too long. Guess what? The guy that has played this game for, I don't know, 2,000, 3,000 hours now does not mind playing it more for report grinding. Crazy. So this is what we're gonna do with the Nasta ninjas. I'm gonna get hit by that guy on the right side every time like this if I walk like that. Just gonna push past all the enemies and not worry about them for now. I completely messed up, yeah. Why does the split timer show 3 more orbs to find, but the weapon tracker has show 4 non-sword weapons in red? Hold on. I think I didn't split. Here. Well, I can scroll down the splits a little bit. We're actually at the top of this list technically. Like, there's a few more splits, but I don't know how to properly display this. Like, these are all the splits theoretically. It's just the very bottom one that... yeah, it's not obvious, unfortunately, unless you know how splits work. Yeah, I would love to put like a more clear denotation or line between the Dark Lich or like the bottom row, so it's a bit more clear. Like, it's a slightly stronger line down here, but I don't even know if that shows up on stream properly. But now that you mention it, I can actually just scroll all the way down, and then you can see the remaining objectives. So there are 4 more orbs that we need. Thank you for notifying me, because I think that does make it a bit more clear, which is nice. Let's just try again with this one. You see it on a 27 inch? I think it's inch. 1080p screen. I don't know how large it is. 1 inch is like 2.54 centimeters, I think. No, it doesn't seem right. Is it 2.54 centimeters? Just like what? The thumb width? 27 of those? That's pretty large, isn't it? That's the diagonal, isn't it? What? How did a sprite get hit? Oh, you know what? I should use Lucid Barrier for this. Duh. Hindsight. No reason not to. Yeah, to be fair, the monitors are actually described in Sol over here where I live. So I believe that's the same as an inch? I'm actually really not sure about that, but... One dash is foot, 2 dashes inches. Okay. Right. I think I remember the inches usually, but I don't remember the foot. Oh, chest number 110. Let's see what we get. Oh wow, we got it! We got the boomerang! Hooray, great success. That is the second most annoying orb, oops, done at this point. Now we need the javelin and the spear, which I think is actually our best grinding spot, is actually right here. We're just gonna farm the top rune here, with both the Whimper as well as the others. For this I think I will want to have... Ouch, hold up. Sorry, I was a bit clumsy and accidentally tossed my OSSC on the floor, which is not a good place for it to be. Alrighty, the lady would like to have a melee weapon for this. Let's give her the claws. The classic for her. And we actually want to use Fire Enchant on the boy. Actually, we want to probably use Fire Enchant on everybody. Because the tsunamis don't really have that much defense anyways. Alright, let's go. The plan is to always just try and one-shot the Whimper and the tsunamis. Then we leave and try again. This is a nice and quick one here. Ideally the boy actually gets a swing instead of a stab. But it's basically 50-50 which one he's get. Lady, what are you doing? Really? Let's just reset. Maybe that's not a good weapon for her. It's a 50-50 whether we get a swing or a stab with the weapon based on enemy proximity. Unfortunately, I have absolutely no control over which one it's going to be. Oh wow, 2 chests immediately. Chest number 111 and 112. 111 from the Whimper, didn't get it. 112 from the Tsunami. Power suit. Alright. Don't need those, but that's 2 chests pretty quickly. Why is the swing better than the stab? Because the swing is like an overhead swing. It hits stuff a little bit behind you too. And that just happens to be just enough to knock out the tsunami. Whereas the stab specifically only stabs in front of you. Additionally, the stab is also slightly slower. So... generally speaking, the swing is just better in almost every regard. Technically, a stab gives you like... a swing is better in every regard. Technically, a stab has like a slight bit of invulnerability frames for your cactus. But that's almost never useful. Ooh, chest number 113 from the Whimper. And we get... nothing useful. Amulet ring won't fit. Yes, power suit from the Whimper, amulet ring from the tsunamis. That won't fit. Because we have no space for either of these items. But yeah, basically, your attack in Secret of Mana, for whatever reason, they decided is random whether you either swing or stab with your weapon. It's dependent on the weapon. Like, most weapons have like 2 different attack animations, and it's always based on the proximity to enemies. So sometimes you get a long, like, when you charge up your charge attack at level 1, sometimes you go really far, like that is about 5 tiles or something like that, in terms of how much distance we covered with just that one charge attack. And sometimes you don't go nearly as far, and that is because your proximity to an enemy is much shorter, so we only went like 2 tiles this time. So yeah, chest number 114 from a tsunami. I mean, that ring won't fit. There's a small chance to get a level 1 charge attack for free too, right? No, well, yes and no, yes and no. I understand what you're referring to. It's not a chance to get a small, like a charge attack. So, real quick, if an enemy is hurt heavily on the floor, 25% damage taken or more, then your character will usually... execute an attack that looks like a level 1 charge attack. It still does the exact same damage as your regular swing, and because it's suddenly so much of a different swing, for example, the spear attack is especially notorious because it's such a slow, your character slowly twirls the spear behind their back and then stabs forward attack instead of the usual quick stabs and swings. It's often just significantly detrimental that you get this. But basically the short version is, you get a special animation for your attack when an enemy is like heavily damaged. 25% of their maximum HP in damage or more. Kind of like your character gets knocked down when they take a heavy attack as well. It's basically like a heavy hit on different enemies has like different animations. That's kind of what needs to first happen, and then second, you need to be close enough to the enemy and press the B button, and then you get that like level 1 animation attack. Chest number 115 from the Tsunami. We didn't get it. Because I could move. Again, the game just locks me in place, so if I get the like weapon orb, so I couldn't actually change screens until we get the full message. You know what I probably should do? I should use the spear on the boy, if I want to only give shared experience anyways. Just using the spear probably makes the most sense. The spear has just a similar attack profile as the sword in this game, where we have a stab and an overhead swing. Although I guess technically the priorities are inverted, it's still 50-50 for all it's worth. But yeah, the boy now is transferring 2 experience points to his allies every single kill he gets, because his spear is at level 1, which is the maximum level. That's the reason why I didn't level it up. And because he is killing an enemy with a weapon at level 1, he gets 9 minus the current level, minus 1, 8 weapon experience every time he defeats an enemy, which is halved because the enemies are lower level than we are, and then it is halved again for how much the allies get. So we get 8 divided by half is 4, and half of that gets to both the sprite and the lady separately, so both of them get 2 each. So this is how we start leveling up our weapons at this point. So the sprite will now actually relatively rapidly... Oh! The sprite is already there. The sprite's axe is maxed out. 8.99, this is our first weapon to have reached the maximum threshold here. So we give them the shuriken at this point to level up next. Because they are mostly gaining all the experience from the boy just killing stuff. Let's double check on the lady. Oh, okay, her dragon claws actually still take a bit longer. But yeah, because we are so high level, even though the spear is literally level 1, it's still just about enough damage to one-shot these enemies in particular. With a guaranteed critical hit thanks to lunar energy. If we needed a little bit more attack power, we could still use lunar boost. So that's that. Also, these two not knocking out the Tsunami in the bottom left is mostly because I'm just neglecting to give them like weapon enchantments. Probably should do that, huh? Then again, the sprite might not have a good chance to hit them anyways, due to the nature of the boomerang being a really awkward weapon in close range. Alright, the boys. Crit ran out, the boys. Ultra attack stuff ran out too. Everything ran out. Oh, chest number 116 from the Whimper is another power suit that won't fit. I entirely goofed that attack, that's okay. Like, this is the ideal scenario. The AI control the characters, just knock out that one guy in one hit, and I get to attack and kill the other guy in one hit too. Sometimes. Chest number 117. And there it is, we got a spear orb. Very nice. This one was bound to be relatively quick to get the next one. Now we just need the Whimper and the Wolf Lord. The Whimper is a relatively easy enemy to farm, relatively speaking. I just said relatively twice, didn't I? Oh well, doesn't matter. The Whimper is a pretty easy enemy to farm, as opposed to the Wolf Lord, which is arguably, at this point, as long as you use the balloon tech with the spear, or javelin, both work. Yeah, the Wolf Lord is just awkward to farm. Literally just knocking these out so my AI control cactus stop being dinguses. Come on guys. You literally can't get hurt by the Doom Sword. It has not enough attack power to punch through your defenses. Maybe? Could you not get stuck there, please? Oh well. All of the enemies kills, just incidentally, also still gives us experience, so it's all fine. Kinda weird walking past. Wait. No, the Wolf Lord I shouldn't run past. I should knock that guy out. Why do you gotta run past these guys? Oh, okay, you just punched that guy. The one good thing about Final Fantasy XII is the way they handle fleeing. Interesting. Which one is 12? Is gun? No, that's 13 with the dancing Afro gunman guy. Isn't it? The one with Van. Right, the really lengthy battle against... What's the big... Is it Atma weapon, kinda? It looks like an Atma weapon. Like that's like one of the super bosses there. Anyways, I think I know which one. I should play through these sometime. 13 has no lightning, etc. Vani is 12. Okay. Thank you. I should play these guys sometime. Maybe that's gonna be a focus of this year, actually finally play the Final Fantasies, because, well, I still really should play through Final Fantasy 3 sometime. Alrighty, should we focus on the Wolf Lords, which is the more annoying grind, or should we focus on the Whimper, which is a relatively simple jaunt at this point. I take suggestions and opinions. Twelve has an weapon looking boss now. Oh, not now, just in general. What was he called? Nemesis in 10? They're Eidolons in 12. Let's see. Eidolons are the summon creatures? Probably. Or is that a different concept? That's from 9. You're always an advocate of getting that annoying out of the way faster. Yes, so am I. Especially while I'm still, like, consciously happy to just whittle away at those enemies. I think I agree. By the way, I'm running outside to save, because I think that's just the correct thing to do. We've gotten 2 very nice items for progression here. And just in case... Just number 18. Power suit, that won't fit. Ate too many chocolates. I think that joke is getting old. It probably wasn't that good to begin with. It's getting stale. Like that chocolate. I'm so sorry, I'm gonna stop now. Yeah. It's probably one of those things that only streamer finds funny. Anyways. Oh yeah, right, I need bumpers. Don't skimp on the bumpers. Yeah, Final Fantasy IX has Eidolons. That's actually the only Final Fantasy I've played that calls them that. Twelve has a lot of bosses that have the same art style as Atma weapon. Interesting. I imagine part of the reason for that is because, you know, it's a 4-legged big creature with stuff, so... Nemesis was something else, wasn't it? Actually, 10 has an Atma weapon of its own. 4 is the best with fighting. 4 was fine when I played through it. I think I'm lacking the nostalgia. I feel like Final Fantasy IV to me is a lot like... If I didn't have as much nostalgia for Secret of Mana, I would just say, hey, it's fine. But because I just played this game so much in my childhood, I have so much more of a connection to it. And I feel like Final Fantasy XIV would be very much the same if I played it as a kid. But, well, it wasn't exactly released over here. So, couldn't replay that. It's actually not true. Final Fantasy IV... No, 5 and 6 was released. I have a PlayStation CD with Final Fantasy V and either 4 or 6 on it as well. Maybe I should play those sometime. Icons is what Guardians call primals. Primals are like Ifrit and such. The stories are intertwined. Final Fantasy IX is best Final Fantasy in your opinion, Aiko? Yeah. I really like Final Fantasy IX. It, like, to my surprise, it had one of the most engaging stories to me. Like, the storytelling is top notch in Final Fantasy IX. It's so good. It's so well done. You didn't appreciate Final Fantasy X enough when you first played it. You wish to return to it in full, to do a full-ish run at some point. I don't recommend Penance doing it the normal way. That's the one thing I will say. Like, everything up until Nemesis was actually quite enjoyable to me. But then trying to do Penance without the Yoshimochis was just like... I don't like that kind of battle. It's like driving a car. You have to pay enough attention so you don't die. But it's not engaging or interesting at all beyond that. Because effectively, to me, penance in Final Fantasy X was like, I kind of solved the battle, now I just have to execute it for, what, 5 hours? I have no idea how long it took. Well, it probably was not 5 hours, but definitely felt like that. And that was entirely my own fault too, because I refused to use Yojimbo. Wait, where am I going? I'm trying to go to the Mana Fortress. I have no idea where it is right now. I have no idea what I was doing. I should also have upgraded my weapons. Well, let's go and do that. Oh, there's the Mana Fortress. We've quote-unquote beaten X2 5 times, but the completion percent is only 89%. Huh. X2. I think X2 has really good, like, mechanics gameplay. People are kind of mixed about the story, but I do like my happy cheesy endings, so I do know about that part. Alrighty, Shuriken can get upgraded to Ninja's Trump. This is now maxed out. We did get the spear as well, but we're gonna keep that one at level 1 for weapon leveling purposes, so we are just looking for the claws and the javelin at this point. Wait, is that offensive language by Mayu Yuko? Genuine question, because I thought ours was like more of a term like butt, where you just being friendly about it. Like, I don't really understand why there's so many different ways or words for the same thing anyways. Just makes learning the language more difficult. Maybe I'm weird. Alrighty, welcome back to the grind. I think part of the reason why I really like Final Fantasy X is, like, the overarching story is just very captivating to me. Like, even especially on like the first replay, knowing the ending, it becomes quite enthralling to witness from knowing the other side of the deal as well. At least in my opinion. Like, initially, some people will probably sniff out like what is happening during Final Fantasy X during the gameplay. Like, they have already a good idea about the stuff. But to me, it was just completely like, what is happening? And I don't like it. But like, I don't like it in a way where it was well done storytelling. And then just kind of having knowledge of the past makes just previous scenes so much more, you know, heartbreaking at times. In a good way. That can be in a good way, I guess. Alrighty, let's get the Wolf Lord out of the way. Hello! Welcome to you, or welcome back. Enjoy your lurking, whichever one you would like to have. Whack! This is, by the way, our Whimper grinding spot. You just go in and out of this screen. And right up here is our other grinding spot for these guys. So, I think... Who has the immune to fire thing right now? Actually, no, we're gonna use the spear and try to hit them. Still, I would like to have the boy be immune to fire. So, we give you... Oh, nobody's using the Imp's Ring right now. I'd like to increase the chance to hit instead of damage, I guess, at this point. Imp's Ring for the boy so he's immune to getting engulfed in fire. That way, he doesn't have to worry about getting his weapon dispelled by, well, being engulfed in fire, because that dispels your weapon. Well, weapon element to be specific. Man, keep going down the rabbit hole. even though the weapon element doesn't deal elemental damage. Alright, welcome to a grinding spot. We hit this guy, walk over here, hit this guy, repeat. Doesn't always work that smoothly. Sometimes the AI gets stuck because I'm doing like slightly wrong movement. Sometimes I spawn enemies, sometimes the wolf comes up and annoys me, sometimes I'm missing the enemy, sometimes he's just gonna cast Cure Water on himself and be really annoying about it. '13's combat system was really cool. I believe it. I should give 13 a real shot sometime. Because the only thing I know about 13... Oh, chest number 119. Nice. Ferris ring, that's okay. The one thing I know about 13 is just the Afro guy that is just... For some reason, when I first saw it, it just bugged me so much that he was doing such silly moves while shooting his guns, which just absolutely would cost him accuracy for no good reason. It annoyed me so much. The Afro guy is called Sass and has guns. Sash? How do you pronounce his name? Anyways, like, I know nothing about him. I just know that I think it's really silly for characters to dance when firing guns like that, instead of just, you know, fire normally. Please, aim. It doesn't matter in a RPG like that. But functionally, my brain is just like, I don't like that guy. I know nothing about him. I'm sorry if he's a cool character. I will give him the light of day once I play the game. 120! Didn't get it, that's okay. Feathering. Pass. Okay, thank you. You don't really like any of the characters in 13, interesting. I mean, to be fair, you can dislike characters in the game in a good way, if that makes sense. But I don't know if that's what you mean. Alrighty, found it. SGDQ, Final Fantasy VII by Ashnep. The commentator did such a great job of really explaining everything going on in the story. It was an 8-hour run and fully engaging. Well, Final Fantasy VII? They did a full story breakdown? I need to watch that. Because when I played Final Fantasy VII, I was so lost. I even at some points commentated, it just feels like we're randomly drifting around and just coincidentally keep bumping into that Genova and that Sephiroth guy. It's really strange. That doesn't seem right. Which turns out is part of the story, but I didn't know that. Like, this was like one key point that I know about Final Fantasy VII that everybody knows about through cultural osmosis, absorbing information about the game. It was kind of weird actually seeing the rest of the game too. That's just annoying. Palphon, I don't know, are you in Discord by chance? If so, could you link that in the, I don't know, Creatives channel or something of that equivalent? 'Cause I'd like to watch that later. Probably when I'm taking like a 2-day break, I will have time. See, that's the correct character for you guys to target. Because the boy doesn't get engulfed in flames. Thank you, Thafon. No, lady, why? Stop getting stuck, please. She's really good at getting stuck. But that is actually less the fault of the lady and more of a fault of the character in the third party slot that is trailing behind you. It's just the nature of the beast. Nothing she can do about that. Oh, chest! Chest number 121 from a wolf lord. This guy wants to have a peek as well. Oh! And we got it! We got the thing! Nice. That guy knew that the glove orb was in there and wanted to get it for himself. Alrighty, this means we now have... Oh, I forgot actually to update the things. Probably somebody mentioned it, I just missed it. We now have... the glove complete, or claw, as it is in my overlay. We now have... Oh, you know what? I could have made the sword green a long time ago, I guess. Because we do technically have everything in the sword. We have the spear as well, apparently. I forgot everything to update here, didn't I? Now it is just the javelin remaining. We also have the boomerang. My goodness. I forgot to update everything. Did I even split? Okay, at least a split, so that's nice. Alright. Wolf Lord gloves done. Let's get the javelins. Those javelins. Alright, how far are you, lady, with the boomerang? Oh, we're just beginning, basically. How far? Wait, no, the sprite has the boomerang. She has the gloves. Okay, still kind of early-ish. Sprite with the boomerang. I get in there, actually. Alright, now we're going to go ahead and engulf our fires and flames. Sure, no. Engulf our weapons in flames. That's what I meant to say. And then we hit this guy. Or try to, anyways. Actually, I might want to... here, we get also fire weapon. And the first chest from the Whimper, chest number 122. Power suit won't fit. We need to practice more. That's perfect, Alpha. That works for me. Thank you. Alright, let's actually see if the boy is attacking the guy on its own volition. I think he missed. Wait. Yeah, look at that. He literally does not hit the guy. I don't think that's a miss based on like chance to hit. No, the boy just straight up misses the attack there. That's a bit annoying, so I have to manually control him for that. Oh well. Attack up. Good night, Hoppy. Thank you for dropping by. Rest well and wish you good start into the next year. To next year, sure. Into this year. Oops. I have no idea how to fight that guy properly. I think I usually use the javelin or something. Oh, wait, does he have invulnerability frames when he spawns like that? Oh, chest number 123. Getting a lot of them now. Power suit won't fit. So I think I need to wait a little bit before attacking. But then the sprite still hit it, so I'm a bit lost as to how I'm supposed to hit that guy. I still missed. Happy New Year, Dark Paladin, and thank you kindly for a crazy long time of support. Welcome back for 115, well, 5 months. That's a crazy long time. My brain reads numbers that are not there. Anyways, thank you kindly. Hazel Kilk rifted 6 months. of tier 1s up to copy. That's really nice of you. Thank you. That's very generous. I really appreciate that. And Hoppy can now throw around stuff. Or, actually, Hoppy will probably hop around with the thing. Because that works too. Grind, or the end of our rare drop grind is near, which is both great and terrible. It's great because then we can focus on doing the other rest of the grind, and we functionally have like a clear line towards the end goal, because at that point we'll just need to grind out all the weapons, grind out all the spells, and then we're done. It's terrible because I actually really like opening chests. And there's not gonna be a reason to open chests anymore. Sadness. Falfun, thank you. Thank you so much for a crazy long time of support. Welcome back for 84 months. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you kindly. Now is the time to press the share button for emotes. I suppose so. Alright. How far are you with the boomerang? 8.4. How far are you with the punches? 6. Wait. Oh, she just leveled up. That's why. Also, at level 6, she no longer shares any experience with the others. So we would prefer if the lady and this... You know what? I'm actually gonna tell the lady in the sprite to no longer attack. Because the boy should just be the one to one-shot the guy, ideally. This way I can also see whether we're actually ever hitting the guy or not. Like, I think he has some form of invulnerability while getting up from the ground. Kind of... Oh, he's a flying type enemy. It just looks like his animation of getting back up from the ground is already done. But only once his little wiggle finishes at the beginning here, I guess he's vulnerable. Right there. Huh. Never really thought about it. Weird frog. Probably very friendly. But considering it has teeth, it probably will bite you too. Why does that frog have teeth? Do frogs have teeth? I think traditionally frogs with teeth are called alligators. I have just decided right now. Oh, just number 125. Power suit won't fit. One day it will fit. Hype test. Do I have to click the open button? I'm not going to. Have a game to play. Ah, it feels like it was just today morning when I woke up. And I still had a lot of rare items to grind and get. Good times. But soon there will be no more chests to be opened. Just numbers to be increased to their absolute maximum through a slow and consistent process. It's gonna be a bit of a crawl, but you know what? I don't like that sometimes. Sometimes it's nice to just know you're going to reach that finish line, as long as you just keep going. Too early. Actually, let's check the sprite's weapon level. One more enemy, and the sprite will have maxed out the second weapon already. Nice. This makes the sprite the first character to max out 2 weapons, as neither of the others have. So they will get the javelin next. Alright, let's go. So let's see, 50 enemy kills is 1 level. In 50 enemy... oh! Chest number 126. Power suit, 1 fit. Anyways, in 50 chests we have an expected average of about 3 chests, slightly more than that I guess. So every 3 chests I approximately gain 1 level for a weapon for an ally. Just making sure, you can still level up the weapon lady. I haven't leveled up in a while. Yeah, you can. Chest number 127. Power suit, 1 fit. You need a balloon dog leaving poop. I think it's a balloon dog making more balloon dogs. It's like a self-replicating shapeshifter slime. At least that's my impression. Maybe not. That's weird. You think you will stick using the cute emotes like Grimer, and Rabbit, and more Grimer. Okay, that should be the claw orb upgrade, or not orb, claw weapon for the lady. She can get to level 8, I believe, because we haven't upgraded to level 9 yet on the claw. Let's actually double check. Maybe I didn't upgrade the claw before either. No, she can go for... Alright, let's go. And the sprite will just, I think, get to level 7. Yeah, you're gonna get there. We saw... Oh, why 149? How do you get 149 sprite? Or how do you get 49 experience sprite? What? You should get 2 each time we defeat the guy. Whoa. Please hit. Yeah, you did. Huh? Wait, why are you not getting experience? Now you did. Huh? How do you get 1 experience though? Let's see, how many rare items do we need in total in order to complete our journey here, I wonder? Let's see, we need 1 spear, 2 axes, one boomerang, 1 bow, 2 gloves. That's 7 so far. 1 whip is 8. 1 javelin is 9. Then the rare drops from Griffin Hand, Ice Dog, Eggplant Man, and Ghosts, as well as Doom Sword. And Darkstalker. So that's an additional, what, 6, 7, 8 Amulet Helm, 9 Cockatrice Cap. So 9 plus 9 is 18 rare drops is what we're looking for. So in order to get 18 rare drops, I think on average, well, we just multiply it by 11. I don't think that's how statistics work, but let's just go with it for now, because that's the approximate drop rate. 128 chests! Let's see. Power suit won't fit. But anyways, 11 times 18, what does that mean? 180, 191. Wait, no. I did that backwards. 198. So about 200 chests is what we expect in order to get all the rare drops. Which does mean, right now, it looks like I've been significantly lucky on that side of the deal. It definitely felt quite lucky in this run, to be honest. I think we got a lot of the chests reasonably quickly. There was not really a whole lot that took a particularly long time until we got it done. Like on average, I think this was decently lucky overall. Which technically, this whimper here has taken like 40 chests before, or was it 42 or something? Before it finally gave up the javelin orb. It was specifically this guy here. It just took that long. So technically, it is entirely within the realms of possibility that we still get up to 200. I mean, probably not, but it's possible. By the way, I have to press Ctrl S every time in order to update the chest tracker. Sometimes I don't remember if I did that or not. Level up. Actually a good reminder because I don't remember what your levels are. Your Dragnut is now level 7. Nice. The latest weapon is 7.5. Still ways to go. Worst case scenario, we're just gonna get a bunch of weapon equipments along the way. Chest number 129. Power suit, 1 fit. It's also kind of amusing to me that it's specifically the whimper that sometimes has this huge of a variance. Because in one other 100% run we did, we actually opened like 3 whimper chests. All of them rare drops, and I still needed the power suit, the common drop. Might have been 2, but it was more than you would necessarily expect, which was amusing. In terms of music, this might be the best grind in the game. Because the music is just stellar in this place. And because I'm not running around all the time, the music is not nearly as suppressed as it usually is when your characters are running and their footstep sounds just over... well... outrank the music priorities, or whatever you call it. Chest number 130. From the whimper, we get another power suit and 1 fit. We already have a fitting power suit. We don't need another one. Righty, next just immediately after, 131. Power suit, 1 fit. Oh, level 8. One more level for the lady to be done with that. Alrighty, stay hydrated. Oh, next chest, right there. Chest number 132 from the Whimper. Power suit, 1 fit. Shouldn't have stayed up to 7 AM yesterday. It's past your bedtime and you can't sleep. Yeah, I know that all too well. Well, if it's any solace, even if just laying in bed trying to sleep, you're still resting your body. So while it's not gonna be as restful as proper sleep, it's still gonna be better to try and sleep and lay in bed than do other stuff. At least that's from my experience. Good luck, Lindsay. Alright, that is the sprite. Getting the javelin up to level 8. Which means we are halfway to 8.99 on the lady for the fisticuffs. At least I think it is. Let me just double check. Oh. Well, it would be if I wasn't a dinkus and forgot about the part where, yeah, of course, a lady can't get past level 8 because we don't have fisticuffs at level 8 because I didn't go outside and upgrade them yet. Derp. Well, but that was a bit of a waste of experience there. Alright, level 8 javelin. Just double checking. Why is it still 8? Oh, chest. You always get a chest when it's 133. Power suit, 1 fit. That's okay. Chest number 134. Power suit won't fit. You missed so much. Last night the chest counter was at only 60, now it's 134. Yep. And as soon as we get this one drop here from this guy, the chest counter is actually gonna stay at whatever number it's gonna be. We just don't know when it's gonna be that case. Welcome back, Box Iris, or Box Series. Feel free to correct me. Chest number 135 from the Whipper, and it is a power suit that won't fit. What are the odds of getting a rare item from a chest? It is 7 in 64, or in other words, not quite 11% of a chance. Level 96, getting up there. Let's actually see, the sprite has... Wait. Can you not get any spear experience, javelin experience? Oh, I'm a dingus. Yeah, no, you can't, Jäger, because that's the weapon we're missing here. That's exactly what I'm trying to get. I'm such a dingus, so much wasted experience. Let's give you the whip, I guess. My goodness, dude. No. I did that a second time in a row. It's a 1 in 16 chance for a chest. And 7 in 64 for rare item. You mix them, it's 7 in 64, like it's not quite an 11% chance. Because I said almost 11% when we typed it in the calculator. Yeah, it's relatable. I understand that part. Alright, in conclusion, it's almost 0.67 or 0.68% per kill. Just over. Oh, you just over? Okay. Slightly more than that. Expected kills per rare drop is about 146 enemies. Maybe it would be better to not know this number? I mean, it depends on the kind of person you are. I just think it's fun to see, already we're at 146, then we are at double that, then we are at triple that. Again, to me it's just like one of these things where it might be a little bit annoying to go well over drop rate, but at some point it just becomes fun to see, alrighty, how much longer can the game go without giving me the item drop. At least to me, that's just kind of how that ends up working. I'm just curious. Alright, the sprite is still going to level up the whip for a long time. The lady on the other ship be at level 8 now? Yeah, she's at level 8. 50 more enemies. 48. 59. 49. My goodness. 49 more enemies until the axe is maxed out. Welcome to you, Kamikaze Blake. How goes the chest hunt? I think the chest hunt is overall pretty successful. The one chest challenge is complete. And we're literally just looking for one more rare drop from this guy. We're getting plenty of chests, just not quite the item we would like to have inside, so far. So for about a 99% probability to get the orb, it is about 676 kills. That sounds about right. Exactly, Mikasa. Since we know we didn't get it so far, it's just 676 to go. Indeed. That's the only certainty we have. The probability is the exact same as it was before. It doesn't matter that we haven't gotten it to past 500 kills. It's just as likely to get it in the next kill as it was in the previous ones too. And time flows like a river. And history repeats. I think we counted... I don't know how many chests it was, by the way. Could you calculate what the 99% would be in terms of just chests that didn't get rare items? Like, at which point would you have a 99% probability of getting the rare item from how many chests? Because I'm pretty sure we hit that in one of our previous runs, specifically for the Whimper not giving us the Javelin Orb too, which was quite amusing. Are there any known RNG manipulation methods? Not really? No. At least not for an individual chest. I believe those are just frame-based. I mean, I'm not saying there couldn't be, I just don't know of any. Technically, there are, like, RNG things you can know/influence. But those are more of a case of, if you already know what you're getting, then you're gonna get the thing again. For example, if I save my file, reset the console, and then run to the next boss, I'm gonna get the exact same pattern every time from the boss, when if I just run back to the boss and do the exact same thing again. Like basically if I just stand in the boss fight doing nothing, and then reset the file, stand in the same boss fight again, the boss RNG is gonna be consistent between the runs. However, random enemy RNG, I'm not so sure about that part. Again, I think that stuff is frame-based. When I'm saying those are Schrödinger kills, no, we're definitely killing the guy. It's just the chest contents that are occasionally present and usually turn into power suits that just won't fit. So the pattern is locked in at an earlier point for that boss, but not helpful here. Yes, pretty much. Again, I'm not saying there couldn't be RNG manipulation, but I don't think anyone, like, properly investigated that. From what I know, it is largely frame-based. Oh, chest! Chest number 136. What do we get? A power suit that won't fit. Nice. You meant that they are shorting their kills in the sense that each one will either give you the chest you need or they won't. Right. Some clever people will say it's a 50-50 chance, but that's not how that works. And I recognize they understand that's not how that works. I just refuse to acknowledge that kind of nonsense. Because there are bound to be people that actually believe the 50-50 stuff. Like, most people will know better. But there's always going to be those people that just genuinely are a little bit more clueless. And I think it's kind of mean to those to say, ah, it's a 50-50, you either get it or you don't. Not how it works. Alrighty, Axe 8.72, we need to kill... well, 14 more enemies. Is that right? Rabbit is more clueless. That power suit must be quite round looking. That vampire, after all, no wonder it doesn't fit. Oh, so we need to eat more chocolate is what you're trying to say. I need to be rounder. Rabbit is clueless, so we need to feed it. Yeah, but please don't feed the frogs. Frogs are friends, not food. No. That might work. Eat all the candy, honey and chocolate. Alright. Chocolate. 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 Candy. 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 Honey. 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 Alright, now we're definitely at full health. Let's see if that works. Surely the next chest will fit into our criteria. On the bright side, we are slowly but surely leveling up Salamander towards level 8 as well. Very slowly. Yay! Thank you for saving the frogs. Ooh, chest number 137. Surely this time the power suit will fit. No, it doesn't fit. Crazy. I think our speculations were wrong. unfortunately. Still not fat enough. I guess I could go upstairs and grab a bunch of cookies from the plate that are still there from the Christmas meal. Maybe that's gonna be sufficient. Bum, bum, bum. Anyways, let's see. Probabilities. The chance of not getting the item from any individual chest is, well, 1 minus 7 in 64. Or in other words, 64 minus 7, that is 57 out of 64. So an 0.89, oh wait, 89.0625%. So if we multiply this with itself, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. Okay, so we would need to open up 41 chests in order to have a 99% chance to have had it within those chests at that point. The item we're looking for. Which means I must have opened 40 chests in my previous Whimper grind that took forever and a half. Because we did not quite get to the 99% at that time. Maybe we can get there now, that would be kind of fun. I bet that almost gets us to level 99 too, so that wouldn't even be too bad. It's not an efficient way to gain levels, but at least we're progressing towards something. That's kind of what I mean with, I prefer not being max level, because that way at least I can still progress towards a meaningful goal one way or another. Level up? What levels are we? 98? I don't know. I guess we'll see eventually. We'll know when we're max level. Oh, the lady is also at max level do max. That happened probably a while ago, and I didn't pay enough attention. Oopsie. And then she gets the mornings, well, the boomerang next. Or the whip. Well, the whip is occupied. So you get the boomerang. What about this right? You're leveling the whip still, that's gonna take a bit. One character. I need to mark off all of the weapons we have leveled up to max level as well at some point. I still didn't actually update that in the spreadsheet. I'm kind of hoping to do that after we get the Javelin Orb here one day. The funny thing is, there is absolutely a possibility that we're gonna run out of MP on the lady to just continuously cast like guaranteed critical hit buffs from Luna before we get the thing. We're getting 9 guaranteed critical hits per spell cast. I usually recast it slightly early because I'm not exactly keeping count. So let's say on average we get like 7 guaranteed critical hits. I'm pretty sure we're level 98 now. I guess we could calculate on how many Whimpers we've killed purely based on the level experience. Because we started here at what, level 95, 96? We're getting there. That's nice. And because of the way I've set up the weapons, we're actually, in fact, progressing towards the next weapon level too. Which is also pretty awesome. Do you prefer RPGs where most of the endgame is grinding is in the final dungeon or outside the final dungeon? I mean, it really depends on what you're grinding for. I'm very much not a completionist. I don't care about getting everything to 100% in most cases. I make an exception for this game in particular because I just like playing it. A lot of nostalgia attached to it. Ooh, best number 138. But in the context of Secret of Mana, would I prefer where most of the endgame grinding is in the dungeon or outside the final dungeon? I think it would be nice if there was like a nice mix. Basically a good chunk of it is outside the final dungeon, then inside the final dungeon. I think it would be nice if you could like pick and choose whether you want to go outside for a while in order to grind for one thing, and then you go inside for a while to grind for another thing, stuff like that. Basically just being able to have variety or multiple goals to work towards, I think would be ideal for me. Oopsie. Oh well, we don't know if that was a chest or not. I usually position myself behind the thing that if a chest spawns, I walk into it, and I would not actually be able to get on top of the teleporter if I was just reacting a bit slowly for it to spawn. I am curious at which number of rare chests we began grinding here. Because it feels like we've been here a while. But it probably is like at maximum 20 if I were to guess. I don't think if it is more than that, it's probably not much more. That is ignoring the Whimper chest that we got outside of this specific kind of grind scenario, I guess. There were like 3, 4, I don't know. A few. You return and see a lot has happened. Here and there, just a little, more or less. Welcome back if that's not over. Hope you're doing well today. It was funny when you got one of the Fiend Head Orbs just on the way out yesterday. Yeah, it's always nice. when you basically just get something along the way. The sadness sets in when you just walk past all the enemies at that point because there's no reason to fight them anymore. Maybe this is me. Anyways, Happy New Year's weapon level up. How far are you, Sprite? Yeah, soon getting to level 8 with the whip. I actually don't know if the lady has enough attack power to knock out a whipper in one hit. She might have at this point. So we might want to switch it up. I guess worst case scenario we could set her onto the sword instead. That probably has enough attack power to one-shot a whipper. Mostly because the boy is not leveling up any of his weapons right now. But there has to be at least one sacrificial piece during the grinds. It's just a big question mark as to whomst that would be. Whomst? I don't think that's the correct use of that word. It's more like a possessive thing. And hey Alpha Channel, welcome back. And thank you. I hope you have a good start into 2026. Level up. This one is for Taco. Whip Rail level 8. Which means 50 more kills for Taco to max out the whip. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. Six. Ooh, chest number 139 from the Whimper. We get. Oh, we got it. There it is. We got the Javelin Orb. I definitely was not 40 of them. We fell quite shy of that, but probably a good thing that I get to do other stuff sometime. Javelin, complete. Make it green. Let's get out of here because we have a bunch of... Oops, wrong way. We have a bunch of stuff to level in the meantime. Nice, that's a prime. 139. It's a good prime too. Because to me, 139 never feels like a prime. Because it's just like, that seems like 39. But no, it's not divisible by 3, because 1 plus 9 plus 3 does not make... not divisible by 3 number. And we even got the rare candy along the way in this grind. That's nice. Why is there a chest on the left side? Did we kill something? I guess so. Wasn't this where the marble blue is normally? Cup of wishes. I have no idea who drops a cup of wishes. Probably the marble blue. I did not pay attention. Anyways, we're actually conveniently fairly close to level 99 as well with the character. Like, this is actually fantastic timing overall. Like, we really don't need much more in order to get to the next level, I don't think. Well, I say that, I didn't actually check. We need 67,000-ish experience for the next level. Give or take a bit. Did I split all the time? I did not. Thank you for the reminder. So, all equipments. I really should... Now, the awkward part about all equipments is I don't know where you would push that. Because we do, of course, have all the equipments. But sometimes you get all equipments because of the ninja gloves early, sometimes it takes a bit longer. That's just the nature of the beast. Alrighty. Next up, I guess we're just gonna grind out the spells. Wait, no, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna first start grinding out the weapons, I suggest. Because grinding out the weapons is gonna take a long time. We're gonna be running a lot of laps around Pandora Fields. So, we need a place with a smith to upgrade stuff from. That is Pandora. Can't do that. That was not Pandora, that was Potos. Or some, say, potatoes. There we go, this one works. Chazzie I, 67-ish experience required. 67,000-ish. Unless I... Did I misstate that? Oh wow, Alpha Channel, thank you. Alpha Channel, thank you kindly for the $20 donation. That's really nice of you, I appreciate that. No comment attached, but thank you kindly. Alrighty, don't upgrade the sword. Javelin is fine. Yes, Javelin is fine. Gloves are fine. We want to keep the spear and the sword at low level. The spear is basically just to speed up things. It wouldn't be the worst if we were to upgrade it now. But we would lose an hour or two. Maybe more, actually. It's a reference to a meme passed around by teens in the States. Okay. I'm not exactly up to date on these things, to be fair. That's glitchless gold. Yes, it is. In our very first 100% run, we actually got max cash. In a mostly glitchless run, we actually didn't glitch out any money at all. We just got max cash from just straight up grinding. You did say the chest challenge had you grind. Yes, actually that was kind of a nice aspect of it. We had so much money along the way in order to just buy like regular stuff that, you know, normal players actually would buy. It's crazy. Why am I here? I saw Kakara and my brain automatically goes, oh, I need to land here. No, I don't. We need to take brief stock as in what our current level situation is for our weapons. So, the sprite has 46 Aura Glove, 899 for the Doom Axe, 814, 899, 039, 386, 8 on the weapons. So 3091 total experience points for the sprite. Basically, I'm just kind of taking a tally between the characters. The top glove. Alright, the lady has 8 plus 206, 8.991, 829. Sorry, my phone is yelling at me. Alrighty, I told the phone to shut up because it's not time to go to bed yet. We still have a long way to go. Like, you would think that this is the really biggest grind done, but not really. Anyways, where was I? I added one. It's actually 100 for the spear. 384 for the bow, 507 and 600. Wait, that was actually 800 less for the sprite. Right. Then the boy has a grand total of 563, 500, 700, 100, 831, 637, 532, 600. The boy has way more experience than the other two, so I guess it makes sense for him to like lag behind in a weird way. Right. Neat. Okay, this is the part where I wish I just had like a clear spreadsheet where I could just plug in the numbers and the spreadsheet would tell me which character I should focus on with which weapon in order to gain the optimal experience. Maybe that could be a project for this year, because every time I do 100% run, this leveling portion here both takes a long time, and I just don't have like a clean way of solving the entire construct. Alright, let me actually just take stock as in who has which weapons maxed out. Taco has Doom Axe and Boomerang maxed out, that's expected. The lady has Doom Axe maxed out, and that's it. Then the boy has nothing maxed out. Alright, so it's just these. Let's go. Naloas, hello and welcome everybody. Welcome to the comfy grinding portion of our Secret of Mana 100% run. We're about to start running laps in the Pandora fields, because we have a lot of weapons to grind up to and near level 8.99. Welcome to the comfy part. Welcome to Ekomask, welcome to Nalos, and thank you for the good luck. Hope you're all having a lovely day, happy new year, and well, what were you streaming today actually? I don't know what you are streaming currently, if I might ask. I do occasionally lurk in Nalo's channel, frequently there's a bunch of wannabe the guy stuff in there. And I just kind of enjoy lurking there. Alrighty, so let's see, Sprite. How close are you with the whip? You are... Alright, 28 out of 100. The lady is... well, 29 out of 100, but also for the whip, so she doesn't get that. Let's give the lady the glove for now. That way we get 2 experience for both the Sprite and the lady each per enemy we kill with the spear. So this is the reason why we left the spear at intentionally level 1. Because no matter which enemy we defeat in the entire game, we are higher level than them. Consequently, we get only half the weapon experience from defeating them. Consequently, it is more efficient for us to go back into a very old area with low-level enemies that we can just easily one-shot with a swing and swing and swing effectively and efficiently. And none of these enemies pose any threat either, for what it's worth. Basically, we just need to defeat a sufficient amount of enemies in order to max out our equipment, weapons and items. Endgame Flammy Flight is so good, you love the colors. It looks really nice, I agree. Fun fact, this is actually an original Super Nintendo I'm playing on. I do play via an OSSC upscaler, which makes it look really nice. Alright, I didn't actually pay attention how many we need more. Alright, we need 6 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the Sprite is done with the whip. I'm gonna mark that on my spreadsheet. Now they're gonna get the javelin next. Just gonna max out the javelin here. Then next we wanna check for the lady. She will get the Horror Glove in 26 more experience, that is 13 kills. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Also, I missed if now was answered. You've been trying to end is nigh deathless, but it was not feeling good today, so you didn't. I want to be the game again. The end is die. I've heard that name before, I don't remember what it was. Anyways, good luck in your future endeavors in there. It was very fun. Nice. I feel like it's kind of... I want to be the guy game, but fan games tend to be such a mixed bag. But sometimes that's part of the fun as well. Alright, the lady has now 99 on her boxing gloves. So, I'm gonna mark that as well. She's gonna equip the flail now. And then we'll check how many more kills we need for the Sprite on the thing. Because I feel like it might be rather close. Yeah, it's actually reasonably close. Both the Sprite and the lady are gonna reach max level on their weapons at about the same time. Spiritual sequel to Super Meat Boy by Edmund Macmillan. Ah. Well, if Super Meat Boy is anything to go by, Deathless might be rather difficult. My goodness. Yeah. If my allies kill an enemy by accident, then they are unfortunately only gaining 1 weapon experience. Actually no, they don't get any weapon experience if they kill stuff. Because of the weird level weapon scaling things. That's why I'm doing these shenanigans to boost the levels via the spear. The boy doesn't get experience, but we functionally get like 4 total experience for the entire group. And that's as much as we can get in the late game. For most weapons. It's not the easiest challenge, I can imagine, yeah. Alright. Level 5 more enemies for the Sprite to be done with the javelin. Gonna prematurely mark that off in my spreadsheet so I don't forget about it. Because I have time during the screen transition. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sprite is done with the javelin. Let's give them the bow at this point. And once they level up the bow, the lady will probably be done with the whip as well. Just a few 6 kills, I guess, for the bow. We're gonna hear a high-pitched zing noise in just one more. One more. There it is. Tarko's weapon level up, and the lady should be done now with the whip. The whip is done. 8.99. Let's give the lady the javelin next. She's gonna level up the Valkyrian spear. Basically any weapon that is below level 6 we can theoretically use in order to boost and level up other weapons as well as leveling the weapon itself. So I probably should actually start looking into which weapon that is going to be for the boy. It's actually none of them, funnily enough. So maybe we should do this the other way around afterwards. Oh well. It's gonna take a bit until I suppose we get there. The exciting grind is done, yes. Instead of getting fun chests to open every like 10 minutes or so, or however long that takes, we get to slowly but surely make our way to the rest to 99. And you know what? These kinds of grinds here, where you just turn off your brain and you just keep going, can be quite nice. I don't mind. It's 50 enemy kills per 1 level for a weapon at this point. And we need 2 levels for the lady, from the javelin to level 6 to level 8. And then functionally 1 extra level from level 8 to level 9. Where do all these bees keep coming from? Well, sounds like an infestation to me. We're just gardens cleaners. From all the candy in the forests. Where does the candy come from? Do the rabbis produce candy, or are they attracted by the candy? Hey DDR, welcome! Yeah, I mean, this is the second part. I've only been streaming today for 7 hours and 30 minutes. It's gonna probably take another 4 or 5 hours, I would guess. Maybe a little bit more. I don't remember. We did actually do quite a lot of magic leveling already, so there's not a whole lot to complete there. But still probably takes, you know, about an hour by itself still. How do you prepare for such long streams? This year I didn't actually have to prepare myself, because my mother decided, you know what, we're just gonna give you, like, little rolls that you can get up and grab from the plates and over here and other stuff. Basically, they're just ready-made meals. But when that's not the case, I just basically go into the grocery store, buy myself a bread I really like, and make myself a variety of sandwiches. Tomato in one, onions in others, maybe tomato and onion in one of them. And basically just kind of try to spice it up, put them into little plastic wrappers, and then whenever I'm hungry, I'm just grabbing one. Basically, yesterday, I felt like after the 17 hours, I could have just kept going. But I did feel like it was probably more pragmatic to actually take the break when the opportunity just presented itself. Because I know for a fact that my sleep schedule is gonna be an absolute mess for 2 weeks or something if I try to like a 24-hour plus stream. be honest, you prefer grinds where you don't turn off your brain, because else you usually get sleepy if you're wide awake before. Well, yeah, I mean, it's nice to have the option to choose and pick which one you're going to engage with, I will say. Like, sometimes there's grinds where you want to turn off your brain because there's lots of other things already going on in your life and you don't want to think about them, or I don't know, something that keeps you busy while you still feel like you're making progress. Other times you would like to have something more specific to do, something that engages you, that challenges you in some meaningful capacity. That makes sense. It's delicious bee. I don't know if bee is an item. Is there any purpose to those shadow zeros, or has anyone figured out something? There is basically no purpose to them. They are just a secret trap creature that, or encounter that can just happen. Basically, I don't remember where the well, let me try this again. I don't remember where I exactly found that information, but from what I remember, it's like a 1 in 16 chance that when you open a chest that is trapped, which is a 50-50, if you don't have enough agility to open up a chest, it is trapped. You get a shadow zero. And then, apparently, 1 in 16 times when you get a shadow zero, it is the rare animation where the little guy gets stuck in the lid instead of running away. I think. Again, that information, take it with a grain of salt. I remember hearing or reading that somewhere, I don't know how accurate it is. But basically, there's no purpose to the shadow zeros, generally speaking. What you can, however, occasionally witness is when you use like the Evil Gate spell, or yeah, it's called Evil Gate, on an enemy, and you get the fancy animation. There's a chance instead of this gigantic big circle surrounding the enemy, which deals 30 damage to a low-level enemy, you can get a special animation to proc instead. Let's actually see if we can get it. 22 damage. This is a low-level enemy. Evil Gate costs 8 MP to cast. This is not worth it. I don't know how rare this one is. I just spell so bad, because it's percentage-based damage, which would be great if it worked against bosses. It doesn't work against bosses. Bosses take 1 damage from it. So, aside from the little Easter egg with the Shadow Zeros, this spell is in fact useless in regular play. If you play Randomizer, it is enabled to work against bosses, and it can actually be really good, especially since it has reduced MP cost in the randomizer. A lot of things that you don't usually have any use for in the game, like speed up, have great use in randomizer. Alright, we're out of MP on the spread. We cannot cast Evil Gate anymore. I tried to get the Shadow Zero thing. I wonder if you have to be in the Mana Fortress for that to trigger. That would be surprising to have such a conditional, but I don't know. Alright, where were you with your weapon leveling? Okay, about to hit level 7, you are... Oh, 5 more enemies and you're done with the javelin. 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, Taco's weapon level... Wait. Oh, no, never mind, this is fine, this is correct. Alrighty, so you go Boomerang next, lady. Yeah, I think that just makes the most sense. Maybe max out, or like aim to max out one of the other characters' weapons. What we can actually do here, here's what we do. Let's see, what does the boy still need? He needs a lot of stuff. A few things here and there. Let's give him the axe. And the way we're gonna do this is we're gonna tell the boy now to not attack. Or, well, attack as little as possible, I guess is more accurate. And then we're gonna give him the axe, because whenever the lady attacks currently with the boomerang, she gets 2 experience. And distributes 1 experience to the allies as long as the weapon is below level 6. She basically just still gets shared experience and shared experience out of it. So effectively, we're still getting a grand total of like 4 experience for the entire team, but at least the boy now starts working towards his next level. Except when we just hit the boomerang level just now, I guess. And aside from the sword, there's nothing else you can use for the same purpose, but we can actually in fact use the sword for the same purpose. This is the reason why we didn't level up the sword past level 5. I hope it's only level 5. Because the sword, unlike every other weapon in the game, unless you are using a glitch to get the mana sword early, you cannot level up the sword up to level 8.99. It is stuck at level 8.00. Which means you don't have to worry about not being able to reach the absolute maximum 8.9 on the sword, which once you're too high of a level compared to the enemies, you can no longer gain weapon experience past level 8.00 without shared experience from allies. So this is why we use just the sword as a leverage to level up all of the other remaining weapons, notably mostly the spear, up to level 8.99. Let's see. Sword reaches level 3. Starting level 2 of a weapon, your characters gain 2 weapon experience and share 1 weapon experience with their allies, all the way up to level 6. At level 6, your character gets 1 weapon experience from an enemy, that is too low level specifically, by the way, and shares 0 with their allies, just because of how the damage or experience formula works. That's why if you do get the mana sword early and you intend to get literally all the weapons up to level 8.99, you have to have 1 character in your team that is low enough level to still get full weapon experience all the way through. Conversely, we have done that in previous 100% runs, but there's not a whole lot of ways you can keep a character at a low level while needing to grind hundreds, if not thousands of enemies to get all the rare drops along the way. Aside from just knocking them out and leaving them dead for the literal entirety of the grind for all the rare drops. Yeah. It takes forever. But that's part of the fun. Sword level 4. The boy actually should be close. Are you already level 8? No. Getting there. The sprite probably takes a bit of the bow still. Actually, both of them are pretty close to each other. So it's 100 enemies right now in order to gain experience for our allies. I actually need to find a strategic point to upgrade and forge the spear weapon too. So we don't just specifically have to level up every individual character's spear from level 1 all the way to 8.00. And then boost it with the sword, because that would be a bit awkward. By the way, fun fact, there is a way to use a glitch to unequip your weapons. Well, quote-unquote unequip your weapons. It's more like you just are allowed to have multiple characters equip the same weapon. So you can have multiple characters equip, or well, gain experience for the same weapon. Which would be amazingly useful to have in this situation. But we don't really get that. Because this is supposed to be glitchless. Well, as glitchless as I reasonably can make it. By the way, another little fun fact. Doing this grind at the very end of getting everything else done is arguably the most optimal too. Even if it's going to lack a bit of variety, because there's not a whole lot else we can do in order to progress towards level 99 in order to, like, change up the gameplay. Because the higher your level is, or more specifically, the higher your, I think, agility is, the quicker your stamina recharges in the bottom bar here. Which is not something I actually realized until way late into me playing this game a lot. That late game characters recharge their stamina significantly faster than low level characters. Sword level 5. Once we reach level 6, that is as much as we have on the sword right now. Wait, is that right? No, it should be maxed out now. Hopefully it's maxed out now. Okay, it's maxed out now. Alright, so we're gonna use the bow on the lady for a while until we reach level 5. Actually, until we reach level 6 on the bow. Wait, I guess we're not gonna do that because the sprite is still learning the bow. Yeah, that's actually fine. Do you have anything else, lady? Well, a boomerang you're waiting for shared experience for. Beyond that, not really. In this case, let's expedite the process and equip the jab and the spear. This is plus 2 weapon experience for our allies now, none for the lady. Happy New Year plus 1, indeed. You don't notice it during a playthrough until you start a new game just after beating it. Yes, which, to be fair, after I beat the game, I usually am done with the game for a bit. So I don't start a new game until, well, a fair bit later. So that's just kind of the nature of the beast. Alpha channel, thank you. Wow, thank you so much for subscribing for 6 months. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I really appreciate it. Alright, how much more do you need for that? 15 more enemies, 30 experience. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. The sprite should be done with the bow. Indeed, sprite is done with the bow. And they just need the glove. And then the Excalibur and the spear. So basically we can use the sprite in order to leverage experience for the other characters instead. So, the lady is gonna equip the boomerang now, I think it is. Should be level 6, yeah, level 6 boomerang. And then we're gonna start attacking enemies with the glove for now, with the sprite. Just start punching them. And this should give us good experience. Where is the boy with the axe? Oh, he's done! Whoopsie. Probably done since a while. The boy could use the whip or the bow. Let's give you the bow to be done with. Alrighty. sprite is currently gaining 4 experience for themselves and giving 2 experience to their allies until we hit level 2 of the weapon. Then it's gonna be 2 and 1 instead. I've always wondered whether the attack hitbox is different between the characters. Like especially the glove. The sprite of course being shorter and wider. I do sometimes wonder whether like the glove hitbox is the same between characters or not. Never bothered to look at it. This guy has 60 HP, 60, so can't punch too early. Rump's weapon skill up. Arrow reaches level 7. It's not the bow, it's the arrow. Glove level 2. Now progress slows down by literal half. Okay. You like to imagine that the arrow magically disappears from wherever it lands and reappears in the bow. Yeah, I think that is a very valid concept. That is no canon. I have decided. Nice. Good thing we only need to level up one arrow to instead of all of them. Considering we only have one. Which, to be fair, you can only attack once you... I guess if you charge up your attack, you shoot multiple arrows. I guess you shoot an arrow so fast it creates after images. Clearly, that's how that works. Kind of has to, because you don't have a quiver. I bet I could put like 5 arrows into my pocket. Maybe 6. 7 might not be a stretch, but a tear in my pocket. It has to make a cool sound when it teleports back, like woof or brio. Hey, sound effects are important. Or a magical reflection of the same arrow. go level 4 gloves. What level are you guys now? No, don't go away. Come back. I accidentally used the flammy drum again. This is the second time this playthrough. Oh, you actually landed in the middle. Wait, did we do that before? Alright, we need to get level 8 before we can worry about getting to max. Which I believe does mean the sprite has to change weapons before the boy gets to the final state there. It would have been neat to have a ball and chain weapon, but then the whip has a momentary Morningstar upgrade, so I guess that prevents it ever being a weapon of its own. Yeah. I mean, there's a theory flying around that the axe used to be a hammer instead, but then turned into an axe. Because, you know, you gotta smash statues with it. But again, these statues could have been at some point been more like trees in the way that need to cut down. Who knows? Rump. Level 8 arrow. Excellent. Coasting towards level 8.99 now. How do the weapon experience work? Is it experience per hit or experience per kill? It is per kill. In short, you gain a weapon experience based on your current weapon level. Oh wait, let me put this backwards. You gain weapon experience based on 9 minus your current weapon level. So basically at level 0 you gain 9 experience. Then that experience is halved, rounded down, if the enemy is lower level than you, which literally all enemies in the entire game are lower level than me. The highest level enemy is Terminator at level 81. So, instead of getting 9 experience, we get 4.5, rounded down to 4. Then half of the experience gained, my character gains, is distributed to my allies, regardless of which weapon they currently have equipped. Like, it literally doesn't matter if they have like the highest level weapon or just a new weapon they just found, I don't know, somewhere. They just get half of that weapon experience, which is why I'm kind of using weapons up to level 6 as kind of a benchmark, because up until the character hits level 6, as in anything below level 6, you share at least 1 weapon experience with your allies. So until the sprite hits the glove level 6, they will still give 1 experience to both the lady and the boy every time they kill an enemy. Once we hit level 6, you gain weapon experience 9 minus 6, which is 3. And half of that is rounded down to 1 experience per kill. And if you only get half or 1 experience per kill for your own weapon, you do not share any weapon experience for the allies, because, well, half of 1 is 0.5, rounded down to 0. This is why it is entirely plausible, or even very likely, I would say, to lock yourself out of leveling up all the weapons up to 8.99. Thankfully, there's no like functional difference or ever technically a reason to level up all the weapons up to 8.99, aside from completionist. So, well, this is a completionist playthrough, so I guess it matters for this. But yeah, I think ball and chain as a weapon type could be still pretty good. Like, sure, as you mentioned, the whip does have like an intermediate step, but I feel like that could actually still work in this game's context. You still want there to be more games with spears as proper weapons, but at the same time you can see why they might not, because it's considered the king. it's considered the king of weapons, the spear, is it? Heronic Mace is a spear as a main weapon. And the moveset in that game, for especially Super Nintendo action RPG, is really smooth. Doesn't weapon level give a bit of base damage? Back in the days it felt like a huge difference in the beginning if the boy had a sword level 1 or 2. No, gaining weapon levels does not gain you any damage. Upgrading the weapon at a smithy does increase the damage dramatically. Or substantially. Maybe not dramatically. The spear is very solid IRL, it's borderline unfair. Oh, that makes sense. That's why you say it's the king of weapons. Taco's weapon is now level 6. So if I kill any enemies at this point with a glove, none of my allies gain any experience. Right, how close are you to leveling up your bow? You need just 8 more enemies. Then you're done. Because currently the sprite has a level 0 sword. So we share 2 weapon experience to our allies, while gaining for ourselves. I mean, if you charge up the attack, you do gain like a 50% damage boost per level of the weapon. Maybe that's what you were thinking of? Then again, you always get like a bunch of like character levels on top of it. When you seal the mana seed, you also get a damage boost. Like you basically get like a slight bonus to all of your stats that is invisible. Actually, I think it's invisible. I'm actually not sure about that now I think about it. Alrighty, the boy is done with the bow, so we're gonna give him the javelin. Actually, no, let's go with the flail. No. Give him the flail. Actually, how far is the lady in this moment? Boomerang, she needs only 5 more kills. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom. The lady now has the... Wait, no, she doesn't. I need that knocked down. There it is. She has the boomerang now at level 8.9 as well. That's done. So she only needs the bow at this point. That's it actually. She's basically just at the bow. Actually, what I could do is, the sprite needs a little bit more on the glove, right? Actually, the sprite just could do this. Equip the glove on the sprite, we go start killing stuff with a bow, because until she hits level 6 with the bow, she's still gonna share experience. Well, she just leveled up, okay. Oh wait, no, she's level 4 now. Until she's level 6, she can just give experience to the other 2 characters. From level 7 whip, one more level to 8, then one more level effectively to 8.99. If you have a weapon that has reached level 1, your allies still get 2 experience on their weapons. Yes. That's why we leave the spear entirely unupgraded. And that's also why it's very unfortunate that the game forces you to upgrade your sword as a part of the story progression. Because if we could just leave the sword at level 1, that would allow us to just leverage the other weapons very easily. Because we would just always distribute 2 experience to the other weapons. However, because our weapon is stuck at level 2, it just barely only gives 1 experience to the allies. Which is why we have the spear at level 1, specifically. Good luck with the run. Thank you, Murky, appreciate that. At this point, we shouldn't require any luck anymore, as long as I'm not a big dingus anyways. But I still take the luck. Because I feel like I've used up a lot of it during most of the run. Like towards the end there, we got a little bit unlucky on the whimper chests. Probably, I actually have no idea. But it was definitely a bit longer than would expect on average, but so many other things were just so much quicker than I feel like they should have been on average. It was great. Does it make a difference which weapon you keep at level 1? No, it can be any one of them. I mostly just chose the spear because it's one of the easiest weapons to just attack at a decent range with on all enemies. Like, it has much better range than an axe or the gloves. It has a quicker attack animation on average than the bow or the boomerang. Especially the boomerang would be kinda annoying because you always have to wait until the projectile returns for you to recharge your stamina. Like, the whip was the other consideration for a weapon that I could have picked as a level 1 weapon. But I did want to use the whip for other purposes. Javelin would also be an option, since I'm mostly just attacking one enemy at a time, even here. Glove level 7. Like, whip, javelin and spear are like the 3 weapons that I consider keeping at level 1 for easy leveling for allied weapons. It just can't be the sword due to plot reasons of the game making you upgrade the weapon. Otherwise Tropicala is not gonna spawn. Arrow reaches level 6, so this is the maximum we can use in order to share experience for allies with the lady. And that means she is stuck with the bow. So I think we're gonna go back to the sprite and start leveling the sword, or continue leveling the sword really. Until she is basically maxed out, I guess. I wish I knew like the breakpoint when I should go and level up the spear in order to start leveling that up as well. Javelin needs to be level 6 for a balloon. Is it 6? I thought it was 5. I might be mistaken. I'm probably mistaken. Or maybe it's 5 upgrades. That could be it. But yeah, Javelin needs to be there for balloon. We could theoretically keep the spear at level 3. Wait, no. No, it is 3. We could theoretically keep the spear at level 3 for balloon as well. That would be another option. I actually mostly just chose Javelin as the spear weapon or the balloon weapon on a whim. if we do the, like, one chest challenge in the future, I think it would be nice to have the spear not be the weapon left at level 1, because I was kind of missing balloons for grinding random enemy chests in, like, the earlier stages of the game. But I don't necessarily need the spear to be more than level 3. So I guess I would keep the whip at level 1. I think the whip has a slightly longer attack animation though. But I don't really know if that matters much, since it also has much more range. Alrighty. Question. If I level up or like forge the spear, how much experience does one ally get from the spear? From level 1 to 2, they get 50 experience, effectively. Well, actually, they get always 50 experience from a level to a level, don't they? Because they get half. Well, it's not entirely too accurate, actually, no. Let's see. Also, I should probably pay attention. Where are you, boy? 8.36. Because it is 50 enemies killed. Well, actually, no, it's 25 enemies killed from level 1 to level 2. That give 2 experience each for the allies, so that's 50. From level 2 to 3, the allies only get 1 experience per enemy killed, but it is 34 enemies to level up the weapon. So they get 34 experience. From 3 to 4, they also get 34. That's 68. From 4 to 5. How much experience do they get? Well, I mean, 1 per kill, but I guess the kills would be 50, so they get like 50. So it's 168 so far. So 5 to 6 would then subsequently be... So 218? I think is the amount of experience allies get for leveling a weapon from level 1 to level 6. So that's slightly over 2 levels. Could you theoretically leave a weapon at level 2? Would allies still receive 2 experience? No. Because you would gain 9 minus 2, aka 7 experience, halved because the enemies are lower level, so 3.5, rounded down to 3. And half of that goes to allies. Which is, well, 1.5 rounded down to 1. The difference between a level 1 and a level 2 weapon is literally double the output. Anything between level 2, well, and up to 6 inclusive is only 1 weapon experience shared. Which level is the sword at this point? 4. We can go to 5 in this one. Although the boy should be very soon at... Yeah, 3 more. 1. Come on. 1, 2, and 3. And the boy is done with The whip. Excellent. Next he is gonna go and get boosted experience for the javelin. Yeah, it is 7 experience that you gain. Unfortunately, it would be so nice if it was like 8 at that level. Plus, if it was actually like, you gain 10 minus your level in experience per enemy killed, it would be so much nicer, because then you could never lock yourself out of 8.99 to begin with. Alrighty. Sword is level 5, that it goes not any higher for Taco, because we don't currently have the thing possibly to be at any level higher. So, oh wait, actually we can get to level 1 with the spear. I think that's okay. Might as well just do that. That's 50 enemy kills. That's not true, that's 25. Let's speculate a bit. If there were no damage cap of 999, how would you reach the maximum melee damage? Your guess would beat Boy at level 99 with Mana Sword. Yes, that thing has the highest base damage, that's true. Stone Saber. If you want to go full theoretical, actually the Mana magic gives you a substantial boost to your damage output. It's kind of a mildly complicated formula though. Alrighty, there we go, spear level 1. Now, Sprite goes to Glove, and would like to start leveling by leeching experience from other characters. So I guess let's have the boy start catching up a bit by leveling up the, well, Glove. That doesn't work. Boomerang, I guess. To level 6. Yeah, actually, thanks to... I read when you posted that earlier too. Thank you for repeating it. That actually made me realize that there's no point in... Well, there's probably no point in equipping the gauntlet on the boy. Like, it's technically possible that it's just a status screen that is capped at 99 for each value, rather than... Well, the game not necessarily calculating with more than 99, but I don't know about that. Well, assuming it's just capped at 99, I decided to actually equip the Ninja Glove for the slightly higher accuracy instead. Thanks to that theory, because there was not really much of a reason for the boy to equip the gauntlet. But yeah, if you ever watch a glitchless speedrun, they actually level up a lot of the weapons almost up to level 1, but not quite. That is because any weapon level experience, and especially partial experience, actually gives you a percentage boost to the damage output of your Mana Sword. So even though the glitchless speedrun is pretty low level across the board, they still guarantee actually critically hitting 999 damage. Actually, I guess the current speedrun or glitchless record doesn't go to 999, it goes to like 900 or something like that. And just with regular swings, funnily enough, the glitchless speedrun actually defeats the Mana Beast faster than the glitch speedruns, because it can just swing the Mana Sword, because it is just prepared like that. As long as your mana power doesn't run out before. Anyways, that might be everything we can do on the boy here for now. At least directly. No, actually we can technically level the... glove, but we can't unequip the glove on the sprite. We're not allowed to do that. That sounds probably a bit weird to somebody who might not be familiar with this. So... I think it's actually time to level up the spear. We already gained a good chunk of experience, like catching up with the other characters via the lady sharing experience on the spear. Actually, maybe... let me real quick recalculate that before I do that. Because the boy can get up to, like, let's say 4 levels worth of experience on his weapons. Oh, right, we never delivered the King Mushroom. So we have to talk to him here. You'll find Sage Shock on the lofty mountains. Oh yeah, King Truffle was with us on the Plummy ride the entire time until now, technically. Anyways, the boy needs effectively 3 levels on the Boomerang, 2.5 on the Valkyrian, a bunch more on the glove. Yeah, actually the boy needs quite a bit more experience from the others before doing this. Alright, we're going back. The boy actually needs more experience from the others. Once we go down to 4 levels required on all characters, then we can upgrade the spear. I think that's a good rule of thumb. Because 4 gives me a bit of leeway where if I accidentally swap the weapon slightly late, it's not a big deal. But then again, it's not a big deal either way, because we still have the sword to boost the other weapons the rest of the way. Plus, we'll need to boost the spear all the way at the end. Actually, no. I have to boost the spear at the end anyways. I bet we can upgrade. Worst case scenario, lose like half an hour, I would guess. If I'm wrong about this, but thinking about it, because we have to boost the spear for all the characters anyways, I think it is correct now to upgrade it. It probably was correct to upgrade it a while ago, for all I know. Anyways, as long as we don't level up the sword any further, we will always guaranteed be able to max out all of our weapons anyways. So the spear now finally earned its upgraded ranks all the way to the Daedalus lands. And just in case, I'm gonna save this over a different save file because I have the space on this thing. There we go. It's actually an interesting point. Would Lunar Boost add attack power when your attack power is technically maxed? I assume so, because I think it... well, I don't know, but I assume Lunar Boost actually boosts your, like, damage by 25% rather than your attack. But I don't know. There would need to be a bunch of testing for it, to be honest. Alright, let's begin the spear leveling beyond the levels that we needed. The lady is currently on the bow. She only needs... well, once we level this thing up, it's gonna be 50 experience. So she's gonna be only 7 experience away from leveling this thing. So, we kill 7 enemies after leveling up, and the lady should be done with her bow at that point. And the funny thing is, yeah, actually no, it would have made sense probably to upgrade the spear quite a while ago. Purely on the basis of... if I kill enemies with a spear that only gives me 1 experience, I might as well kill enemies with a sword that gives 1 experience to an ally, and 1 experience to another ally too. So... that is 50, plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, did the sprite level up instead? One more. I was off by 1. Somehow. Alrighty, the lady is done with the bow. She only has the javelin, sword and spear remaining. Well, actually she does not have the javelin remaining, she's done with the javelin. She only has the spear remaining. And the sword. Okay, she is functionally done. Again, this is the point where I'm starting to recognize is like, yeah, if I were to just make like a proper model on how I'm supposed to like level up the weapons, I probably would save a good hour, maybe 2, by more efficiently leveling up my weapons. It's kind of a mess when I am still grinding for various equipment pieces and enemies in the mana fortress in terms of which weapon I should equip when. Technically, it would have been much more efficient to plan out the entire grind to figure out which weapons I should equip when for which sequence. But my goodness, that is more planning than I'm willing to do currently for a game I just want to have a nice and relaxing time with. But when you're just doing these kinds of grinds where you can just, well, functionally turn off your brain, let muscle memory take over. Then you just have time to think about these kinds of concepts. Alright, we need 60 more enemies for the sprite, which is at least 1 level up for the boy. Actually, probably a little bit more. Well, yeah, it is 1 level up and some change. Hey Phenomenon, welcome. Hope you're doing well today. How are you doing, and Happy New Year to you. Sometimes it feels like the game drops down, well, the graphics drop down to 30 FPS for some reason. I'm not sure why. Spear level 4. Until we're level 6 we still share experience with the other characters, meaning it's more effective to actually use it. And thank you. Self-improvement has definitely taken time. But I like to think, you know, it's never a goal you reach. Self-improvement is just a lifestyle at this point. And I like to think at least I'm starting to make ways on the path. Alright, the sprite is probably done now. Oh, 10 more, never mind. 1. Alright, now the sprite is done with everything except for the sword and spear. Kinda like the lady. Which means as soon as the boy is... I guess everybody's just waiting for the spear at this point. Starting to make me wonder whether there was even any point in leaving a second weapon at level 1. Spear level 5. I guess technically we could just keep going until level... Well, Until level 6 we still gain 1 weapon experience, right? And at level 6 we could give the sprite and or the lady the sword and let them attack as well, because they would contribute just 1 experience towards the spear anyways. Would I consider playing Secret of Mana mobile 100% run? No, not really. Like, the mobile run was kind of fun for a one-time playthrough. But, well, at least, if nothing else, if I were to ever do that, I would need to figure out how to set up a controller for it. Because I cannot play for this long of a time on a touchscreen. And I know there's definitely methods for it, for what it's worth. But I don't intrinsically enjoy the concept of completing a game, if that makes sense. It's more kind of the other way around. If I enjoy a game a lot, and really I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel to figure out what else I could do in the game in order to continue playing it, that's when I go and play 100% runs. Like, there's been not a whole lot of games I've ever done to, like, absolute completion. Secret of Mana just happens to be one of them. But yeah, the mobile port was kinda neat. Maybe if I were to play it in emulator with controller, it could even be better than that. Would be interesting. But, yeah, no. I think it could be interesting, but at the same time, again, I don't intrinsically enjoy the process of completing a game necessarily. It's just something that, oh, I'm like 95% there, might as well just go the rest too at that point, kind of thing. Did I accidentally set you to charge attack? No. I guess what we could do is we could intentionally leave enemies in the wake of the sprite, so they can actually knock them out instead of just knocking out everything myself. Loading, let me check. Oh my goodness. Wild Fury, thank you. Wild Fury, thank you so much for the generous donation of $133.81. That's really nice of you. I really appreciate that. Initially I was thinking, oh, it's probably €100 or something. But no, now that I see the nice and round number, I think that was very deliberate. Thank you kindly, I really appreciate that. Actually, where's the bar? You know, for $4.01, you could have Palindrome. I see. Thank you kindly. I really appreciate it. In Zelda Link to the Past, there's actually a randomizer functionality, or I don't know what you call it, where you can actually replace the in-game music with any song, like even high quality, full like orchestra music, despite still functionally playing on a Super Nintendo and it being like the music that plays effectively from the game. I wonder if something like that could be achieved for Sigurd Bana. You're going to bed. I see. Well then, I wish you a good night. Rest well. Thank you for dropping by and take care. Until next time. I left this for the sprite and they just missed. Whoopsie. Spear level 7. Is there any reason not to just go to 8.99? I don't think so. So we just do that. Because the only way to get the spear or any weapon to 8.99 at this point is to just get one experience at a time. Through the shared experience from the sprite sword. And while I can still attack with the bow at the same time, it's just slightly faster, I guess. Only slightly. I'm actually questioning whether it is even faster, because since I'm moving through the areas more quickly, the enemies have less time to spawn in front of us, because the, well, remains of the previous enemies are still kind of technically there. Let's see, from the sword level 5 to level 6, we need 100 experience. We get 2 at a time, that is 50 experience shared to an ally. And then from 6 to 7, you don't get anything for the allies. So theoretically, we can leave one character at spear level 8, and then just level up all of the swords from the other characters, in order to still get the experience. At least I'm pretty sure we can do that. But I'm probably gonna chicken out on that one, at least a little bit. Because what if I'm wrong? Do you get experience when killing the mana beast? Probably not. The reason why I say probably not is because most bosses themselves don't technically give experience as much as they just reward experience after you complete the battle. In the little after victory cutscene thingy. But to... let's see, where's bosses? Bosses, there we go. Experience. Ah, the mana beast experience is set to 0, so no. Which is a bit of a shame. You probably get kill experience for leveling up a weapon if you get the killing blow, if I were to guess. Actually, no, we don't get that either, do you? Because when Spiky Tiger... you only get the... maybe you do. I don't know. No, don't attack that lady, you're not supposed to deal damage. It would be fun if your sword was always ended at 8.01. Technically, does that mana magic allow you to gain experience past 8.0? I don't think it does, actually. Funnily enough. I'm not sure. But I think the mana magic just exchanges your sword for the mana sword, but it doesn't actually gain you a level. I could be wrong about that. But I think it does not actually gain you a level that we would be able to level up with. Man, this feels like it takes forever to just get those last few levels, but it is 100 kills in order to get one level from 6 to 7 and 7 to 8. Oh, we're actually level 8 now, so the boy now no longer is allowed to kill enemies. We have to specifically knock them out with the sprite. What did I just say, buddy? Don't hit the enemies, dude. So it's 99 enemies from here, and then the boy will be the first one to level up the spear to 8.99. And then, to level up the sword, it will be 50 kills to get to level 6, and 100 kills, and another 100 kills, so 250 kills for each character to bring the sword from level 5 to level 8. So 750 kills. Once we finally level up the sword. Will still be outstanding. And I think we gain like 15 in one cycle of the area here. Rump. I guess I will double check all the buttons are 8.99 before upgrading the sword. Technically, I could just leave one spear or whatever weapon it will be at level 8.00, because the shared experience from the sword from the other two characters should give 100 experience to the last weapon. Should. Also 50 to the other character, technically. But practically, I'm not going to be brave enough to actually do that. Actually, it's always 100, isn't it? But you can't have two characters with the last 8.00 weapon equipped at the same time. That feels very dangerous. It does. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to play it safe, don't worry. But theoretically, I could do that. But I'm just like, you know, I've been grinding for so long. What's another 20 minutes? It's probably not even saving 20 minutes, it's probably saved like... Actually no, it might be around 20. That's probably a good estimate. Right, boy, how close are you? Because I did not pay attention. Spear is up to 72, 73, 74, 75. Fun fact, I'm terrible at counting, I'm not joking about that. Because as soon as I'm ever so slightly distracted, I immediately lose count of where I am. And I will have to check again. Kind of like right now, because I'm talking. Technically, he could die just before he killed the enemy and end up at 8.98. I'm more worried about jank, just meaning that you don't get like 1 experience points for one reason or another. Because technically, you might only need 1 experience to get to the last level up, and that 1 experience doesn't give experience to the other characters or something. I don't trust the game to properly distribute experience across level thresholds or something like that. So I'm not gonna chance that. Maybe I should trust the game. Anyways, how are we? 2 more! The boy is almost done as the first character with the spear to be level 8.99. He has a boomerang and 2. He has a boomerang, gloves and javelin to still level up. The gloves he actually can punch himself, funnily enough. Oh, we can help punch with the gloves later. Anyways. Gonna give you the boomerang. Sprite is gonna get the spear and get to work. Sprite will take slightly longer than the boy, because they don't have as much stamina regeneration. Probably. Good to not trust the game. Don't count your mana beasts before they hatch. Well, to be fair, I wouldn't know which eggs mana beasts come from to begin with, so I wouldn't know which one to count. In the end, I'm just stuck with a King Platypus instead. That ends up soloing the boss anyways, because it's immune to sound waves. Very slowly. Very, very slowly. It feels so inefficient that the lady is just stuck on not being able to level up any weapon. Also, I'm gonna give her a sword anyways, just in case she accidentally kills something, so she at least contributes to the overall experience to the others. Is level... let's try this again. Is everyone level 98 currently? Yes. We actually need to go and gain some more levels in the Mana Fortress. But since I need to do also some more magic level grinding, I figured I could just do that in there as well. I was initially considering maybe I'm just gonna do the rest of the weapon grinding also in the Mana Fortress while I still need experience too. We can do that once we are done to like just needing the swords, I guess. And then return to Pandora Fields with whatever remains left over. But I'm also not expecting that it will take all that long to reach level 99 at this stage. Because we have defeated so many Whimpers. They are probably the #1 experience game in the entire run in this game. Save a frog, thank you. I don't know why that didn't work. Is the girl 8.99 on all weapons somehow? You're a little confused about what you said earlier. She is not on all of them, but the two she is not an 8.99 is a sword, which she can't level up right now, because it is stuck at level 5 for weapon leverage purposes to level up the spears on allies. And she is... at level 1 spear, because she can't equip the spear while the other characters have the spear equipped. Mainly. Rump. Weapon skill up, boomerang level 7. He needs 200 more experience. That is actually almost exactly 200 more enemy kills. No. Actually, maybe the gauntlet would help the sprite just deal a little bit of extra damage. Who has the gauntlet equipped? Nobody. Like, it might seem a little bit silly, but sometimes I don't wanna, like, wait for my full stamina bar, hoping that it will deal still enough damage, which generally works for rabbits. But other enemies tend to be just a little bit tankier. Would have to work. Spear reaches level 4. We're still handing out like 1 weapon experience to allies. But at this point, the sprite also only gains 2 weapon experience per kill. So that means 50 kills is gonna be 1 level. And the sprite should actually still level up before the boy gains to level 8 on the boomerang, I think. Always gets a little confusing trying to track this part. Yes. I have no idea how you would begin writing a program or something of that equivalent, where you could just plug in the numbers of all the weapons you have currently, and it would plot out like a plan as to which weapons should you level to which points in order to like gain optimal experience or something. Like, I have no idea how you would even begin figuring that out. Well, the sprite is currently set to aggressive. You know what? That's technically fine. So we'll just attack with the lady. Like 1B on the left side here or something. What if it would be worthwhile to go to the left just to spawn more enemies? It's a bit funny that the handle of the spear does as much damage as the pointy bit. Yeah, honestly, they handle the spear more like a bow staff rather than, you know, a stabbing implement in most cases. Like, the stabbing attack, that makes sense. But then just bashing with the blunt side, and also the special attacks feel more like, you know, a bow staff or some other, like, long implements that you can roll around your body in order to impress people or something like that. Boomerang level 8. Don't kill any enemies, boys. You literally don't get experience at this point. Anyways, it's 100 kills from here for the boy to get to level 99. 8.99, excuse me. I'm curious how much experience we actually gain in here, because we were like 50... with like 7,000 so far. You mean if your opponent doesn't have armor, hitting them with the butt of the spear is a legitimate attack. Indeed. Level 6 spear. This means from here on out, we actually don't want the sprite to attack anymore, because they only get 1 experience anyways, and we are leveling up the boys' weapons on the side, so we're just always going to share 1 experience from the sword to the spear, which again, even if he kills the enemies himself, he only gets 1 experience anyways, due to numbers. And the sprite gets also 1 experience. The boy also gets 1 experience. I'm mixing up words here, but I think you get the gist. The point of a spear is more likely to be lethal, but there's also more risk of them dodging or deflecting. Wow, I didn't expect that to kill. This reminds me. What's your strength? 79. Like I said, so I guess she ends out approximately at 80 strength. That's a fair bit shy of the others. But we're gonna just give you the gauntlet anyways, just so potentially we can deal slightly more damage, I guess. How did Seren die in the story? Did he know that the boy would have to do all this hero stuff? I don't think that's ever even touched on in any capacity. Like, he learns, oh, the tree is my mother, the ghost at the well was my father, and I thought I was an orphan all along, but now I am, hooray. I don't think it's more explained than that, although I could be wrong. I can always be wrong, I'm pretty good at that. Alrighty. Nine hours in, and we are... Well, I wanna say we are nearing the end of this grind, but realistically, maybe not that close. It's still taking a while. Actually, how close are you, boy? Thought you were not even level 8 yet. Oh. He's probably been done since a while, and I did not pay attention. Alright, well, let's give him the glove, so he can punch for a short while, until he's at level 6, I guess. He gets 2 experience for himself, 1 experience for the Sprite Spear. But yeah, I don't think we know really anything about Seren. Well, we just coincidentally more or less feel like learn his name once we have that final cutscene in the Pure Lands at the Mana Tree. And I think that's about it, actually. Like, evidently the boy is connected in some capacity. Although I thought it would have been much more impressive of him if he was not the typical chosen one. He was just a random kid that decided to pick up a sword he probably shouldn't have, but nobody told him that he shouldn't. Anyways, back to leveling up weapons. Top close weapon skill up, spear reaches level 7. About the same time we just switched weapons earlier. You wonder if maybe Seren believed he would stop the Emperor and then didn't get a chance to finish it. I mean, plausible. Dark Lich is going to explode the moment the party meets them with all this grinding. Yeah, as long as we don't cast change form on him, we're gonna win that battle. I think that's the only way we could lose. Highly random question. Are there any nice flowers? Pixel flowers, I guess, in Legends of Mana that particularly stand out. Because I was just thinking, can I do or continue the throwback December, or well, throwback marathon really at that point? We could plant flowers at the bottom instead of having an annoying progress bar. I think that would be nice. Those are the things I think about when I have nothing else to think about, just grinding. Sometimes you also get a burst of inspiration from these things, where you're just like, oh, maybe I should add a silly grimer with a fishing rod and an angling hat that runs across the screen when we go fishing. That's a great idea. You know, actually, I just realized the life splits do have like an order of operations, where we first go get all the weapons to 8.99, then the spells, and then the character levels. Oh wait, the character levels are not even on there. Huh. Anyways, I believe up until now I've always just leveled up the spells to 8.99 before all the weapons hit that point. You feel like you're usually character level 99 at this point. Well, I've gotten even luckier in the past, where we did have to do quite a lengthy character level grind to 99. But we've also had the other end of the deal, where we reached level 99 well before we had all the weapon orbs. Yeah, I don't know what the average is like. Do you reach level 99 before you get all the weapon orbs or after? I imagine if you're less focused in terms of what stuff you're killing. Also, this is convenient, because as soon as the boy levels up his glove to level 8, the sprite will be done with the spear. But yeah, because I know which enemies I specifically want to farm for the various rare drops that I'm looking for, I think I might be a lot more like goal-oriented and kill less incidental enemies in the meantime. So just because of that, I might actually be gaining less experience than an average completionist. You also guess that all the single chests for the other challenges didn't end up contributing a lot of experience. In the grand scheme of things, probably not, no. They did allow me to be significantly higher level than I usually would be through the other areas, and have way more money than I would ever need in order to spend it. So there's that too. So, let's see, what was that? Oh, thank you. Frith tipped $20. Thank you kindly. No comment attached, but I really appreciate it. Happy New Year to you as well. Plus 20. And thank you. I hope you have a great start to the new year as well. Alrighty. I think we're probably nearing the end of this leg, which means the sprite is going to be done with everything except the sword. They will have to gain 250 kills all on their own once we level up the sword all the way. Once we have reached that point. Then again... no, it's fine. I was about to say, I could theoretically have stopped early and keep them the spear equipped later, so they gain experience for the sword afterwards, but... again, I'm not just gonna worry about that too much. Just keep it simple. Alrighty, sprite. Done with the spear. It's just a lady that needs to level up the spear. And the boy is not done with the gloves or the boomerang or the javelin, so that's gonna still take a bit. Alrighty, spear it is for the lady. Let's go. When I defeat... well... when the lady reaches level 3 with the spear, the boy would need about 15 more enemy kills in order to gain 8.9 on the gloves, I believe. How are the other characters improving their weapons when they're not even attacking? Is it normal? Well, yes, that is how the game actually works. Which is kind of the bit of the crux of the entire situation. Basically, half of the weapon experience you earn is transferred to your allies. And that's what I'm using to level there. I specifically don't level up or like forge the sword past level 1. My goodness, brain. I specifically don't forge the sword past the level 5 in order to make sure that the sword can always share 1 experience with my allies. If I don't make sure, well, if I were to forge the sword beyond level 5, I would potentially get into a situation where everybody has their weapons up to level 8, and they could no longer gain any weapon experience towards level 8.99, because in this game you gain 1 weapon experience when killing an enemy, when you kill an enemy that is at least your level or higher, at level 8, from 8.00 to 8.99. So you need to kill 99 enemies while you are lower level or same level as any enemy. We are level 98. The highest level enemy in the entire game is level 81. We are way past the point where we could actually level up our own weapon to 8.99. So consequently, we have to use ally experience in order to level up weapons up to 8.99. The sword is the only weapon that you cannot level past level 8.00 anyways, unless you use a glitch to get the mana sword early. But this is glitchless, so we don't do that. So naturally the sword is just going to be at level 8.00. And we can always reach level 8.00 on any weapon, guaranteed. However, we cannot always reach level 8.99 on every weapon unless we are at least lower level than the enemy or get shared experience through some other means. How do you get the final weapon to 8.99? In this scenario you don't, because the sword's maximum level is capped at 8.00. You cannot get it higher than that. You could use a glitch to get a mana sword early, to level it up to level 8.99 as well. That is a possibility. I have done that in the past. But then you need to specifically have a character that is low enough level to boost all of the other allies and his own weapon up to 8.99. Alrighty, the boy is done with the gloves. Let's give him... oh, he's done with the boomerang too. It's just the javelin remaining. But yeah, if you want to level up all weapons, including the mana sword, if you don't mind using the Lich to get the mana sword early, you have to have a character at low enough level to be able to level it up all the way for both his allies and himself. What is the advantage of being at 8.99 instead of 8.00? There is absolutely no mechanical advantage to this. With an asterisk, technically there is, but practically it does never matter. Like, it technically plays into the mana sword damage formula, but if you're at that point, you're dealing max damage to the mana sword anyways, well before, so it never ends up mattering. Unless you were to remove the damage cap and try to get for the theoretically highest damage number, then it technically would matter. But practically it never matters. It matters for people who are trying to be completionists, and this is just my own personal definition of 100%. Because getting all the weapons to 8.99, or at least as many as you can without using glitches in this case, is a challenge. Is there a way to get the mana sword early in the PAL version? Probably. Let me think. You can't do the Neko glitch in the PAL version. They patched that. You can get invisible characters, but you would need to get invisible characters before completing Tasnica. And the only alternative way of getting an invisible character I know of is by getting eaten by the dragon lizard in the Grand Palace, and then using a magic rope while your character is getting eaten. But I don't think... Well, you probably... Can you get into the Grand Cathedral? Or Grand Palace? Trying to think of alternative ways, actually. Actually, no, you can do that, yeah. Do you have any love for Secret of Evermore? I played through it once. I like the game. It's kind of weirdly janky in its own way, but very different kind of janky compared to Secret of Mana. Like, they literally don't share an engine, they just look similar. The games are entirely separate. Anyways, I think, like, it has... Like, Secret of Evermore is fascinating, like, just from a world design perspective, I'm really intrigued by it. Like, it's conceptually really fascinating. I really liked it on that end. Gameplay-wise, it's fine. About Secret of Mana level of jank, so... Works just fine for me. And I like it. Alright, so in order to get the mana sword early on the PAL version, what you have to do is you play up until the game where you get Flammy. And once you get Flammy, you go up to Lofty Mountains to Sage Jock and use the charge attack through the wall strategy that the one player 2 controller speedrun uses in order to just skip to the doppelgangers. Defeat the doppelgangers, then you can go into the Grand Cathedral. Well, actually, you don't even need the invisible character then, huh? Anyways, defeat the doppelgangers, then you can raise the continent for the Grand Cathedral. And Grand Cathedral, the Grand Palace, whatever, the Sunken Palace. Anyways, you play through the Sunken Palace until you get to the chest with the extra sword orbs in it. Pick up the sword orbs in that place specifically. Then you go back to go and pick up... Well, then you just do the rest earlier, let's put it this way. You can get to the sword orb without having to get all the mana spirits. Then, after you pick up the sword orbs in that chest, you go back into... Oh, level 6, so sprite it is. Once you get the sword orbs, excuse me, I keep interrupting myself. You go back into... Well then, actually, basically just what you normally do after getting Flammy. You go do the Gold City Tower, you go and do everything, basically. Specifically, you want to open up Tasnica. So you go to Gold City Tower, get Luna, and I think then you can go into Tasnica afterwards. Actually, you might have to complete the Palace of Darkness too. When you're in Tasnica, you get an additional sword orb from the king. At that point, you will have one extra sword orb compared to what you're supposed to have, because you picked up the chest inside the Grand Palace early. And with that, you should be able to... then once you defeat the Thunder Gigas in the Pure Lands, have enough sword orbs to level the sword up all the way to the Mana Sword. That's how you can get the Mana Sword in PAL version. I am reasonably certain the weapon charge attack through the wall to skip doing the mid-game or like the flying portion initially should work. So yeah, you can get a Mana Sword in the PAL version. Also, let me just save once in a while. Yeah, it's basically, you can't do the traditional method. I call it the traditional method because that's the method everybody knows. Oh, we're 97? I thought we were 98 level. Huh. Alrighty, let me actually check the levels. The boy is getting up there, and it's not like he has to level up anything else at this stage. So there's no reason to worry about checking his weapons. And we just need to level up the Daedalus lands for the lady. Technically the lady could start attacking enemies too, at this point. She's not gonna share experience with the boy, but he's gonna get enough experience anyways, probably. But I might as well just make sure the boy has maxed out his javelin, and then he just needs the sword. The sprite only needs the sword, so we will need to forge it. Actually, in fact, the lady only needs a spear, doesn't she? Once she reaches level 8 with the spear, theoretically we could go and forge the sword. Theoretically. I'm gonna go to like 820 before I go and forge the sword. I'm gonna make a separate save too, just in case stuff goes wrong. But yeah, anyways, I thought I was level 98, but we're actually level 97. So we do have actually a bit more grinding to do in the Mana Fortress. So we could reasonably go and level up the sprite spells in there, just nuking all enemies along the way. Or actually, what I will likely do instead is I'm just gonna go ahead and nuke enemies where the tsunamis just multiply. Much easier. I do wonder whether the bunny glitch works on the PAL version. I don't know if they fixed that one. Maybe I should do a playthrough of the PAL version sometime. Just to get the mana so early. To see if that even works. I mean, they fixed a bunch of stuff, but I don't know how much they fixed. For all I know, they could have just prevented that thing entirely. But I would be kind of surprised. Spear level 7. 200 more enemy kills. Until the lady is done with the spear. Also, a random thought that just occurred to me, in case anybody's wondering why I say lady instead of girl, because she's ostensibly a girl in this game, because that's what all the official strategy guys say. It's kind of the same reason why I don't like pronouncing the word squirrel. It's really difficult to pronounce. For me. So I just default to lady because that's so much easier. Plus, everybody knows what I'm talking or who I'm talking about anyways, right? Probably. Girl, oh my god. Please. My... Yes. That one too. You thought I was acknowledging her royal status. You know what? Sure, let's go with that. That's a much smarter way to do it. But no, I'm not that smart. I didn't think of that. No, don't do that, boy. Actually, he might still... No, he is basically done with the javelin, isn't he? I'm pretty sure he's done with the javelin. Yep. Alright. Everybody just needs the spear and sword at this stage. So close, yet so far. It's still gonna take like half an hour, probably, or more. I'm curious. What timer is it now? What timer is it now? 26:32. Spear level 8. Theoretically, we could probably go now and upgrade. But I'm doing one more round through the Pandora Fields. And then we save, and then we go upgrade. Just in case weird stuff happens. Actually, is the lady royal? Like, I don't think she's royalty per se. I think she's more like high society, if that makes sense. Or would you still call that royalty? I don't think she's the daughter of the king in this game. She's a princess? Wait, really? My brain is entirely mush at this point. For some reason I thought her father... Isn't her father in town? I don't think she is the princess. Hold on. Because I'm just automatically blocking making another round through Pandora Fields. Just because my brain is so used to it at this point. I just forgot what I said earlier. Guess I must be thinking of Marl of Chrono Trigger. Yeah, no, the guy isn't here. This guy up here is her father. Machen, Happy New Year, you're back. Dad, I'm not coming back until I find dialogue. See? Unless this guy is a king, which I suppose he might be. I don't know, probably not. It's Fana. I think Fana is just like a childhood friend. I don't think we know her like lineage per se, or even family beyond her. Oh, the only reason why I know that guy is in this house. Also, it only feels fitting for a final weapon upgrade to be in... Did I just save? I probably just saved, right? You can save again. It only feels fitting for a final weapon upgrade to be here in What's His home. Fun fact, What's His gone from down here. If you talk to him in the upper lands, I did not talk to him there. What? But the only reason why I know that the lady's dad is in that home is because that is one of the ways you can like see her glitched name if you never gave her a name, because he mentions her by name already even if she's not in your party, and if you get there early before giving her a name, she will, like, he will just kind of say her glitched name. In this case, in the English version, it would be go 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 like 12 times repeated or something, because that's the latest character in the, well, empty table. Anyways, Excalibur, into Masamune, into Geiger Sword, into the Dragon Buster. It says it costs 25,000 gold to upgrade. That is technically true, if you ever upgrade the weapon. Right, we have a new weapon. No, as long as I don't remove... Oh, you can... Right. As long as I don't remove the lady's spear, ever, we should be fine to have her... gain all the weapon experience she needs. Because until the sprite hits level 6 with the sword, she will still gain weapon experience. And she should be at something like 8.42. So theoretically she gains 50 weapon experience by the time the sprite hits level 2. And just in case I goofed, which I don't think I did, my goodness. Just in case I goofed, I didn't make a save beforehand. Anyways, back to Pandora Fields. Murdering flowers. Flowers that try to bite us anyways. Does Rabbite count as a flower? Probably not. It's very yellow. It looks like a flower petal, I guess. The things you think about when you have too much time to think. Feel like you're being Mandela affected. You could have saw that when you played it in the 90s. You would have seen if you went to the castle early enough, where she told the king she was mad about Dalek and stormed out. She doesn't tell the king, she tells the guy on the right side of the king's throne room, in his own room, that he's mad and doesn't want to marry that random noble or whatever it is. But yeah, Marl is the princess from Chrono Trigger, which Marl's design might have been very directly influenced by the lady here. Oh, right, the boy actually no longer should gain experience. No, or the lady, Eccles. She has 8.9 Daedalus Lance experience. So let me just make sure that she gets to 8.99, then I don't have to worry about it anymore. So we just have the boy briefly defeat 9 enemies, and that should be all that there is. Oh, Steve Parker, thank you so much for the raid, and welcome everybody. You're joining in at technically the tail end of a long grind for weapon experience, but practically it is still going to take like half an hour, or maybe more, I don't actually know. Still gonna take a while. Welcome everybody to Seeker of Mana 100% into 2026. I hope you have a nice day today and a happy new year to you. Good evening. And welcome, I hope you're doing well. Alright, the lady is done so with the Daedalus Lance. Everybody at this point just needs to level up the sword up to 8.00, because unless you get the mana sword early, you cannot get up to 8.99. Which, well, this is glitchless, we don't do that here today. Level 7? Wait, no, 6. Never mind. It was an entire level too early. 100 kills to level 7. Then another 100 to level 9. And then 99 more kills. Wait, it's 299 kills on each character. I thought it was 250 for some reason. No, it's 299 kills on every character from level 6. Oh. Never mind. 349 kills total from level 5. That's what I was thinking about originally. Except I missed, well, 100. It's gonna take a bit. I think what I'll do, as soon as the boy reaches level 8 on the sword, I'm going to have specifically the sprite and the lady reach level 100. Not level 100, level 8.99. Sword level 7. 199 kills remain. Wait, no, they don't. My goodness, my brain is really fried, huh? Level 8 is the maximum on the sword, not 8.99. Why did I think that? No, it is 299, I guess. Which also means we're switching weapons with the other characters. It's getting late already. Just a little bit, just a tad. Alright. Alright. Sprite, your turn. Sprite is going to go all the way to level 8. Then the lady is gonna go all the way to level 8, and then I'm just gonna keep the sword on the boy until we reach level 99. Grinding in the mana fortress on enemies. That probably makes the most sense. I do wonder where the most comfy place to grind is gonna be. Like, the fastest one is at the very end, but where's the comfiest one? Almost want to go back to that one whimper. Almost. If you ask me, but this is just you, the comfiest is just running back through the whole palace, maybe even the paths you don't normally take. You know what, that's a fair point. Let's visit the paths that we don't normally go down. I think that's a good idea. Is this like in section 1, there's like one path to the left where we get to the back door for where Buffy's room, well, entrance is. Is there other paths that you don't take? I think that is for it for room 1. Then on floor 2, there's like an entire top left section you can go down, and then bottom right as well. Normally, when you know where you're going, you just go through the center, of course, because that's the fastest path. But there are other paths with creepy crawlies along the way. And unlike the central path, I don't actually know what exactly spawns where on these like outer sections, if you will. In the 3rd floor, I don't think there's a branching path. No. Well, technically, I guess. In that one room with the whimper in the middle. You can go left or you can go right. Haha. But no, there's nothing. You vaguely remember a grid-like area with those crabs and the green obstacles. Yes, I think that's... Well, there's definitely something like that in the top left. Level 7, 100 more kills for the sprite. And the sprite is entirely going to be done with weapon leveling. Let me just repeat the same for the lady. And then just a little bit more on the boy. between magic grinding and level grinding, which will take longer? I would guess on a technicality, magic grinding might take longer. But practically, we've done so much along the way that it probably is significantly shorter. Like, we actually don't have a whole lot of more magic to grind at this point, I don't think. Let's see. We need to get Sylph, Dryad, and Luna. Well, as well as a few more gone spellcasts up, I guess. So I guess it's still actually quite a bit. It is still quite a bit to go, actually. I would say, like, we probably can knock it out in an hour, probably. So Lady done? No, but she has like an equivalent amount. And we double level anyways. Oh, actually, no, she's way further. She just needs Gnome and Salamander. And both of them are like 7.28 and something. Pretty comfy amount left then, indeed. Very doable. I was initially considering when I started the stream, maybe splitting this into like a third part, but I think we can just go the distance at this stage. Good night, Ryok. Rest well, and until next time, take care. Oh, and there it is. The sprite is done. Entirely complete and absolutely done with leveling all the weapons. Just magic remains. Just a little bit of magic remains. Alright. There you go. Lady. Guys, please stop attacking. Is the sprite still set to aggressive? No. That's just bad luck. Rainy. Comfy circles. Maybe you ask why you were right here, not maybe in the wolves in the Iceland. Well, functionally it doesn't matter which enemies we kill, because we get the same amount of weapon experience everywhere at this point. But basically, I think the enemy density is really good here. It's easy to just knock them down, and you don't get the annoying random slowdown spellcast from the wolves either. The wolves are fine, and the music is great, probably a lot better than here. So that's a pretty good incentive to go over there, I guess. But yeah, I guess we also would technically gain more character experience, but considering I need to cast a bunch more spells with the sprite anyways, I'm not too worried about that part. Yeah, weapon experience is not technically the same for all enemies. It's more of a very binary trigger, whether if you are higher level than the enemy, you get half the weapon experience. If you are lower level than the enemy, you get full weapon experience. And because I'm level 97 at this point, after grinding out all of the rare drops and weapons, there is literally no enemy in the game that is lower level or higher level than me. The highest level is a level 81 Terminator. That's it. Which is also why I had to do some shenanigans in order to boost the other level or weapons levels all the way up to 8.99 through shared experience with the sword. Because otherwise they would just be stuck at 8.00, because at level 8 you gain 1 weapon experience, only if the enemy is at least the same or higher level than you. And you get half of that if the enemy is lower level than you. But unfortunately for us, the game does not actually calculate in half numbers. It just rounds it down to 0. Yeah, it's just one of those things where if you play the game casually, you might never really think about how weapon leveling works. I distinctly have that memory of mine though, where I, on a complete win, went back to Pandora Fields here, one late game save or something like that, and then I started realizing, wait a second, my character's weapons are leveling up super fast. I didn't know why that was at the time, but effectively because I probably at that point was already higher level than all the enemies anyways, I just gained a ton of experience from these enemies because you can just reliably one-shot them. I guess I can slow down spell, but we can technically use wall in order to bounce it back. But that would still mean we wouldn't get to actually damage the wolf that is under the effect of slowdown. Yeah. You play casually, no nothing, only that weapon and spell leveling sucks. Wow, okay. It's interesting. Because that's one of my favorite aspects of the game, funnily enough. I love that when, like, especially as a kid, I just loved seeing all the fancy and crazy animations the characters go through when you get to charge your weapon to the next level. So I just wanted to keep using the same weapon to see the higher level. If you're a completionist, and try to get everything to max everything, then it's quite a grind. And it might actually be a literally impossible grind if you don't know what you're doing, or... Well, I guess it's fine if you don't care about getting everything to 8.99, because chances are high you can't when you save file anymore. Because of the weird weapon leveling mechanics. And magic leveling, yeah, especially if you try to max it out absolutely. The spell animations is gonna take forever and a half. That's just how it is. At least you can speed it up to an extent, but you know. Casually, you feel like you don't care about higher weapon levels anyways, because it takes unreasonably long time to charge. See, that's where I disagree with you, because casually I use those things all the dang time. I was woofing at half speed the entire game through because I kept charging up my weapon. Yeah, because I just love the spear animations, so I just use them all over the place. Like, is it worth it? In most scenarios, no. There are some edge cases where it is worthwhile to charge your weapon, but in most cases, you're better off just attacking normally. But I didn't care, I just liked the fancy animations. I still like the fancy animations, but I'm a little bit more goal-oriented nowadays. Sword reaches level 7. 100 more enemies until the lady is maxed out on every weapon. And it's just a boy remaining who needs to get the sword to level 8. And we're gonna try to do that inside the Mana Fortress, while we need to get 2 levels anyways. And the sprite needs a bunch of levels too. Use the charge for the mana piece to get through the defense, you think. You didn't know about the Lunar/Magic boost. Well, to be fair, I did that too. And I also didn't realize Lunar or Energy boost, or whatever it's called. Lunar Energy. So yeah, plus, when I was a kid, the game told me, okay, cast both spells onto the sword the boy is holding, and unleash the mana sword. So we did. What the game doesn't tell you is that if you never level up Dryad on either of the characters, sprite or the lady, your mana sword probably lasts less long than the entire cutscene takes in order to, you know, fancily give you the mana sword. Especially if you get a low spell roll on how the duration is shortened, which can happen. You charge for the mana beast because hitting him with a full 8 charge hit is just cooler. I agree. Plus, during the mana beast there's a long sections where you can't hit it anyway, so I might as well charge up. As long as you're not dying to the damage, then it's fine. It feels extra bad when you charge an attack and miss. Yep. I absolutely agree. And then to add insult to injury, when you do like a big whirlwind attack, then your charge attack just continues like 4 or 5 seconds, continuing to deal no damage because you already missed. Is Riot Mana spell time-based or how many hits? It is time-based. Specifically, it is time-based for both the sprite and the lady. So, both the lady and the sprite have a separate timer, and only while both are active, you actually get the mana sword. And if even just one of the characters has a level 0 Dryad spell, because I don't know, I never use Dryad spells on the lady at all, because that just didn't seem worthwhile with the high mana cost. You're just not getting much more than like maybe 10-20 seconds at best out of it. Actually, I have no idea how long it is, to be honest, but it doesn't give you much time to work with. On top of that, of course, after casting the Mana Sword spell once, we had absolutely no idea that we needed to cast it again, because we just thought, oh, we have the Mana Sword now. It never occurred to us that we are supposed to cast it a second time, or a third time, whenever it runs out. Level 4 and 4 is better than, for example, 8 and 1? Yes, on average. Okay, we won't have the problem this run now. Indeed. Level 8. The lady is done. 100% weapon power achieved before. Now it's just spells all the way for her. Alrighty. Get out of here and save. Oh, I saw. Right, I used up all the chocolates and royal jams and everything because I guess we were memeing, if you will. So it's basically just the boy remains to have the sword. Still needs to get it to level 8. Once we have that done, we can finalize. Hey, Neko. Really? Candy. I feel like it's just more complete if we just get a full inventory of everything anyways. I don't think we generally need it. Maybe if we get run over by Master Ninjas we might need a couple of wishes or a royal jam, but that's about it. Maybe a medical herb if I'm impatient. Alrighty. Alrighty. The spreadsheet looks nice and green, because the more we green up, the more is gonna be done. Let's go and save, and then we head into the Mana Fortress. We need 2 more levels on everybody, and we need... Of course I selected town with the thingy magic the furthest away. Is everyone done with the sword? No, the boy still needs to get the sword done. But I figured we can just do that in the Mana Fortress while we need levels anyways. Save your game, yes please. Up into the sky we go. Alrighty, we do need to level up Gnome and Salamander as we go, so might as well do that. And here we go, this is where the sprite smile spam begins. We're just probably gonna toss boulders at these enemies until they decide to, well, take a fancy casting animation and go down. Kinda like this. We saw a big face, well, we didn't see the big face, it was off screen really. But this is what I'm gonna be doing, I'm just gonna spam spells until the enemies die. With the fancy spellcasting animations. Kinda like this. Because once you reach level 8 and a little bit beyond, the closer you get to level 8.99, the higher your chances to get one of those fancy spellcasting animations instead of the standard ones. Unfortunately for me, the fancy spellcasting animations also lock your character in place, so I won't be able to do anything during those times. It actually does not matter if you kill an enemy or even damage it while casting a spell, all you need to do is just cast a spell in order to level it up. Right now, from level 8.00, we get 1 magic experience every time we defeat an enemy. Or, no. Every time we cast a spell, we get 1 magic experience. We need to cast 19 more gnome spells. And you know what I'm gonna do? Gnome has the very convenient feature of having a spell that doesn't deal damage. It's a bit of a longer animation. You don't get experience for it, but that way I just don't have to worry about it, especially later down the road, where we almost always seem to get a fancy spellcasting animations. Does this also apply between other levels? You feel like, for example, between level 3 and 4 you can get a different disguise drop? Yes, absolutely. I believe you get an upgraded sprite like every 2 levels? So pretty much all of the spells like gradually, like visually become stronger and stronger, which again another reason why I personally like to level these things, because I just want to see the next awesome animation. Alright, how much more? 8. Alright, that means we are going to be down to 38 MP remaining, because each speed down costs 1 MP. Now that I think about it, all of the sprite spells have fancy animations anyways. So I could actually just begin leveling up the lady spells as well while we're here. Because we might as well. So we need gnome, so we're gonna just spam defender. The defender only costs 2 MP. And since the lady spellcast animation at least plays during the fancy animations from the sprite, we also get to technically save a little bit of time. Alrighty. And there it is. This should be gnome done for the sprite. 8.99 maxed out. Then we need... Wait, I just accidentally did that. Mark that for the wrong character. There we go. Next, Sylphid, Luna and Dryad. Luna. We're gonna absorb MP a bunch anyways, I guess. But we can just use it to spam spells in the meantime. If an enemy does not have any more MP, they don't get the damage number above their head anymore. And it will just subtract 1 MP every time we cast the spell, so Energy Absorb is still the most efficient spell to spam in order to gain levels. We gain 2 experience every time we cast a level 7 spell, And we are going to get 1 experience every time we cast a level 8 spell. So that means we need 50 spell casts from level 7 to 8 and 99 to get from 8 to 8.00. Also, I picked me the cactus because this allows me to cast spells slightly quicker. Both the animation before the spell goes off, as well as, well, especially after the spell goes off, the animation is just cut entirely. So, normally you would have like the cactus duck down and just do that entire like after spell cast delay animation, but we can cut that out entirely by virtue of just picking our characters since they just don't have those animations. Alright, Magic Absorb level 8. I was thinking we could theoretically just not quite go to level 8.99 on Luna. Also, if we absorb MP from this guy, we'll have an approximate idea on how many more spells we need to cast on the sprite, because that's going to be approximately how much MP we have remaining. So we need to cast until we only have 7 MP remaining for the sprite to be done with casting Luna. Hello! Welcome new gems, hope you're doing well. Guess I'm not killing a whole lot of enemies, huh? But I didn't remember until now that all of the remaining spells from the sprite actually have, like, spells that don't deal damage to enemies, so we can easily spam those. Yeah, restore the lady's MP. No, I did not mean to do that. And there goes that additional fairy one as big as a dingus. Brachydactylus, thank you so much for the raid and welcome everybody. I hope you have a lovely day today. Happy New Year. A super duper adorable crested gecko raid. Nice. Thank you so much for the raid everybody and welcome. I hope you have a lovely day today. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon and welcome to what is arguably the tail end but still gonna take like an hour or something of the Secret of Mana 100% run into 2022. We are currently spamming spells in order to level up our spell spells until we have all of them up to level 8.99. The lady is missing just 2 spell schools to max out, whereas the sprite is missing 3 total. Both of them have all of the spell schools at a decently high level at least, so it's gonna take a bit, but nothing too crazy, at least compared to what we've done before, or until now. Welcome to you, Lou Wave. Welcome to you, Brachydactylus. Welcome to you, Ninja Debugger. And welcome to North Rex as well. Welcome to the channel. Or welcome back in some cases. How is the grind going? Just fine. We had a slight case of deja vu when we went probably quite a bit overweight for the Javelin Orb from the Whimper again. Not quite as extreme as that other time, but it definitely took a bit until we got it. But then again, we still needed experience for the characters to get to level 99, and well, we still do. We have done almost all of the weapon grinding at this point. We are just missing the boy, like, need to get like 80 kills or something like that in order to get his weapon all the way from level 7 to level 8. And that's gonna be the last weapon that we will need to do. And welcome as well, Real Decoy. Hope you're having a lovely day. So we're just spamming spells because it does not matter how much damage the spell does. All that matters is that we cast a spell in order to gain experience of it. We just get 1 experience from level 8 to 8.99, so it's 99 spellcasts. Plus all of those fancy spellcast animations just lock our characters and everybody in place for a bit. Which is why we double up on the spellcasting, so we could potentially just get 2 fancy spellcasting animations at the same time, and the animation time at least is like functionally halved in a way, because they just overlap instead of playing one after another. Well, they can't do anything anyways. Alright, look like we checked, because I think I absorbed accidentally some extra MP from the enemies. How much more do you need? Yeah, still a lot. 54, so that is 45 more spellcasts for the sprite. At 57 MP. Wait, I accidentally just multi-targeted again. Oh well. Do you have any MP remaining? You do. Oh well. I actually want to target specifically the enemy that is out of MP, because this would technically allow me to counter spells by just looking at my MP total, since each spellcast of Energy Absorb costs 1 MP. Practically, I need to press left in order to target the boy with the Defender spellcast, just so the lady is not stun-locked in her own spellcasting animation for longer than necessary. So occasionally I just press left on the sprite spell as well, just out of, I don't know, weird muscle memory. And left just happens to be the multi-target function. If you go right, you target different enemies. If you go left, you multi-target enemies before going to the last enemy in the data entries. Also, the lady's about to be out of MP. How much further can you go? Right, let's see. How close are you to 8.99 on Gnome? You need 37 more spellcasts, which means you need, well, twice the amount of MP for that. Which, because I accidentally used up 2 fairy monots, we don't have that, so we'll have to go and restock. And at this point I'm just like, well, I guess there's not really much of a point in me casting the spells inside of here, is there? So maybe we should just finish the weapon and character leveling and then go cast spells outside instead. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and do that. It's not like we can do a whole lot else while we are waiting. Give me the whip, because I don't have to manually unpigmate the characters. They automatically get unpigmate as soon as we jump across the jumping thing. Alright. It specifically needs to be the boy to kill the enemies, so we're gonna give him... Not from you. You. Lunar Energy. This guarantees he lands critical hits whenever he hits enemies. Alright, we don't wanna kill that guy. I would also give myself like a weapon enchant, But the annoying part about this is that there's a bunch of enemies in here that just love to cast dispel magic and just, you know, deny that. It's kinda mean. Yeah. Remember to open up chests for rare candy gems. That's fair. We should definitely do that. And we are also level 98, probably. So I think that was the level up sound. Okay, second level 98. So we're just taking the roads less traveled, or not traveled at all, because this is just a dead end. And the Doom Sword that is supposed to spawn here doesn't spawn, so you literally can't farm this right here. This would be a perfect spot to just farm the Doom Sword relatively easily in the Mana Fortress if you still need the Guardian Ring from it. But yeah, you can't do that in this version of the game. We did actually get one rare candy, so we already technically have that marked off, but I wouldn't say no to more candies, because that seems kind of fun. Book, show me your pages. Boring. Boring again. I can't read, I just would like to have pretty pictures. Even if enemies are not susceptible to petrification, applying a saber element still increases my damage. Yeah, I don't remember when that happened in the stream or even which enemy it was from. I just distinctly remember like marking it off of my chest tracker. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see a Shadow Zero. We also didn't have that many opportunities either. But I was opening up specifically just with the sprite, who at the time didn't have high enough level to dodge all the traps. And we only got like Grim Reapers. Nothing more interesting than that. Oh yeah, there's actually even a rope pull over here. That's one you don't usually see crossed. In my streams anyways. Let's see what else is over here. Oh, there's another one. Really? Huh. Man, that's a very roundabout way to go to places. There's a creepy crawly. And now the paths converge again. But we can also take this route here south instead to get to a different junction. Hello. Alright. The book didn't want to be fancy today. Can't blame it. I think this is the section that was mentioned earlier, where you just have to punch through a bunch of these green blocks. Oh, chest. Let's see what we get. Amulet ring that won't fit. Could have been a candy that won't fit. Well, it wasn't. I like this a fiend tattoo over here. How annoying. And I think this loops back around to basically the entrance of the section. It's just like a little loop-de-loop you can do. And now we have traveled all the roads, I think. I don't believe there's any other path that you can go down at this point. Don't hit that guy again, he's dead already. If we hit him, he would have actually denied all the damage we already stacked onto him through the lucid barrier he applied. No, they could have absolutely been crabs there, they might have just not spawned. Because I do remember there being crabs as well, to be honest. I thought they were crabs. Maybe I'm wrong. Big basilisk friend, goodbye. How much more experience do we need? Is it worth turning around already? 243,000? Really? I didn't realize it was gonna be that much. I guess we can just go to the end here. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Glitchless, by the way. Or it try to be glitchless, but the game sometimes disagrees. I think the reason why that, like, pile of bones sometimes just keeps exploding like that is because its animation is supposed to end. But the game does not know that the animation is supposed to end until the game tells, well, the program tells it to stop playing the animation. But because we were interrupting whatever other script would have told it to stop playing the animation, we're jumping across the rope hole while it never ended the animation. You know, at some point I theorized whether it was theoretically possible to defeat the mana beast using only spells, which would mean you would need to cast 9,990 spells on it in order to defeat it. At the time I concluded even with the equipment trashing Lich, there was like a finite amount of spells you could throw at it, which would not be sufficient. Very cloak, one fit, not rare candies. However, doesn't the sprite's Luna spell, Lunar Magic with the question mark, occasionally fully restore your MP? Not senseless. Everybody's not unconscious, except the sprite who is immune to it. Enemy party HP recovered. Oh, enemy and party. All are confused, which means they can't cast spells anymore. Well, actually, that means the sprite can't cast a spell anymore. That would be a funny effect to get a mana beast. I wonder if you can do that. Can you silence the mana beast before he casts wall? I don't think I've ever tried. Oh, you cast 9,800 spells and then fully restore it? I wonder if it can break the damage cap with healing, but actually that would be a serious issue, isn't it? That would be a serious problem. Because I was thinking maybe you could... The world is bigger. Everybody's tiny. Like potentially you might be able to do things. Burned out. I don't think that worked. All are confused. Alright, we'll stop before the game crashes or something. Can the game crash like this? I've never seen it crash like this, but you know. This run is long enough, I don't need to find out today. My brain was so confused, I pressed left and actually walked left. Do you understand the confusion? You know, most people that press left, they intend to go to the left. In my little world, I was still confused on the character, which inverts my controls. So I actually thought I was gonna go to the other side. I was confused that I was no longer confused. Yes, precisely. I don't want to go with you. Go away. No, don't bring him along, sprite. Don't want to deal with the guy. He's mean. He has too much HP. Oh wait, the boy is actually already level 8 on the sword. We don't have to worry about giving him the experience anymore for it. Now it's just all about character experience at this stage. And we need 155,000 more. Alright. Oh yeah, we do actually get the green box in the split. You're right. Weapons all up to level 8.99, except the sword, which can't unless you use a glitch. Go read it on the thing, and the green box on the stream layer. I had to press the wrong button. Whoopsie. Hold up. There we go, one of the long boxes checked out. This could be arguably the longest box that you need to cross out manually, technically. Oh yeah, they're not casting spells. Maybe I should have gone outside to restock fairy walnuts. So what I like to do as a kid, in order to defeat these annoying Terminators down there, is I just charge my weapon all the way up to level 8, and then just charge down there before they can do anything. Well, I killed one. It's not terribly efficient. But it's an option. Ooh, chest! Hey Sprite, can you get the traps? You probably can't get traps anymore. Would be fun though. Fairy crown won't fit. Sadness. Rare candies. I wonder if it's more efficient for grinding purposes to just kill these guys. Let's see. 79629. Oh, that did not knock that guy out. How inconvenient. Down to... Oh, that's pretty fast. In fact, we could probably just walk outside and get the rest of the experience along the way now, to be honest. I think we're fine. Just don't get murdered by the master ninjas, that would be a little bit tragic. I knocked out one. And that's it. That's all we get. Ooh, nice. I'm not gonna worry about this guy. He's mean. Explosions. Happy New Year! Reached level 99. It's just a boy that does not reach level 99 yet. But in just a few more attacks. Well, I'll say that. Ooh, chest. Excuse me. Listen, I can't resist. Fairy cloak won't fit. Yeah. We've had way too many candy at this point. I didn't realize the boy was this far behind in levels. What the heck? How did that happen? Did I have him dead for a while somewhere? Probably, like it must be. That's the only way he can't get experience in some situations. He should be immune, right? Yeah, he still has the imp string equipped. There we go. Rump reaches level 99. And this completes that part of our contract. Everybody's level 99. Set it green on the layout in the document. Split. Now we just need the spells. The split bus for spells? No! I goofed! It's fine, we're just gonna pretend it was for the other one. Don't dynamically change that. Actually, can you? I don't think you can. I suppose I've never tried. Maybe you can. I'm not gonna try it though. Just in case stuff breaks if I do that. One damage. My goodness. To be fair, one damage is more than most enemies can do at this point to us. So dealing one damage to us is technically impressive. Just practically, please stop. I'm trying to get out of here. Guys, come over here, please. Thank you. By the way, on a completely random note, can't just jump to the right through the wall here if you want to. But this is supposed to be glitchless. I shouldn't demonstrate that. I was strongly considering it. Book. 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 Huh. I guess not. Fine, we're just leaving them. Alrighty. One more little grind. We'll be done. Again, I think this is gonna be like 20 minutes, maybe. Actually, let's see how long it's gonna be. We have the timer currently at 27 hours and 53 minutes. I have absolutely no idea how long it's gonna take, by the way. Could be much longer, could be a bit shorter, could be on point. I just don't know. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna feed 2 fairy walnuts to the sprite, feed 2 fairy walnuts to the lady. Now I'm gonna buy 4 more. Need to make sure they get the healing animation before leaving the room, otherwise they don't get the MP. Alrighty, now... I don't want to do this here because these little flowers are gonna put me to sleep. No, in a good way. They're not gonna sing me a nice lullaby. Where's my desert? South of here. The one connection I know, the Pure One's volcano is north of the desert. Why did I go to that? This is just force of habit. I'm just going to that guy every time. It's just no, wrong button. I definitely could use a break now. Add like 3 minutes to my estimate. There we go. Pygmy. Make sure both characters can cast spells quickly. Alrighty. Let's take stock. The sprites, magic levels. They need to get Luna up to, well, 15 more spell casts. And then the Sylph and Stride. We're gonna actually just first cast Sylph. Silence costs 2 MP, so we will be spamming that. And the lady here needs a bunch more Salamander spellcasts. I'm actually gonna do those first, because the sprite is also not quite level 8 yet. So it makes more sense to go with 2 schools of spells that have, well, closer relation to getting towards level 8, let's put it this way. Salamander is one of the more awkward ones to cast, because theoretically we could chain cast it in order to continuously deal damage. Or like continuously stack damage without actually ever applying the damage. But MP wise, Flame Saber is 1 MP cheaper. So it's 2 instead of 3, which is quite a noticeable difference. Man, I wish I wasn't so tired at this point. I was gonna say, otherwise we could just demonstrate all sorts of fancy spell animations effects, but I guess we can throw them at Dark Lich. See how many he survives. So maybe a question to chat, what is your favorite level 8 spellcasting animation? Like the fancy ones. You almost like fireball snakes, an excellent choice. Another vote for fireball. Your least favorite is Burst and Exploder. I actually am inclined to agree with that, because those level 8 animations just look kind of flat. Like, I actually distinctly prefer their regular counterparts. The fancy explosions are just circles? Yes, exactly. Yeah, I think it's level 8 Flame Saber now. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're going to wait with leveling up Flame Saber beyond this point for now. Until the sprite is also at level 8, and then we just level them synchronously. That way we have the exact same amount of spellcasts, and I only need to pay attention to one of them for counting up to 99. Also, by the way, we have 49 spellcasts total of Silence. And it's 50 spellcasts total to go from level 7 to level 8. And there is 49 spellcasts right there. So, let's go ahead and absorb some MP from these guys. There we go. And I think the lady accidentally had like a few extra spells earlier. Let's see, it is 2. So we go for 2 more with the sprite. And so it was 1 and 2, and now wrong buttons. Now we go ahead and cast those spells 99 times total, 96 to go. Which means we need 2 MP refills for the lady and 2 MP refills for the sprite. And some change. But we just are currently doing the change part. I think one thing a future run could improve upon is use the ladies like salamander spell offensively more frequently when we cast spells anyways. Because we actually realized this run that we can cancel a lot of the sprites longer spell cast animations by just casting Fire Bouquet at the end. And that actually worked really well for just saving a bunch of time. Alright, we need MP recovery for both, so we're just gonna give both of them 2 fairy walnuts for 99 MP. Just keep it simple. Technically we could like have optimized, but practically I don't think it matters much. Oopsie. Do you see those visual artifacts on the silent spell on the spider legs whenever I open up the menu over it? It just seems like it briefly turns into menu icons. That's just me. We do need to be able to open up the menu in order to see that though. So we need no fancy spellcast animations. Right there. Alrighty. We're getting some merch, he says. Very slowly. Once these MP things are done, that is 49 spellcasts complete. And just whatever the remainder is going to be for the rest. Alrighty, we're out of MP now. Let's see where we land on our current practice set of spells. 65 on both characters. Because we know that both characters have the same right now. Which means it is 34 more spellcasts on both characters. In before? Did I miss something? Oops, wrong buttons. 34 more spellcasts is how much MP? Well, twice the amount of that, 68. 99 minus 68 is what? 31. Once we reach 31 MP remaining on either of the characters, we are done with leveling Sylph and Salamander. Oh, well, Willard! Hello, welcome everybody. Welcome to what is technically the tail end, but yet still might take like half an hour of Secret of Mana, 100%. We are currently on the last leg of just training up all of our spells to the absolute maximum of 8.99. So, not the most riveting gameplay, because you will just see a bunch of spell spam. But feel free to come in, lean back, relax, and enjoy your stay. Happy New Year, everybody. And once again, thank you very much for the raid, Willard. Hope you're having a lovely day. If I might ask, what was Willard streaming today? You'll be sure to watch the VOD/YouTube uploads. Noise. Lots of things. Oh, I see in before. Mostly piggies. Paper Mario then? Retro Random Shuffler. Makes sense. So yeah, everybody, if anybody else is looking for a comfy place to stay and likes a bunch of randomizer, all sorts of things, Willard is your man. So make sure to follow him if you enjoy that kind of stuff. Has some Zelda, some Mana, some Mario, and so kind of all sorts of randomizer, I imagine, or maybe like an archipelago randomizer thingy, where you just play multiples at the same time. Anyways, welcome everybody, hope you're doing well. Welcome to you as well, Goopy Flip Flop, hope you're having a lovely day. Just some randomized and then it's boss, but the game you're playing every 2 to 4 minutes. Even in the middle of boss fights. Even the game swaps are randomized in terms of timing. That sounds like it could cause complications. Hello, and welcome. What did I say? How much MP did you have remaining? 31 or something? Yeah, 68, 31 it is. We're almost there. 37 down to 35. 2 more spell casts and these 2 spell schools will be done. Then there's 2 more remaining for the sprite and 1 more remaining for the lady. This is your favorite part of the game. That's crazy. Maybe. Anyways. We now have Salamando and... let me just double check whether we are correct. We now have Salamando done, as well as Sylph for Lady and the Sprite respectively. Well, the lady has Sylph done since a while, I guess. Alrighty, Sylph done. Confirmed. Sylph done, Salamando done. It's just Gnome for the lady and Luna as well as Dryad for the Sprite. So, I think what I'm gonna do is we're gonna just spam Dryad until we reach level 8. Wait, what's your level here remaining? Hold on. We're basically gonna sync them up to level 8. Oh, you're way past that, unknown. Let's see. 67 up to 99 is... 32? 32 times 2 is how much MP? 64 MP. The lady needs 64 more MP in order to get through there, so 64... Alright, we can do this with 1 fairy one. We're using Sleep Flower just so we don't accidentally knock over the poor enemy there. He's just sleeping. Now and forever. Oh. MP restore with the sprite. Magic absorb. They only have 21 maximum MP, but you can technically double absorb them in order to get double the MP. But under the regular glitchless speedrun rules, that's not allowed. But this is not a regular glitchless speedrun, so I just don't care. This is taking forever anyways. Even if I give myself a slight speed up there. Anyways, where was I? Alright. MP. For you. No, not that one. Will he ever be unconscious P though? Oh, did I actually update the layout for things? I did for level 99, yes. But the lady's gonna be soon done with her spells. We basically double cast spells because when you do get the fancy spell casting animations, you have to wait until they complete anyways. But while they complete, other spell casting animations can also play. so you can effectively double up on potential screen freezes. Functionally kind of saving you a bunch of time. I think that other spider legs never wakes up either. Anyone minus 64, was it? Yeah, I think it's 17. When the lady has 17 MP remaining, she should be done. Also, this was the sprite's last level up jingle in the entire game. We now have all the magic at level 8. Now we just need to get 99 spellcasts in to get to 8.99. So, sprite gets 2 MP refills, because that seems easier than just doing anything else anyways. Wrong guys. No! Well, there goes my last pheromone nut. I guess the boy was hungry too. Can't blame you. But I could, but I'm not going to. Input error. Oh, I think the lady is done actually. Yeah, let's see. 8.99 across the board. We have completed her journey. She is as powerful as she basically can be for the most part. Now it's just Luna and Dryad for the sprite remaining. Luna is actually almost at 8.99 anyway, it's just through natural use. Well, a large portion natural use. But no, it's just 99 Dryad spellcasts all the way down to Mexico. That's also the fancy Sleep Flower spellcast animation, which will put the enemy to sleep for even longer than they'd already put the other guys to sleep. Unfortunately, these enemies do no longer give me any MP because they don't have any, so we're going to slowly make our way, very slowly, to the bottom of the screen, where we probably will find one more spider-leg enemy. Also, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna Pygmy the lady, because Pygmy characters for whatever reason are super aggressive. Even if you set their settings to being like passive. Some of the petals are turning into a discolored paper of Luna when I open the menu multiple times. Right, there is a new spider legs that we have not absorbed the MP from yet. So we're gonna do that, because we not quite have enough MP to work with at this point. They compress their ink to a small frame. I suppose so. an excellent explanation as to why they are more aggressive. At the finish line already, indeed. Alrighty. I don't know if this is enough MP to finish it off. We need 7 more Luna spellcasts. And then... actually an entire volley of Triad still. It's gonna be 41. Once we reach 51... 42. Once we reach 51, we need 1 full MP restoration for a sprite, and we know we'll be done afterwards, once we run out of MP. I already lost track. Sub 30 seems really fast for this level completion. Yeah, I suppose. Especially since we do the additional 1 chest challenge, where we had to get at least 1 chest drop from every single enemy along the way that could drop chests. That one definitely added like a few hours, I would guess. But we did get really lucky with drops from, like, drop luck across the board from enemies, especially where it mattered, I would say. Some of them were still kind of, you know, the other side of the coin, that's just natural. But where it mattered, we actually did get really good luck. Alright, 54, slightly early, but let's go and absorb MP. Back to full real quick. Well, I'll say real quick. Plus this is 1 spell cast, we still need a few more. Oh, there's none here. But yeah, it's a large portion as to about this is, of course, me having a pretty good idea on what I'm doing. They don't have MP? Really? Huh. Interesting. I guess just their captains have MP. Speaking of which, how much do you need? 1 more to be at full MP. And it's probably just 1 more spell cast after this to be at full Luna. We'll see afterwards. Let's go try it. Alrighty. We're gonna run the sprite out of MP. Once we are out of MP, we are done with Riot. And then it's like just 2 or so more Luna spell casts to be completely and entirely done with my definition of 100% Seeker of Mana. We got every piece of armor. From highest defense value to the lowest, we basically filled our inventory. There are only 11 inventory slots, so you can't have every piece of armor at the same time. The game just doesn't have enough space for that. But basically we start at the highest defense value to the lowest. Everything lower than what we have would specifically be from shops anyway, so we could just go out there and buy it. I'm not gonna bother with that. So we have every piece of equipment, which means a fairy crown from Terminators as a common drop, the Griffin helmet from Griffin Hands in the Pure Lands as a rare drop, the Amulet helm from National Scars as a rare drop, the Cockatrice cap from Basilisk as a rare drop. We bought the Needle helm from the final Neko. We got a Duck helm from Gold City, a Dragon helm from Gold City, Unicorn helm from Gold City, Circlet from Mandala, Tiger Cap from Northtown, and Quilted Hood from Northtown. Well, technically we bought it in Southtown, but same difference. You can buy them in both places. Then for armor pieces, we have the Fairy Cloak from the Master Ninja as a common drop, the Power Suit from a Whimper as a common drop, the Vampire Cape from the Fiend Heads as a common drop, the Vesca from the final Neko that we can buy, then the Battle Suit from Gold Island, Flower Suit from Gold Island, Tortoise Mail from Tasnica, Magical Armor from Mandala, Tiger Bikini from Northtown, Tiger Suit from Northtown, and Ruby Vest from Southtown. For accessories, we have the Fairy Ring from the Wolf Lord, the Amulet Ring from the Tsunami, the Imp's Ring from a Ghost rare drop, the other 2 were common drops, the Watcher's Ring from an Eggplant Man rare drop, Dragon Ring from an Ice Duck rare drop, Ninja Glass from a Dark Stalker rare drop, that was the last one we got, Gauntlet from buying it from the final Neko, the Guardian Ring from a rare drop of a Doom Sword, the Lazur Ring from the Gold Island, Shield Ring from Gold Island, and the Gold Bracelet from TheOnlyKyo. Then of course we also have all of the weapon drops from the Mana Fortress, the spears from the Tsunamis as a rare drop, the two axes actually from the Fiend Heads as rare drops, Boomerang from the Master Ninjas, all of them are rare drops by the way, bows from the Metal Crabs, 2 glove drops from the Wolf Lords, 1 whip orb from the Terminators, and 1 javelin orb from the Whimper. Then we upgrade a lot of those. Every character has every weapon except the sword at level 8.99. And because unless you glitch the sword to be having the mana sword early, you cannot have the sword above level 8.00. Alrighty. I managed to basically get almost through everything. Actually, we also have all our characters at level 99, so that is the max level on top of that. And I believe the sprite is probably done now. Yep. 2 more Luna spellcasts, and that will satisfy my personal 100% definition of Seeker of Mana. If you ever do something like that, I recommend don't worry about the leveling. That's just a lot of extra hours added. But with this, the sprite has completed their journey as well. Let me make this green. Where is it? And everything is complete there. We split, but actually we don't split. Oh, I already split. That's okay. And then we go. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna undo that split and redo it. Just because that feels more clean. Now we head over. Grab all the supplies. Sleep. Save one last time. And then we go and rescue the world from some lunatic that has no idea what is coming from here. And no, maxing out the money counter is not part of my 100% definition. We did that in the very first run, just incidentally. But it's fine. At 28, 28, 28, no less. Interesting. Alright. Flammy, can you bring us up there one more time? Whee! And I feel like I have battled these enemies along the way sufficiently to prove that we can indeed beat them. So I'm just gonna run past them at this point. In fact, I'm gonna be so silly and give everybody wall. So that means if any enemy casts a spell on me, it will just get bounced back to them. Good luck. To be fair, the Darkstalker's approach is gonna spam Dispel Magic on me anyways. Oh well. In my very first run, what I did is, in the end, I just fully buffed my party and didn't use any more menus for the rest of the game after entering the Dark Lich battle, I believe. Actually, I might have just done that for the mana piece, thinking about it. Anyways, so in case you have ever wondered, can you beat Seeker of Mana without using the menu? Maybe? If you have your weapons equipped accordingly. I guess the minimum menus would be like equip the whip, equip the axe. Oh, and then a bunch of spells to go across. So never mind, there's actually a bunch of required menus. But at least the final boss you can technically defeat without ever using the menu. Unless you count, like, shopping menus as menus, I guess. Looking forward to casting Mana Magic on the Mana Beast in 7 minutes. I actually want to cast Silence on the Mana Beast just to see if it works. I've never tried that before. It never occurred to me using Silence against bosses. I assume that doesn't work, but I don't know. I hope it doesn't crash the game. Then again, we did say, so it's probably fine. You're not actually sure if wall reflects mana magic? Oh, that way around! I never thought about that either. Probably not. Well, we will still have wall unless we deliberately remove it in some capacity on the Mana Beast. Actually, you know what? The Mana Beast casts Dispel Magic on us anyways. Also, a little fun fact, the Mana Beast never runs out of MP. Because it automatically just regenerates MP. I think, alongside the Red Slime, these are the only two bosses that ever regenerate MP. The Red Slime because, well, it can't do anything aside from spamming Asset Storm anyways. That might not be entirely true. I just don't ever see it doing anything else. You know, if I still knew how to run through the Mana Fortress without spawning enemies, that would probably save a bunch of time too. But it's been too long. He says. He just manipulates all of these rooms to be empty. And the bridge too. Alrighty. Save those precious seconds in a 28.5-hour run. Indeed. Okay. Now, everybody gets Lucid Barrier for maximum physical protection, even with the fancy animation, and then we'll just throw spells at the big luck. Alright everybody, I take suggestions. Which spells would you cast on it? No, we're not gonna cast Form Change on him. I would like to actually beat this run. Cast Headbang. I guess it's technically allowed in a glitchless run because it's more of an AI loop rather than a glitch. It does look very glitchy though. But no, I'm not gonna do the headbang today. I think I'm going to just deal damage. Alrighty. Let's see. Mayuyuka says Evil Gate. I'm just gonna start at the top for suggestions and we work our way down. Flame Bracelet? Like the Fireball Dragon? Rock Slide Silly Face. Basically, I'm gonna just cast like spells that people mention in chat until we see the fancy animation for that spell. And it would be really funny to get a Shadow Zero here. Energisog, we can do that too. Although I believe that will actually invert the effect on the Dark Lich, because he's considered undead. Harder to give the music the time of day, because if I menu, it's just gonna cut out like parts of the music. Alrighty, we're gonna begin with Evil Gate, so let's do that. That is the fancy animation. It will deal exactly 1 damage because bosses don't take more than 1 damage from it. Then we have second to Gem Missile. We still didn't get the fancy animation. Come on, buddy. If anybody has played Trials of Mana, the fancy animation for Gem Missile looks somewhat familiar. Well, Somewhat, anyways. Then we're gonna cast Flame Bracelet. I assume that's the fire dragons, but just in case, I'm also gonna give you Fire Bouquet. There's the fire dragons. They're so awesome. And then Fire Bouquet. Reduces his attack power too. Then we're going to cast Rock Slide with the silly face. No, we didn't get it. Don't die, it's Dark Lich. There he is. Hello! So left that one. Then Energy Soak. That's in Energy Absorb. Let's see if that actually inverts the effect. It does, so we heal them. That's okay. You had never understood how to dodge the mana beast, you always use the healing spells on point. You cannot. Healing spells is the play. Alright, Lightning Bolt. That was not the fancy animation. There we go. Next, Freeze. Cast Luma. I imagine that's this one. Loosen Beam. I just reflected his own spell back at him, by the way. There we go. Fancy. Big one. Those are probably gonna go down to it. I didn't keep track of damage. How do these extra effects work? Basically, they will elevate the spell's level by 1 functionally and deal like extra damage or extra duration. Okay. We have more requests from Luna. Oh wait, Luna, not Lumina, sorry. I hope that wasn't too late. We can still cast Luna. Alright. We are not going to cast Change Form. It will crash the game. Can you absorb MP? Or is that gonna backfire? Oh, it actually works. Wait, can you run him out of MP? Surely you can. Enemies either reverse the MP absorb effect or they reverse the HP absorb effects. This guy reverses the HP absorb effect, which I think makes him like undead, evil type, are the one that reverse the MP absorb, I think. But alright, let's use non-lunar magic. See what happens. Enemy wimps out. Pick me. No, you pick me. Try again. Knocked senseless. Everybody is knocked unconscious, including the lady. She just didn't look like it. Also, he has no more MP remaining. He couldn't cast a spell. He always alternates between one physical move and then one spell, in case you're curious. Alright, let's see. Burst. Was a request? Wait, that's not burst, that's explosions. Frankly, burst is a bit of a downgrade from its regular spellcasting animation, but that was sufficient to knock him down. Dark Lich has your favorite music in the game. It is so good. I agree. It used to be my favorite music in the game, until I started to really listen to other tracks too. But it's so iconic, it's really amazing. Dries deserve to get the death blow. It makes sense. You like the next track? This one? Or the one in between? And the track after that. To be fair, I like most tracks as well. Like Leave Time for Love is so good. Then we have, I think, some kind of danger. And then we have this one. This track that plays exactly right here is my favorite in the game. It's such a brief period where it plays, but if you kind of take in the, what's the word, dramatic situation of the current situation. We defeated the big bad evil guy, but stuff is just going haywire, and we have a strong suspicion that our sprite friend is no longer going to be with us after this, one way or another. So, it just kind of feels heavy. Is it odd that both of the casters have 800 maximum HP? I think they just wanted a nice round number. Just a little bit silly. It really sets the mood for the upcoming fight, it does. And then of course, the Mana Beast music itself is quite something too. It has actually one of the most, in my opinion, I love just the name of the soundtrack. The Meridian Dance. There's a lot of flaws to be found in the Secret of Mana remake. But frankly, I feel like they nailed the Mana Beast boss fight at the end. Just in my personal opinion. Alrighty. We now can cast Mana Magic. Costs 1 MP. Now notably, Mana Magic just from one character does nothing. However, when you cast Mana Magic, based on your current Dryad level, it has a shorter or longer duration. If you have a higher Dryad level, it's gonna, like the individual Mana Magic is going to last a longer amount of time. Unlike any other Saber spell, Mana Magic lasts time. However, it doesn't just give you like the Mana Sword. The Mana Sword has like 100 extra attack power compared to any other weapon, which is significantly more than usual. However, on top of that, it has the additional effect where it also gives your main character additional attack power based on all the other weapons he has leveled up. So with everything at 8.99, we have an absolutely ridiculous, well, attack multiplier, which, let me put it this way, you don't need everything at 8.99. Like everything at 0.99 technically is enough to deal max damage already. Like, you don't even need everything at 0.99. Anyways, the Mana Sword also can never miss. Unlike any other weapon, it never misses its attack. And if you have Lunar Energy, you guarantee critical hits. Also, I just forgot. Hold up. I need to test something. We can actually dispel the Mana Beast's magic, or shield with Dispel Magic. Can I silence you? I hope I don't crash the game doing that. Also, this thing has 9,990 HP, so 10 max hits actually will knock it out. Alright, I will assume that silence doesn't take hold on you. Nope, silence does not work. So, by the way, this thing has 450 defense, which means any damage you do, you subtract 450. So if I don't get critical hits, my maximum roll is about 550. Oh shoot, I already sorry. I wanted to talk about it a bit more. Your maximum damage roll is 550. Usually a bit less than that. But you can technically defeat the Mana Beast with any weapon in the game, as long as it deals more than 450 damage in one attack. Or like, yeah. And that's it. Secret of Mana 100% into 2026 has been completed. Split, thank you. Alrighty. And thank you for the GGs, everybody. Maybe real quick, if you'd like to just guess what kind of moon phase we're gonna have at the end of the game, to briefly introduce you to the concept, the ending screen of Secret of Mana after you beat the game, and the end is displayed after the end of the credits here, is randomized. The stars constellation is random, and also which moon phase you get is random. There's a full moon, there is a crescent moon, and there is like a gibbous moon, like half between crescent and full moon. Which one it is random. Now, if you load the same save file you just beat the game with, you're gonna get the same moon again after doing that, because effectively the randomness of the last screen is based on your current save file checksum. If you save another save file one way or another, changing something about it, you will get a different like ending screen. In this case, I have absolutely no idea what the ending screen is gonna be, so you can guess as to whether it's going to be crescent, waning, or gibbous moon. Actually, can we set up a quick prediction thingy? I'm not good at this. Manage predictions. Summary. Start prediction. There we go. Moon phase. Moon phase. So, crescent moon, full moon. And gibbous moon. And prediction. The credits, by the way, take like 7.5 minutes. So you have a bit of time to bet on it, if you'd like to. Full moon or another attempt. Full moon for 100%. It would be kinda nice. But technically, I didn't get absolutely everything you can in the game. Because there is a way to get the mana sword early, and to get every single weapon, including the sword, up to level 8.99. Which, that's a bit of an ordeal, because you have to keep one character at a low level. So, yeah. This ending always gets you. I've watched it so many times now. But if I pay attention to it, I understand. Fun fact, when I was little, I played through the game like once, like I beat it at some point. And I disliked the ending so much that the sprite wasn't with everybody else and happy, that while I have played this game as a kid a lot, I've only ever beaten the game once and watched the credits once, because I just didn't like the ending. I just wanted to play through the game again. So, yeah. This was the first RPG you ever beat, and you did it with a friend who introduced you to the game. You know, actually, I'm pretty sure this is the first RPG I beat as well. Technically the first RPG, if you will, that I ever played, you could say is like Zelda 2. Or maybe Simon's Quest. Kinda stretching the definition, I guess. But, yeah. Snow time. Alrighty, everybody. After this is over, I will be taking a 3-day break. I've been doing a Yakima throwback marathon throughout December, where we revisited a lot of the old favorite games that we have played once in the past and haven't played in a while. We have played through Terranigma, Tales of Anastasia, and Satan and Setsu 3, aka Trials of Mana, which were, well, some old favorites. I'm very familiar with all three of those in one way or another, and those things are up on the YouTubes if you would like to watch them again. And also, shoutouts and special thanks to Kyo, who has actually cleaned up and uploaded those things to YouTube, because I would not have had the energy to do the entire like throwback December marathon, where I took like 3 days of break and then 2 full days of breaks because I was sick. So yeah, thank you very much to Kyo. And well, one way or another, I hope you all had a wonderful time. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for listening and for lurking. And well, maybe until next time. I like this game. You know, one could think I might play this one just a little bit. And also, thank you for all the support, everybody. I don't mean just the money, because there's been so much more going on than just that. Well, I say just that, but look at the donation bar, it's absolutely insane. Well, thank you. And we're gonna be having a proper schedule. We're gonna continue the Throwback Marathon, and today it's a crescent moon. Which, fun fact, that's my favorite one. Complete prediction. Thank you so much for participating, everybody, and I wish you a good night. Take care, and until next time, bye-bye. Happy New Year, indeed.